Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Something I figured.
If you said that out loud, I'd have to take you out.
Like die? Why? Because
I just help your heart, help yourself.
It's too gay? What do you?
Yeah,
Gene,
it's way too.
Gene, are you threatening me? You keep saying we're gonna die. I'm trying to.
You're gonna die on your own. You got a bad heart.
Well, I'm trying to keep it okay.
By what? You're not dieting.
I don't.
Dan just told you can't make it if you don't diet. What do you don't believe Dan?
I believe Dan.
He makes money for free.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Welcome to the Bubba the Love Sponge show. The day after the Tim Pool interview. My name's Seth. Who cares? I am joined today by the Blue Crew. We've got babyface Brian Matroni. Hello, sir.
Good morning.
Are you going to come up here and give Daddy a hug to start the day?
I got a big hug from Daddy when I came into the studio.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Well, we'll talk about that in a minute. Lummy is here, fresh off a flat tire that he only filled up to 26 PSI, which I hear is very dangerous.
Yes, but I got here, so.
Thank you.
No problem.
And Tuttle, of course, in his normal Wednesday slot, sending prep, always willing to help. I think he was the first one here today. How's it going, man?
Actually, I'm great. Macho Man was the first one here. Oh. We met at the coffee machine. We talked about what was going on and how our life is going.
What is going on, Tuttle? Because Macho's not one for small talk. He likes to, Macho Man, if you ever ask him about something, he'll pivot into what he's currently working on technically, you know?
We were talking about the science behind the acidity of coffee.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he shifted it on me, too, and I didn't even realize it.
Yeah, no, that's his thing at all. So no one really ever brings up the conversations they have with Macho Man off the air unless it has to do with, engineering and technical stuff. I got a lot of stuff planned out for us to go over. I'm excited. Yesterday, I was a little nervous about the show just because of the Gene, Dr. Dan dynamic. I'd never experienced it before. And once I survived that and I felt good about it, today, knowing that I was going to be here with some of my besties, it was just I was excited to get out of bed at 4 o'clock this morning.
Yankee Jib, $10. Seth, we had a great show.
Oh, the money's flying in already.
Oh, yeah. We didn't really do a thumb thing yesterday at all, which I'm okay with.
How'd you end up doing without begging for it?
Like 1,400.
That's pretty good.
Is that good? I mean, it's.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, it's. I don't. If you want to give it a thumbs up, give it a thumbs up. But I think people know what to do when they get on here now.
It helps the algorithm.
So
I've been told.
I don't hold any record now, because Babyface beat my first hour quickest to.
Gene did.
And then Gene beat that the very next day.
Oh, wait, so Gene is the double title holder?
Gene's the man.
He's the triple title holder because he has the belt too.
How about that? I totally faced you with that there, Tuttle.
Damn.
You thought you could get more thumbs than Gene Lasker? Think again.
Yeah, he beat that by 17 minutes.
But I got to tell you, though, it all depends on how the show is planned out, because I got stuck with an interview and Babyface got stuck with an interview dead in the middle of it.
Yep.
So like it
Who'd
does.
you get stuck with, Tuttle?
We had Alex Stein on.
Oh, okay. All
So
right.
so
Which
you can't.
he couldn't be on today, Seth, because he's going through his court hearing.
He's a dick. No,
It's his final court. I guess the jury is deliberating. And
On
he should have a
what?
verdict.
On what case?
His free speech
He
one
gets
in
a
New
free-
York. Or, I'm sorry, in Texas, in Dallas.
It's a federal case, too.
Yeah.
Man,
it's
he's-
against a judge.
Alex Stein has an incredible career going on because he goes to these cities or his city, right, and he makes great content, and then they violate his rights, and then he's able to sue them and get more money. I mean, it's like it's having multiple jobs at one time.
He's double dipping on the whole deal.
It is a great racket, and they keep falling for the banana in the tailpipe. That like how many times are they gonna like when will they learn?
Scout and Big Gulp, $20, Babyface and Tuttle on the BubbaArmyTips.com.
Thank you, ladies. Stay safe out there. Now, when will these municipalities there should be a bolo, and his picture should be there, and it's like if he comes, just let him do his thing and let him get out.
What's a bolo?
Be on the lookout.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, you can't speak your attorney jargon.
It's
No,
not
that's
attorney
it.
jargon.
That's
That's law enforcement,
Okay,
man.
well, I don't know, man. When would I know bolo?
Back the blue, Seth. Come on.
I love the blue, dude. Blue lives matter more than anything else. I'm just saying. I mean, all right.
Wow.
I didn't know I was going to be pinned as a guy that didn't support cops at all.
Everybody-
Apparently, you want to defund the police, Seth.
No, I want to give I want to give police more money. Okay, I want to make sure that my wife continues to get pulled over for going through, rolling through a stop sign. That stuff is important.
Did that
okay?
happen this week?
Yeah, it happened.
Should we make a...
Does she need defense?
She got out of it. Luckily.
Oh, how'd she get out of that? The old-fashioned way?
Oh, I know.
Okay. It was a woman that pulled her over. So
Oh,
Little
yes.
lappy lappy.
Oh, wow.
what's a lappy lappy?
Lappy Smurf gimmick. Come
Yeah.
on.
I don't know that. You mean a scissor? You mean a scissor fest?
Eating at the Y.
Okay, Tuttle, that's appalling. I can't believe you'd really. Why don't you just say yodeling in the valley? The old Kid Rock
Yodeling
song.
in the valley.
Lummy, what happened? You said Lummy did a whole thing yesterday. I started feeling bad for him because Lummy starts off the sentence with, "I was at the Dollar Tree yesterday," and then
It was a Family Dollar.
Yeah, what's going on with this show?
and then
Lummy
he
was getting a replacement tire.
he was at the Dollar Tree, and then he goes, "Yeah, because I was waiting for my laundry to get done to the laundromat." And
What?
I was wondering if he was homeless all of a sudden. He was trying to, hit a big card to be able to, get into some housing. What happened yesterday, Lummy?
Dude, yeah, I had it's just easier to wash my sheets from the rental. So I was changing my sheets into towels, and it's just easier to do that. So I've been packing quarters, and I went down there, and I was bored, and I was the only white person in the whole laundromat.
Whoa,
so
nobody. I mean, my lawyer. Is that information needed in this case?
That was superfluous, unless there's something to tie into that.
there was.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry, let me go ahead.
What?
I
Somebody
was the
steal your
only
clothes?
white English speaking person there, so I had no one to talk to. So I
You
went
looking
over.
for small talk at the laundromat?
When you're bored, yeah. I didn't have my headphones either, so I was really. Plus, a lot of people listen to they weren't as considerate as I was looking for my headphones. They were just playing it over their phones.
Yeah, I will say that when I go into the town and country area, there are people that are shopping in the grocery store, and they're always FaceTiming as
Yes.
loud as they possibly can.
Exactly.
It's a social thing. I don't get how Latin Americans think it's a good look or
Thank you. Yes, that's
acceptable.
exactly. So
but they are always like, and they're holding their phone up and they're walking very slowly, leaning on their shopping carts, not paying attention to anything else around them.
and not
It is
looking
pretty
at
fascinating.
and not looking at what they're shopping for.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
imagine them now in a laundromat waiting for their clothes or whatever they're doing to dry, and so they're even louder. So I was like, oh, there's a
Well, they
Family
have to
Dollar.
talk over the dryers.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, there's a Family Dollar next door.
We're
and I
getting the
went over
racism
there.
out of the way early, guys, today, so we can have a
This
fun
isn't
show.
racism. This is observation.
You're
Yes.
doubling down. You know what?
He's a lawyer.
Maybe Latin people just enjoy each other's company. So when they're, when they go to the grocery store, they miss their family. They genuinely enjoy each other.
Except half of them are with their family, and they're all talking to other family members that aren't there.
Maybe-
Big
yes.
families.
There's always a lot going on. So I always feel like it's. Are they playing Latin music or are they just talking?
Some
to
were
people?
playing Latin music.
Okay.
Those are the guys on the
reggaeton.
bikes, the
Reggaeton.
bikes outside, and then the rest of them that were on FaceTime were inside the laundromat. So I had music outside, and then I had
It was FaceTime inside.
Yep. So Family Dollar looked like it was a
safe haven?
Yes, it was a church.
It was like an embassy.
Yeah.
It's like Lovey was looking for the U.S. Embassy.
Yeah.
Family Dollar.
Can I say one thing about the Family Dollar? I go to Dollar General all the time. It's like walking through a labyrinth in there because they're always stocking the shelves. Have you ever noticed how the trailers are always out in the middle of the lanes?
Of course.
I don't find myself in Family Dollar often.
I do. Well,
But no, I just don't have one, convenient to me.
Yeah, the Dollar Tree, the Dollar General, and Family Dollar. But I picked a Family Dollar, and I was.
What'd you get in there, Lummy?
Well, I just went to go grab a soda, and so when I was checking out, I saw this box of cards, and I know like Red's talked about it. I think Cracker Chris has told me so. I was like, oh, how much are they? They're like $1. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I'll take a pack. And then I opened it, and I didn't know I really got anything good. And then I was like, well, let me go buy a couple more. So I bought a couple more, and then I was showing Rhett. I took a picture of like a Jaden Danos. I was showing him, and he goes, this one actually might be worth something. And it turned out it was worth like it sold last time on eBay for like $75.
What?
Yeah, so I was like, oh, let me get this up there.
So you can thank the Latin Americans FaceTiming in the laundromat for your financial gain.
Yes, exactly. It paid for my laundry, so I will be going back there, and I'll probably blow all that money on buying the rest of the cards that were in
That's
there.
like a true gambler and addict. Good job, Lummy.
That's what I'm all about.
Lummy, I don't know the ins and the outs of having an Airbnb and all that stuff, but do you have is there no washer and dryer out?
There is. It's easier, saves time, because with 3 beds and a ton of towels, it's easier to have it all done in those big machines.
Do you blacklight your beds?
I have a cleaning service that comes in.
Okay,
and,
I was gonna
steams
say
them.
because like you can add a sex surcharge.
Yeah, no, it's there. I have a black like they got people come in and like steam the beds, the tops and stuff like that.
It's all
a
over the
little
place.
Yeah, I don't really like thinking about that about what these people are possibly doing, because the last people, I don't want to get
There's
too
some
deep into
disgusting
it.
people that get into
Well,
Airbnbs.
they stole all the free stuff, and it was this these Asian clients.
Well, can you steal free stuff?
Well, but listen, they're out
I'm just
there.
asking.
It's a good question, Lummy. It's a good question.
Okay. How about just like not the normal stuff that you're just having there for like cleaning? Is it free?
I mean, do you...
When they went through and they took all the dishwasher pellets?
Oh, that's
like
smart.
they took them all?
Yeah, well, there
How
was
many
a whole
did you
bag
have
of
in
them.
there?
Did you let Colton stay at your house?
I think so.
Most
The Kleenex
Airbnbs,
boxes, all the toothbrushes, the toothpaste, the bars of soap.
Wait, hold on. You leave toothpaste for your Airbnb people?
Yeah, we leave like little airplane ones.
That's on you, man.
Oh, but you should only have one out for them. Like they each person
Well, how many
gets...
people that are staying there? We put out how many there are.
Share toothpaste.
But like the box of toothpaste, all the paper towels. I think they stole 2 towels.
And these
Well, that's theft. Taking
Yes,
towels
exactly.
is theft. Using the samples of the toothpaste that you left for them.
No, but hold on. They you could tell they picked up everything and like put it over and then went through the cabinets and were picking and choosing.
How can
Like,
you tell?
Because it was all gone out of the cabinets and certain things were left. I mean, that's how.
But don't store it like you got to keep that in like a little
I have
caddy
it in a
in
locked
your
thing.
car or
No,
something,
I
or
have
locked
it
up.
It's in a locked cabinet.
Yeah, so they picked the lock?
They didn't pick the lock. They were just able to get their hand packed behind it, I'm noticing. So I'm reporting that to Airbnb.
I feel like Brian's trying to blow holes through your case right now. So this was somebody that stayed at the house, or this was the cleaning service?
Oh, no, the cleaning service is good.
Okay, but this was the last people that stayed at your house?
Yes.
Were they Latin?
No, they were Asian.
They were Asian, okay.
Yes. They came in with very high scores, but the reviews were all in Chinese. So
Wait, those symbols that they
Yes.
write down?
Yeah. They're letters.
Lummy's looking it up, trying to translate it on using Duolingo. He's like, outhouse.
I gave up because it was a 5-star
upside
person.
down tree.
So did you give them a bad review, Lummy?
Yes, because also they had more. My neighbor told me they had more than 6 people there. Then they were all like on Saturday night. I guess they were shot. They were having some kind of retreat. So he thinks there was a religious.
Oh wow, some kind of cult gathering
Yes.
on your properties.
Yeah. So I checked my video, and I'm gonna have to report them for having too many guests.
They were doing a content house.
Yeah, with a Chinese content house where they're playing dodgeball in the backyard.
Hey, that would be fine with me if that's what they were doing.
Lummy, what do you say on a bad review? Did Ashley type it up, or did you?
Oh, I mean, I did. I just pretty much laid it out, basically. I just gave them low stars.
They stole everything. There was too many of them, and I couldn't read their prior reviews because they were all in some Chinese language.
That's right.
Lummy, do you think that they needed the toothpaste and the things that they were stealing for maybe the type of retreat or gathering that they were having? Do you think it all came into play, or do you feel like they wanted to get more bang for their buck by getting your toothpaste and a couple of towels?
I think they were just going there to steal everything.
Okay.
Knowing that the type of people that I found out that were there, that just seems like that's what they do. They they took all my coffee stirrers.
All right.
All right.
We got Asians
Maybe
down
they thought
today.
they were chopsticks.
Do you think the price point of your Airbnb might bring some undesired consequences for you?
No, it's pretty high.
Are you saying it's at a price point where naughty Asians would feel
Just
like...
saying, yeah. It gets around quick. Hey, you can go to this house and get almost as much free stuff as you paid.
It'll pay for you.
It'll pay for itself.
I will be
in
taking-
toothpaste and tissues.
We were trying to be, nice and accommodating, so I think we're going to be taking that away. So
See, one bad apple spoils the bunch.
that's right.
Lummy, you're a hell of a guy. So then you had a flat...
One bad wonton.
I had a flat tire last week and I put a plug into it, and I think the plug popped out this morning on the way in.
Just keep.
Did you plug it yourself?
Yeah, that's what I would.
Yes, I did. I used the only plug
The
I
Family
had.
Dollar plug? that
Yes,
you
I
got?
I got this one from the Dollar General, but I did plug it and it popped out. It lasted a week and it popped out, and I was on the side of the road today.
Did you trim it, light it on fire like you're
Oh yeah,
supposed to?
it held for a week.
Okay, well,
Don't they normally hold like permanently?
They're supposed to, but
Yeah, I was going to say it held for a week is not
But my tire- I need-
raving review of a tire plug.
no, but I need a new tire. It's pretty worn out. I need 2 new tires.
Lummy,
So-
do you have a bunch of stuff to do every single day after work? Is there ever a day where you just you don't
I'm
have
going to
anything?
the dump today.
what?
I'm going to
Why?
the dump today, and so
What are you going to the dump for?
to dump a bunch of stuff.
Like what?
Broken chair.
If you'd like to buy Lummy's broken chair so he doesn't have to go to the dump, we're
Lummy,
going to be auctioning it off during the show.
2 broken TVs.
Lummy does everything. Lummy will pick up a curb alert, or Lummy will go to the dump. I mean, Lummy can do. He can take it. He can throw it away. I mean, he can fill up his day. I mean, there's not one day that you have to chill, Lummy. Just every day that you have, I feel like it's packed all the way full.
Well, and then at night, he's at like every sporting event in Tampa or any event
Right, he's
in
bowling.
Tampa.
He's at a USF game. There's
Yeah.
now it's gonna-
USF badminton.
Oh, we got Savannah Bananas coming up on Saturday too.
Look at this guy, man. He's just nonstop. He's the man on the go.
I know. Lummy,
When are we going to get another Lummy Investigates? That's what I want to know. Like, why did that stop? Why don't we have that anymore? That's great content.
Too busy.
Seth's shed was one of the greatest things I've ever seen.
I forgot.
Bubba didn't like my decap. Let me investigate and told me to stop.
Yeah, but I think we should just start doing it again. I'm going to green light it right now.
Lummy, I wasn't here for the decap one, but I was here, I think, when it all started, and it was genuinely hilarious.
We found out the decap lied about losing his virginity. Let me investigate. Sniff that one out.
His whole life was a lie. I think you could sniff that out without sniffing.
It was.
Hey! Are we touting Lummy Investigates? Or are we trying to tear it down here?
Listen, Bubba, you just said that's the one that Bubba shut down.
Yeah,
So
that was the last one we did. Decap killed it.
Did he not lose his virginity? Is that what it was?
Yeah, he said he got a hooker, and I found out that he never did get a hooker, and his whole story on
Did
the
you
air
call
was
the
false.
hooker?
Yes.
I remember that.
Yeah, and I had her under in protection and called in. I found out who it was, and then had her call in, and then his story kept changing. And that was when he said his goal to join the radio was to become a professional baseball announcer for the Yankees. And then I had him try to do a call, and he didn't do too well.
Oh man, well,
It's when we did it in the boat with the goats.
there's a lot. Okay, there's a lot going on for the past. I think we see why it's canceled.
It sounds like a fever dream, man.
There's way too many moving parts. Tuttle, you said this weekend that you were at Bike Week, Bike Fest. What's it called?
It's Bike Week 2025. It's something that I've grown up around because I grew up in Volusia County. So we, every year it's like the biggest money making event for Volusia County. It's even bigger than Speed Week now.
Do you still see a lot of old biker boobies and stuff?
Yeah,
Come on.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
Okay, so I go out to the coleslaw wrestling every year.
Coleslaw wrestling.
Yeah,
it's very specific.
I have. Well, it's at a place called the Cabbage Patch, which is a bar at the corner of a cabbage patch. That they harvest the cabbage, and a part of that they do it during Bike Week, and they have this coleslaw with baby oil. They don't actually use mayonnaise inside the coleslaw, but I've actually competed in it.
How'd you do, buddy?
I wrestled 3 women at one time in the coleslaw, and It is super, super greasy, and you can't get a hold of anything.
Oh, no.
What?
It's greasy?
Yeah, very greasy.
And you can't get a hold of anything, so you're sliding around. So these 3 women and you are in there.
Yeah.
How much did you have to pay to get in there with 3 women?
Actually, it was a radio station event to help promote it.
Were they biker chicks? Or were
big
they,
biker chicks. They were all wearing rebel flag bikinis as they fought me. And I had to wear a bikini as well whenever I wrestled. So my junk was coming out the side of the bottom because it wasn't like a one piece.
Yeah.
They kept slipping out the side. So I went to, they also drop a foreign bike from a crane every year, too, because everybody has to have an American one. And they dropped this Suzuki. My dad used to bring the crane for them to do it. And when it hit the ground, it caught on fire and it burned the American flag at the top of the crane. Everybody started booing and stuff. It was.
Wait, so they want to crush a foreign motorcycle at Bike Week every year?
Yes,
they still do that.
Yeah, they do that. So they did that every year. It's like a brand new rice burner. I don't know. Can I say that?
Yeah, BJ Pros, $50 on the Bub Army tips.
I've got disturbing breaking news.
Uh-oh.
Pink Pony Showgirls in Tampa burned down last night.
Oh, man.
So no more fun at the Pink Pony Club.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you, Bill, for that. And second of all, that was the first strip club that I ever went to.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And that news is kind of,
it hits close to home, right?
It hits me in what they call the feels, Brian. I mean, I wasn't prepared for that. I thought maybe there was a free agent signing, or I thought maybe, Teslas were selling out left and right because of the commercial they did in front of the White House yesterday. But I had no idea that it was going to be the Pink Pony burn down.
Yeah, no, Pink Pony Showgirls in Tampa, and I think the adult bookstore too, next door to it.
No.
Yeah. Yep.
So, but I
XTC.
Sorry, Tuttle.
No. Do you remember the stage name of the first girl who gave you a lap dance, Seth?
I did not get a lap dance that night. I believe I've only had one lap dance in my life, and that was when I worked with Drew, and then I went to, was it the Dollhouse, I think? Or no, Penthouse Club. I went to Penthouse Club with, and this was just probably like 10 years ago, with John Senning and with another one of my friends, Seth. And then my wife and then Seth's wife were like up in front by the girls, and then we went to get lap dances, and it was where like I said, I'd never had one before, so I thought that it was actually one song, but they actually took me through 4 songs.
Oh, wow.
So everybody was scrambling for the ATM when it was over, and then we had to apologize that, we got hustled because, one of the songs was Blur Song 2, which was a minute 59, and I didn't really know. I didn't know how things worked at all, really, and but it was nice. It was cool. I get, but I don't feel like we got really to the names part at all.
Okay.
Yeah, you didn't get deep into it.
No. I mean, I would have. I'm not a real small talker. One of them knocked my glasses off, and I was like, this is.
Wait,
one of them? You had multiple girls at the same time lap dancing?
Or was it the jugs that knocked your glasses off?
She was like when she was getting, my mom's listening to this. She was getting on me or whatever. I think she knocked them off. And I was like, oh, God, man, I just can't.
Elise, turn down the radio for a minute, please. I mean, it's very rude of your mom to take away our ability to enjoy this story more. So tell us about the girl you chose. Was she tall, blonde? Was she a brunette? Was she a little thicker? Was she skinny? Did she have big boobs?
They said
you don't remember?
No, not they. Like it was. I think it was set up ahead of time, and I think they said get the hottest girl that's there, and have her come back. But what we had is there was 3 girls because obviously there was 3 of us, and then they would like switch, So
yeah.
Oh, so you guys were all back in like the champagne room area?
No, there was no champagne room. It was just it was not a busy night there at the Penthouse Club. We were pretty much out in the open.
Oh, so it was table dances that you were getting.
Oh, yeah. You didn't go behind the curtain?
You didn't go behind the curtain or anything?
You know what? Now I'm starting to think if maybe if there was a curtain, if they put up a curtain around us, can they put up curtains, or you have to go into
you go back to an area usually in the room. Club. It's a private room area.
Okay,
where maybe you would have like a couch.
No, there wasn't a. I don't think there was.
Were
a couch.
you sitting at a table with 4 chairs and like that you would eat at?
Yeah, but we spread them out. They were spread out, so it wasn't like we were all elbow to elbow at a ball game. We had some space, like it was standing room at a concert.
And there was 3 girls, and for the 4 dances, they just kind of went around like a merry-go-round and rode you guys like merry-go-round ponies.
Yeah, and you could. Yeah, I mean, and then yes, that's what happened, and then it was over.
Did you get a knee in the crotch? Like, did they like manipulate you with their knee?
I got to be honest with you. I don't know how much manipulation there was because it doesn't stand out to me. It's not like it's not
Your only lap dance in your life doesn't stand out to you.
I gotta agree with Babyface on this one.
I'm calling shenanigans on that. Hold on. Hello, shenanigans.
Don't make me read your chat GPT transcripts, okay, Brian?
We're going to. I hope that's a bit.
I'll start right from the top, buddy.
I don't care.
Right from the first question when you told me not to bring that one up on the air.
Wow, you're aggressive, man. I like it.
I think you're saying that I'm lying about getting a lap
No,
dance.
I don't say that you're lying about getting it. I believe that you got it. I don't believe that you're sharing all of your recollection with us, and I think that you're depriving our listening audience.
No, it was great. It was wonderful, but I think I was a little surprised at the end when I found out that it was 4 songs, and I don't remember.
It was the price that got you, right? That you're shooketh by the price.
Well, I was also prepared to, I was prepared to have the full on experience. So,
do we get any?
So wait, what do you mean by that?
Yeah. Were you thinking you guys were gonna have sex?
No, I just thought that I was gonna be able to
finish,
get some hammer mouth.
What the?
Look, were you about to touch her?
Babyface said the right answer.
He thought he was going to finish in his pants.
Snail trails.
Oh.
He thought he was going to have a happy ending with the song. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A grand finale, if you will.
I got approval from Phoebe, but I don't think she was happy about it if it would have happened.
Did you were you able to touch the dancer?
I didn't really. They said they say that you could touch them and stuff, but I don't really feel like they mean it.
Now, where would you have left your boxers there had you finished in your pants?
I probably would have taken them with me at this. I was a young man who still cared at the time, and saw a wonderful life ahead of me. And when I did that at the content house, it was just
it's over.
All I saw was the darkness. Yes.
So you expected. Okay.
I didn't expect it, Brian, but
I mean, you literally just said you did, and not only so much that you and Phoebe had a conversation about it.
Well, I mean, I had to tell. I mean, she knows.
That you were prepared. How did you prepare? Like, did you wear an extra pair of boxers, or because you said you were prepared for that to happen?
You were going to let it ride in the garage.
Yeah, there was I didn't really have a plan I don't think I really planned on what I was wearing. I just figured that if it happened, then that's when we would go. And I didn't know what we were gonna, hang out there all night. We weren't there to, make it rain or anything like that. I wasn't quite in that tax bracket, but we got I think it was, $165 or something that I owed her for those 8 minutes. And
did you say that's it to her
for tableside dances? You owed $165.
Well, for 3 girls, right?
Why didn't you guys get hooked up? I mean, you guys were very popular at the time. Like, I mean,
I thought we did. Now I'm realizing that maybe we didn't. I just thought it was a nice time.
At the end of the dance, you should have turned to them and go, "That'll be $100." Do you know who I am?
I don't have that quite that much.
No, that makes sense, right? Because they probably didn't get the 20, so it's probably $60 a girl for 3-4 songs. Or
the math's not math in there. If he paid for all 3 girls, now was this just for your? Was this just your share of the 3 songs?
This was my total at the end.
Your share, because you split it 3 ways between you and the boys.
Like the girl told you at the end what to give her, and so that she told that
ripped you off.
They ripped you off bad.
They saw a sucker.
There's no way you should have been paying 10 years ago. No way you should have been paying more than $80 for those 4 at the high end.
20 a song.
Yeah, of table side. Yeah.
No dance tariffs.
What do I go? They were Canadian and Mexican. What do I go back and do I tell them that I got?
I would just go back and say that you're owed 4 more dances.
And you expect a nice ending.
Hey, my buddies told me that I got ripped off 10 years ago, so here I am.
Hey, somebody says in the chat room, was your boxers just a wet dream you had while you were sleeping? Or did you purposely?
Tuttle, I'm not. Who are these people? Who are these
just
people?
Somebody in the chat room.
Say their name.
Beach Metal Detectives says, in my opinion, Seth, I can't say that part. Boxers from the content house was from a wet dream.
Well, since Beach Metal Detectives doesn't listen to the show, Seth said he was watching a movie. An adult video, and then took it around the farm.
Thank you, Lummy.
Yes, don't put a wet dream on little Seth.
Yeah, I love wet dreams.
He hasn't had one since he was 12.
Yeah,
no, it's been more recent than that. Lummy, is this a call that's unavailable?
No, I don't put those on hold.
Okay, all right. I just saw it. So, is it worth checking out? maybe.
Might as well.
Well, the Love Sponge Show,
Good morning.
fresh off the Tim Pool interview. Hello.
Oh, it's Big Hands John.
Good morning. How's it going?
It's going great. How are
You guys
you?
are doing a great job, Seth. This is Big Hands John.
How you doing, Big Hands?
Good. You guys are doing a great job. Just wanted to call and say thanks. I'm on my way to work. I've had to stop a couple of times laughing, Brian.
Well, you know what we do here, John. You take care, buddy. I'm glad to hear from you, and stay safe, man.
Oh, yeah, all the time. I just want to say thanks. You guys are doing a great job. Bubba, be proud of all of you.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. He'll be back tomorrow.
He has a funny way of showing it, but we'll see.
Thanks,
you guys
John.
have a great one. Thank you.
See ya.
You guys are great, but I'm never taking a day off again.
No, he did.
In fact, we're going to take vacation whenever Rhett's on vacation.
He does. I forgot we're on vacation. No, but
next week is no show, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
We might need to. We still might need to meet up for a blizz if that's okay. Unless you're out of town, Brian.
I mean, I don't know. We'll see.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know.
You don't know if you're out of town next week?
I'm
Are
like
you on
Lummy.
spring break too?
Well, yes and no. My wife has a work thing, and so we can't go away for the full week, but we may be able to slide away Thursday, Friday.
For a cruise?
Not a cruise, but maybe just like a little staycation.
You gonna go to Epic Universe when it opens?
No. My daughter's not. Her growth is stunted at 46 inches. So 48 inches is the magic number for theme parks to be fun for a kid.
Yeah, but you put her in a high ponytail. She's good to go.
Those ride monitors are really really strict.
Oh, they go right down to the skull. They don't start at the top of the hair.
Yeah, they're looking. They know what they're doing.
It's like the combine.
Parks.
It's like the combine. They really do.
What if you flip the guy at 20? I mean, you're big money, baby face.
I'm not slipping a guy at 20 every time my daughter wants to get on a ride.
Oh man,
I'm going to Universal on Monday.
Nice.
Oh, you are?
Yeah,
that's fun.
Yeah.
Which park?
It's gonna be busy.
Yeah, you're not going on a single ride, buddy.
Okay, guys. All right. First of all, we are going, I guess, because there's some sort of wicked. I thought it was like Harry Potter land, but apparently Wicked is just a store that they have some of the dresses displayed on.
Oh yeah.
So we're going to that, and then Phoebe was really. She had asked me several times if I was really okay with going because the couple times we've gone to Disney have, almost ended in divorce and, all those horrible things.
Over what?
Total. You got to have a game plan when you go into these parks.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
No, you do.
Oh, no, man.
Trust
it's
me,
beyond that now. Now it's like you have to plan it out weeks in advance. You have to sign up early. You've got it's made it a miserable experience even more miserable.
Right. If you're, we even did the research. If you're handicapped and you buy the fast pass and all this, you still only have to wait in line for like an hour and a half. I mean, there's really no good deal that they have. So we were just planning on getting there as soon as they open up on Monday.
Are you going to put little Sammy in a wheelchair and pretend like she's a Make-A-Wish kid and get all to the front of the line for everything?
We're gonna actually break my leg. Phoebe's taking a baseball bat to it tonight, and so
nice.
We're hoping that. And then I'm gonna go full body cast just to really throw it over the top.
How about this though? Do you think we could talk Bubba into hosting and doing a show live from Universal Studios, because then that's when you get the hookup. Do you think that would be possible to broadcast from their broadcast studios? Because after that, they give you your own personal theme park Sherpa to give you a tour.
If they would have Bubba, that's my thing.
I'm never going back to Universal after the whole TNA gimmick.
Oh, they have a wonderful studio and a wonderful broadcasting area.
Yeah, but they did me dirty.
Did they really? I mean, I don't know.
You didn't hear the story, Seth? I told it ad nauseum 2 weeks ago.
So many
Gary
stories.
Cantrell called in. They made all my people stand in the Hard Rock Live instead of, they gave away all the seats.
That's right. AJ Styles jobbed you out, right?
Yeah,
And then they said to kick me in the nuts.
That's right.
And a little kid tore up my photo and flipped me the bird.
You spit on it, I think.
Spit on it. Thanks a lot, Tiz.
I'm just trying to work the gimmick because, working in Orlando radio for as long as I did, I never had to worry about that stuff because we were usually out there 1 or 2 times a year.
Yeah. No, it was. I always knew that when I always would turn down staying at the hotel and go into the park. I always knew one day that I would be hopeful that I would get the free hotel stay and the free tickets and all that stuff. But that already happened, and paying to go to Universal every so many years. Although it's quite expensive, it's not the worst thing in the the world, but I'm not a good theme park guy at all. So that's why Phoebe was I was like, of course I want to go. So I got to make sure that I'm in the right mindset. I just said, we got to get on the rides early. We didn't get the fast pass at all because it doesn't really guarantee that you get to the front of the line at all, because I guess there's like 8 tiers to the, front of the line passes that they sell. So, we're just, it's going to be a good family time.
So if you want to meet Seth, go out to Universal on Monday, look around for him. He'll be the guy pacing back and forth nervously, hitting a vape, while his wife is waiting in line 2 hours for Hagrid's motorcycle adventure.
Do they let you take those in now?
You said a vape?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't think so.
If you can sneak it in your prison wallet, you can get it in.
I mean, honestly, Tuttle, once I snuck it into Disney, I felt like I could
You're
get
paranoid.
I felt like I could get it into anywhere, because Disney was kind of Disney was. I remember there was a story about them arresting a lady that had a CBD pen.
Yep.
And so I was like, oh man, this is not a CBD pen. So I was worried about that. But no, I mean, I bring it everywhere. It's I don't know if people know what it is or not, but I take the vape part off, the juice, and I put it in my wallet, and then it's just a black stick that I have. So that's how I'm going to get in, and that's how I'm going to deal with the theme parks all day.
He squeezes his ass cheeks.
I'm gonna keep my family intact by being good. Also, I did want to say that when we were talking about Bubba, about him, saying he was never taking off. When we had him on yesterday, Brian, he's like, "Oh yeah, so I'm seeing that it's doing a good job, so I can start taking more time off," which is not. I don't think that's the right direction to go at all. I can fill in a couple of times here and there, but
you do a great job at it, though, Seth.
I appreciate that, Tuttle. It's but I'm not looking to be a host. I'm not trying to, send out an air check and get somebody to hire me or anything like that. I'm very content with, the role that I play here and everything that I do, or lack of things that I do. Tuttle, how do you feel about, Lemmy, how do you feel about me going to this phone call right here?
50-50.
Oh,
let's flip the coin, Seth. Come on.
All right, you got a coin?
YOLO. No, I meant just take the call.
Yeah.
That's the coin flip.
50-50. Are you heads or tails?
I'm going to say it's good. I'm going to say it's a good call.
602
from Arizona.
This is one of our Phoenix listeners on the what's it called? The Rattler.
Hello.
The Rattler, the big snake.
The big snake.
All right, forget it. We're done.
He's not there.
You're right.
He fell asleep.
It was a bad call. So Tuttle, did anything else happen? I know you're talking about what happened back in the day at Bike Week with the coastline and everything like that. What did you experience when you went down there this past weekend?
There were not as many accidents. It was a little over the top with the shopping, because man, they come in and you would not believe like all the crappy T-shirts you can get at Bike Week and stuff. Like I didn't see. Remember those Big Johnson T-shirts that you could get back in the day?
Those were great.
Yeah.
Are they back?
Yeah, they were back. There was a bunch of. I saw a lot of Big Johnson T-shirts.
Are any affliction or?
Yeah, no affliction. But Big Johnson shirts are definitely making a big comeback.
What about No Fear?
No. It was all about, motorcycle puns about big penises and stuff like that.
Did you see any outlaws out there?
Can't talk about that. I was right down the street. Was that shooting though?
Did you see that, Brian?
Two biker gangs.
No, there's a biker gang shooting in Volusia.
Yeah, it was the Mongols versus the Warlocks. And
I bet you the Warlocks won against the Mongols.
Yeah, and then they were all like, somebody's bike got pushed over, and then there was a big brawl, and then somebody pulled out and just started like opening fire.
Sounds like people. A WWE skit. Tonight's matchup, we have the Mongols versus the Warlocks.
And Tuttle, you said that you were in here and you hang around. You're with Colton all the time.
Oh yeah.
You said that you eat horribly when you're with Colton.
Yeah, like I smoke weed and stuff, but not to the point. Like I cut it off at a certain point because there's levels of high to me. Okay, there's a level where I'm just relaxed, and then I get to a level where I want to eat every goddamn thing in the house.
Yes.
And that's exactly what happened. I noticed it was like 3 o'clock in the morning. It's just me and Colton just standing in my kitchen, eating variety bags of chips, honey buns, elephant ears, peanut butter cookies, hamburgers that I had cooked earlier. Then we even got into the scrambled eggs, bacon, and sausage that was left over from the morning time.
Dude, that's leftover eggs?
First of all, you're cooking that much food up on a day when you have your boy over? That's a lot of cooking. You made burgers, scrambled eggs, sausage.
I cooked breakfast and lunch, okay? And
was this at Colton's?
No, this was at my house.
Oh, at your house. Oh, man, you had all the stuff. Now, I know that from being at the content house, Colton brought a bunch of candy and everything. Did he bring this stuff with him?
Listen, so he had me meet him at Winn-Dixie because he was on his motorcycle and his friend. So he could do a shopping, and he deal shopped when we were at Winn-Dixie. He was like, Tuttle, if whatever I buy and it's left over, will you bring to my house when you come over next week?
Oh, my goodness.
So he got 3 12-packs of sodas. Only drink maybe 3 out of each one, and I had to bring 3 packs of sodas back with me. Also, I had to bring back his leather jacket and his girlfriend's leather jacket because he didn't want to wear it on the way back, and he did not want to pack it.
Oh, on his bike?
Yes.
Oh.
His girlfriend rode bitch all the way from Tampa to there. Oof. That's a long ride,
I would gladly do that.
Then I brought Colton's boots and her boots back as well too.
What, they ride back naked?
It was.
Tuttle, what are you, college guys hauling junk? What are you doing for Colton over here?
I had to bring Colton's slides back.
Dude, he's got a truck. I mean,
he was on his bike.
Yeah,
It's way cheaper gas, Seth, to go out on the bike.
Oh, and he also made me bring over whatever leftover cookies were left over that he had bought. Like, any of the stuff he bought, he did not leave for me to...
leave. You leave. That's what you do when somebody else is hosting you. You leave the food that you buy there, like as a show of good faith, as a thank you.
I also let him use my deodorant.
Well, that's intimate.
That's tough, man.
That's intimate. I will say it's less than other things, but how did you feel putting on your deodorant after he used it?
Well, Colton also shaves his underarm hair, so he does not have a lot of underarm hair.
I think that makes it okay then. If you don't have to, if there's not a hair,
but there's his like skin and his sweat and everything. Like as he's rolling it down there, that's all transferring and sticking to the top layer of the deodorant.
But he also shaves like his chest and stomach anyways.
Yeah,
too.
but I'm saying like the skin cells.
He doesn't have Ebola. It's Colton. I mean, he might be a little dirty like the rest of us, but I mean, he's not some sort of patient zero that we need to stay away from.
And people were asking if it was spray or roll on. It was definitely a roll on.
Yeah, I don't use spray either. Are you a spray deodorant guy or roll on or au natural, Seth?
I am. I do the. I think I've talked about this before. I do the
Stones,
the Toms, right?
Yeah, I do the stuff from that's got no aluminum in it.
Oh, okay.
So.
You're worried about the aluminum?
Yeah, I'm worried about because when I worked with Garabo, he told me that it gives you Alzheimer's or something like that.
The aluminum.
That's what they think.
Okay, well that's great. That's what I'm going off of.
Well,
okay?
listen. Nowadays, my whole because they told you to stop using aluminum and drinking out of soda cans and all that kind of stuff and go to water bottles. And now they're saying the plastic water bottles is the one that causes Alzheimer's. And now everything's going back to cans.
Wait. Water bottles causes
That's what they're saying.
Microplastics.
Especially core, they said.
Yes.
They said that?
No, for real.
Yeah, they said it a lot. You must have early onset Alzheimer's. 'Cause
You're a Gene
this is our
Hackman.
third time talking about it today.
Yeah.
Oh man, I was gonna do a joke, but I don't want to get in trouble when Bubba comes back.
Jeez.
What was the joke?
It was gonna be
we won't tell Bubba.
Okay, no, I'm good, man. It was gonna just be about repeating a story. Okay,
Oh,
but it was like, there's the halfway joke. So, all right. Well, I'm looking forward to the rest of today. Brian, do you wanted to do the Chat GPT stuff later?
I think we could do that later. I thought it was funny.
No, it is funny. I'm hoping it's funny to everybody else because you were dying yesterday.
I mean, I just thought it was hilarious that I was okay.
What are y'all making pictures and stuff?
No, we'll set it up later. We don't need to spoil the surprise now.
We'll take care of it. But coming up next, I want to go over if any of you guys watched Bubba on Tim Pool last night. I was exposed. I saw a lot of people, from the Bubba Army that were in his chat. For some reason, I refused to subscribe, so I couldn't actually chat to say anything. But I did. I was there, so I want to see what everybody's take on it was coming up next.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
This is not Stooges. I mean, look at.
But the Big Johnson ones were the ones where like
Yeah.
come wax down our
They have those. These are the $2 tees.
Oh, those are okay. No Fear was the best.
BigJohnson.com website. If you
Do you remember TNT Surf Design back in the day?
Me?
Yeah, they
I
had like
remember
Gorilla. It was like a bunch of surfing, skateboarding dudes.
Yeah, I remember the Gorilla guy.
I knew No Fear.
They were expensive.
I remember I saved up all summer to get a Billabong corduroy jacket.
We had to wear our city shirts. My parents only went to the surf shops in Madeira Beach, and that's what we get the 3 for 10 shirts.
Oh, I didn't have any cool clothes as a kid.
Wait, did you just 3 for 10 on the surf shops?
Yeah. Surf style. And...
No, it says like Madeira Beach.
Yeah, it's some weird ass shit.
Yeah, I wasn't quite that bad, but
my dad was friends with one of the surf shop guys, so then we'd get the ones that were like $1 each.
yeah, no,
You weren't there.
I wasn't there for the dollar T-shirts. I do remember back in the day though, for like $6.99, you could get a hat and a T-shirt rolled up in a rubber band at like Champ Sports and stuff. And
oh yeah,
those were good deals, man. You had the matching hat and shirt.
One year, you know what? My mom's not around anymore.
They were
and I
awful
love
shirts. The shirts were cut like for somebody who was literally like SpongeBob SquarePants. That was square-shaped shirt. They were terrible.
My mom went and got a bunch of material when she had a sewing machine.
From the dirt track?
No,
Oh,
like
that's the only material I know.
No, so she would make my own clothes one year, and it was.
Oh, your mom made your own clothes? Do we have any photos of those clothes?
I don't know, but.
Hey, can I, in the next couple segments, have both of you guys read a best of?
Yeah, sure.
Go back in engineering.
No, you can do it from the microphone.
Okay.
Set Title's mic's on. Set.
He's not back there.
Let's play next segment. What's the segment after?
During the segment?
No, like after the segment, like during hot mic.
Oh, okay.
If you don't mind.
You want to do it right now, or
no? Because I'm saving the segment.
Okay.
Tim Pool's a fast talker, man.
Yeah.
It's like Ed Shapiro, super fast talking. You know, but I thought Bubba did well.
Yeah, Bubba did a great job. But like, they were kind of all over the place a little bit though. So I think Bubba did a good job. You know, jumping in on topics that also at the same time maybe he was not like
fully versed in. Yeah.
Your allergies bothering you today?
Yeah, it's
because your eyes are watering.
Yeah,
so bad.
I just yawned, but I am a little snotty. This is the time of the year, man.
My allergies have been real bad too, but mine I can tell it in my eyes because I'm like all puffy, and then I get stopped up, but it's a dry stopped up. You ever?
Yeah.
And then my head, man, that'll be. But the only thing that works for me is the Sudafed.
Oh yeah, Sudafed puts me to sleep though. Like non-drowsy stuff is okay, but if I take regular Sudafed, it's night time.
Well, some people it works complete opposite on. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, I know, but it knocks.
Benadryl will take me out though.
What?
Benadryl, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I use Benadryl on the nights before the show when I have to get to sleep early.
Oh, I do too, yeah.
Yeah, well, Z-Quil is Benadryl.
I mean, it's the same dextra.
Yeah. It's just liquid form, which works a little faster.
Oh, yeah. I take
pill form that takes an extra half hour.
I take the BC powders at 100 PM sometimes.
Does it have the same stuff?
Yeah.
In it? Yeah, if I have like a show day, and I know I've got and I feel myself wired at 9 o'clock, then I'll hit up the Benadryl to make sure that I can get to sleep.
So on non-show days, what time do you usually stay up till?
11 or so, and then get up at 6.
Okay,
so
that's still 7.
Yeah, I get 7 in. Last night I probably fell asleep around 10. Or so, and so I got 7 in again because I don't get up till 5 on show days.
Hey Brian, I got to I'll talk to you after. I got to go to the doctor tomorrow after the show. So I just want to talk about when we can do the concert.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Hell yeah, it is. Bubba is not here. He'll be back tomorrow. Oh, here we go. My name is Seth. We have Lummy in here, Brian, Babyface Patroni, and Tuttle. Now, Bubba was on the Tim Pool podcast last night, Tim Pool IRL. USAID orders staff to shred and burn all documents, deep state cover-up with Bubba Clem. Let's be honest, guys. Who watched this last night?
I did.
I watched a little bit.
I listened to it, the whole thing.
I did about 30 minutes.
All right, guys. First of all, I feel like one of you guys told me you didn't watch it at all, and now just said that you watched it. Does anybody want to take back that they watched it if they really didn't?
No, I when I told you I had forgotten about it being on, I did go and watch a little bit and scrolled through a little bit to see Bubba.
Oh, this morning? Or
no, last night.
Okay.
I texted Babyface, and Babyface said he's watching Stranger Things again. So
yeah, I'm rewatching.
It's been so long, you have to.
I'm rewatching Stranger Things. What I'm realizing is that I fell asleep during most of the shows and only caught bits and pieces of it. So it's really cool because some of it's like I'm watching for the first time.
I couldn't get through the first season of Stranger Things.
Oh, really?
Yeah, everybody. It was probably on season 3 or 4. Everybody has said such great things about it, and I was to the point where is it Winona Ryder?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was in a house, and there were ghosts.
The letters.
Yeah, with the Christmas lights.
Yeah, it's like this is ridiculous.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for mysterious things like that. I like Game of Thrones, but I just felt like I couldn't get into Stranger Things.
What'd you think of nudity?
No, I don't need nudity at all. I'm not that.
That's what it sounds like.
If you like Game of Thrones, then you
said
like
you
nudity.
love Game of Thrones, but you didn't like Stranger Things. So I'm guessing it's just the lack of full frontal nudity.
I love Righteous Gemstones and everything that Danny McBride does, but guess what? There's dongs in every single one of his shows. Way more dongs than there are girl parts. So
I didn't say you needed female nudity. I just said no full frontal nudity.
I didn't need any.
So that you actually kind of just supported it again because you like everything that Danny McBride does because there's dongs.
Okay.
Did you like Game of Thrones? Were you imagining book accurate age Khaleesi getting done by Khal Drogo?
But she was 14 in the book?
Yeah.
No.
But back then it was old enough, right?
Yeah.
Like you can't impose today's modern
what do you mean? There was no
real world stuff when we're talking about stuff that happened centuries ago.
Yeah, that's what the Dothrakis did in the historical days.
Yeah.
Oh, is this based on a true story?
This is based on nothing. There was not a time period on Earth where there were dragons.
How do you know?
How do you know?
How confident are you in that?
I'm pretty
Dinosaurs.
confident.
Dinosaurs.
Yeah, I mean, a pterodactyl isn't a dragon. Are you going to tell me that?
Okay, there were giants that were in Game of Thrones. Are giants real things?
Look at Lummy. You think they didn't grow them bigger than him back in the day?
We had woolly mammoths.
Seth, unfortunately, I have to agree with these two. I mean, if you read the Bible, in the Old Testament against David, I mean, Goliath was considered a giant.
Okay, but was there a dragon? Jon Snow died. They brought him back to life. Did that happen?
Yeah, that happened a lot of times.
Yeah,
in the
Jesus.
Bible.
I mean, it's come on, man.
Okay,
this is all historical.
I clearly missed a lot of things, but yeah, this is basically getting back to Game of Thrones, one of my favorite shows of all time. Very not for everybody.
So why don't you give Stranger Things another go?
Well, Brian, there was nothing pulled me in. I wasn't interested in any of the kids or anything like that. A lot of people say it's nostalgia from the 80s, but there was nothing that was pulling me in from that.
So you don't even know who Vecna is. You don't know the Mind Flayer. You don't know any of that.
Nobody walks around going, Stranger Things, one of the greatest shows of all time. You got to watch it. I mean, you've got those shows with Sopranos, Breaking Bad. You've got, the comedies like Seinfeld, but no one ever says you have to watch Stranger Things.
I think it's one of the most watched shows on Netflix all time. I think it's probably in their top 10.
I think that's okay.
Has it been like 4 years since the last?
I think like 2 or 3.
Yeah, I mean it's been quite a while.
And it's not the final season isn't coming out till later this year.
Oh, now are you one of the people that's mad that Millie Bobby Brown's growing up?
No,
because
that's a stupid thing to get mad about.
Well, I guess people are mad at her face and they make fun of her online, and she goes, "Well, I'm growing up. We were not all staying 13 forever."
So Stranger Things is the number 2 most watched show ever on Netflix behind Wednesday.
Oh. Anyone seen Wednesday before?
Wasn't Orange Is the New Black a Netflix show?
Yeah, it was. It was up there at one time.
Netflix has 1,838,000,000 hours viewed on Netflix.
Can you give me the top 10 most popular?
Wednesday, Stranger Things, Dahmer.
Oh, man, that's crazy.
Bridgerton, The Queen's Gambit.
What the hell? Oh, The Queen's Gambit is
So Stranger
good.
Things Season 4. Wednesday Season 1, I should be clear on that. Bridgerton Season 1, Bridgerton Season 3, The Night Agent Season 1, Fool Me Once, Stranger Things Season 3, and Bridgerton Season 2.
Damn.
I've heard of
Bridgerton, though, a lot of nudity and sex, right? So that makes sense.
What is Stranger Things about? Can you just
Stranger Things is about a town called Hawkins, Indiana. I love Hawkins. I lived right outside of it. And I love their set in Indiana.
Research facility.
There's a research facility where they were conducting experiments on children who had telekinetic and telepathic powers. And one of those children, through her rage, opened up a rift that was a portal between dimensions that they call the Upside Down and our world. And demons and monsters got released from the Upside Down and were crossing over somehow into the real world. And so in Season 1, the goal was to close the rift. In Season 2, the rift finds a way to manifest itself into the real world through the Mind Flayer. And then
does this sound ridiculous at all?
It is ridiculous.
Okay. All right. Sorry.
It is ridiculous.
Right.
This isn't a documentary, Seth.
I am aware. I'm just going like, what? Why in the Upside Down world? And trying to what is this called? The evil? What's the rift?
The rift leads to the Upside Down.
Yeah, and then the Russians start experimenting with it, and that's Season 3. Where Vecna comes in, and that's when they running up the hill by Kate Bush. They reinvigorated her career by featuring her song in the show.
They do that every year. What about Metallica? They were when Eddie dies.
Yeah. That's Eddie, and that's in Season 3 also. And then Season 4. What was Season 4 about?
Oh, I
don't even remember.
Oh, it's all good.
I'm getting it back into it.
I got the gist of it.
Wasn't it? What's his face? The sheriff is in the Russian jail. Remember?
I thought they got out. Is that still in Russia in Season 4?
Yeah.
He said, speaking of Tim Pool, I feel like when Bubba was on the show at the end at 1:55, when they started talking about some video game they're playing.
Okay.
That's how I'm feeling right now with whatever the hell you guys are talking about.
You want me to go right to 1:55?
If you want to. I don't know if you guys caught that part, but they started talking about how they're warlocks and dragons and they're playing video games.
I'll get to the end. Let me play the just the beginning of Bubba with Tim Pool and his crew last night.
Link in the description below. Pick up a 28th Amendment skateboard. The right of the people to keep, bear, and breed chickens shall not be infringed. And I mean it. It's crazy to me that they try to make it so that people can't grow their own food.
Do you think we're gonna be selling that when Bubba gets back?
100%.
It's a Bubba Army skateboard.
That's right.
Joining us tonight to talk about this and everything else is Bubba the Love Sponge.
Hi, Tim. How are you, my friend?
I am doing great. Well, how about you?
I'm doing great. Very honored to be here. A good friend of ours, Alex Stein, I think, helped me get with you. And so what a great experience. What a nice facility.
Thank you.
And being a fellow radio guy, really impressed by your setup. And I appreciate the opportunity of being here.
Oh, man. Do you think Bubba's nervous?
Yeah, he's full nerves early on in this.
I didn't know.
I don't think so. I think
100%.
I think he's feeling out the room.
Out of his element and not in control is not a good setting for Bubba. But he adjusts quickly and settles in. But there is definitely some nerves and some stammering in that opening speech.
I saw some people in chat talking about his watch. Is that some sort of expensive timepiece?
His Rolly.
Is it a Rolex
or is it a ball?
Which Rolex is that? Because his Rolex with the rubies was gold.
Okay, then it's not.
I think it's
Rolex.
a ball watch.
Is Ball a good one?
Ball was a good one.
Okay.
I don't know if it still is.
All right, well, easy, okay? Easier.
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm asking you guys. I don't wear watches. I know what time it is. I look at my phone.
Bubba's hair looks good.
He's got his own headphones on.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah.
I wonder what Tim Pool thought about that.
Mm-hmm.
I think everyone knows
There's
who
a
you are,
professional.
but
Well, maybe. I'm Bubba the Love Sponge. I've been doing content or radio for 40 plus years. Did some radio back when you were a little kid in Chicago on B96. Pretty much everything that we do now is at the Bubba Army, whether it's our YouTube channel, whether it's our Facebook, our X, and then we have a kind of a master website with some of my old archive stuff from back in the day. That's BubbaArmyHQ.com. So I do content like you do, different hours. I do morning drive. I have some terrestrial affiliates, and then we do kind of an after show kind of deal like what you guys do as well. So,
and you're one of these OG radio guys, so you knew like Howard Stern and all them.
Worked for Howard for 6 years.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm kind of one of these OG old head kind of guys. Really proud of the younger generation and what you guys are doing with that. But radio and what you guys, radio's in trouble.
Oh man, just let the Rizzler live, man. I saw the other day he was flying and he was watching The Godfather or something. And people are just like, the Rizzler is living a great life.
He is.
Terrestrial radio is in trouble because they've ran off all the talent. All the talent now is over here, or at least trying to be here, or establish some real estate here. So, regular radio is in big trouble right now.
Interesting. Well, we got a lot to talk about, so glad you can be here.
Thank you for having me.
Libby's hanging out.
I'm Libby.
Man, yeah, that's Libby.
It's his Anna.
Is it? I didn't know. A lot of people.
No, she's not on the show all the time.
People were saying they hate her though, and I was reading the chat. It was
it's his Anna.
She works for political media.
I don't even. Is that?
I think
it's a publication.
I like nerdy chicks, so I'm down.
This guy.
Your DTF with Libby?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You guys want to make little libtards?
I had to dump that, Brian.
Sorry, is that not allowed to be said?
No, I'm just kidding. I had to dump it. No, you're good.
I was going to say, thanks a lot.
She's a staunch Republican.
I know.
But
her name's Libby, so.
Yeah, are they trying to trick people by
Yeah.
What's with the cock by her head?
Does she look like a staunch Republican, Lummy? I don't want to stereotype people, but I would say that she's on Brian's side when they're at the rallies.
I 100% agree.
There was a guy last night that was in chat that was desperately trying to get somebody's attention because he kept doing super chat. But he goes, well, Tim, I've tried 10 times a super chat. What I feel about that fat POS who is your guest tonight. If you and your wife have a SEX tape, don't give it to him unless you want it leaked.
What the hell, man?
Yeah, Tim read it at the end.
He read that one at the end?
He read it, the first part of it where he says the fat POS.
Oh, okay.
He read that right before they started talking about video games because that kind of messed up Temple, and then they went into some Warlock video game.
Yeah, I thought that was like, I was like, hey, buddy, when the documentary comes out, you're going to realize that that's not what happened, okay? Bubba didn't leak his own sex tape. Then I was like, why would this guy even consider that Tim Pool would have a sex tape and then give it to Bubba? But I mean, that would be a good trip if that's ended up what happening.
Is Tim Pool married?
Yes, he has a kid.
Oh, okay.
His kid's smart.
I didn't say anything about his kid.
Well,
I don't know why you had to throw that in there.
Because they talked about it toward the end there where his kid's 2 weeks old and how it understands a lot of it.
Wait, his kid's 2 weeks old and he's saying it's smart?
Yeah. Because, yeah.
But Lummy, I mean, there's no way to really prove your kid's smart. I mean, is there?
Doesn't every parent think their kid is smart?
Some know they're dumb.
Some know their kid's dumb. Yeah.
You pick up on that early, but they still have hope. Like we all have hope that our football teams are going to win the Super Bowl, even though they suck. That's still, parents still have hope that their kid's not going to be 0-17 every year.
Do some parents know that their kids are ugly then?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, if you can be delusional.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Look, I think they're prettier to them than others, but when you have an ugly kid, you got an ugly kid. Like, I got some relatives, and I'm like, oof. I hope that girl is smart because her life's going to be rough otherwise.
You're judging children in your family based upon how ugly they are?
I mean, you can't,
No.
That's horrible, Brian.
I'm not judging them. It just happens. Like, the thought doesn't cross your mind when you look at an unfortunate-looking child.
There's really, outside of a child having, some sort of handicap or.
I would never make fun of a kid with a handicap.
But
These are kids that are just not genetically great. They're not imperfect, but they're just,
I don't feel like kids are. I don't feel like a kid can be ugly like in elementary school. I feel like
the kids absolutely can be ugly in elementary school. What the hell are you talking
about? I feel like that's ugly is something that.
Where do you think ugly adults come from? They come from ugly kids.
But it starts. You don't start getting ugly until like you're older. Until you're like 18 to 27. I think could be your getting ugly period. I don't feel like getting. Well, maybe it starts around 15 or something like that. But I don't feel like if you're in elementary school. There could be ugly. I feel like you could still.
Yeah, I gotta side with Brian on this one. I have seen
ugly is as ugly does.
I've seen ugly kids in the dollar store.
Yeah. Man. Okay. Lummy, do you judge other kids? This
isn't a matter of judging them.
No, this is. I don't look.
I have to agree with Seth on this. I can't believe you're saying this, Brian, especially you having a kid.
When I'm in the
I'm fortunate to not have an unfortunate looking child.
You're fortunate to have a cute kid too, Lummy.
Both of you are. We all have cute kids. We did well.
Yeah, you may be just saying that to our face while you're actually behind our backs judging now.
Yeah.
I mean, I walk in to pick up Walker at his school, and I'm not looking at every kid going, "That's going to be an ugly kid."
I'm not looking at kids, judging them, but when I see a picture of a kid and they look extra unfortunate and they don't have any sort of real disability or problem. Then I'm like, oh, it's gonna, I hope.
But what's unfortunate about a kid if they got jacked up teeth? Well, their teeth are still growing in,
droopy eyes, slow looking, misshapen head,
widespread eyes.
Yeah, there's some things that could that are signs. Lack of symmetry.
Wow. This is interesting. Well, you know what, Brian? I'm going to, when I'm in the carpool line today, I'm going to start assessing the kids, starting with the ones that take the flag down. I'm going to give you a report on how many ugly ones there are, and then how many ugly kids are in the second grade class when I go by them today.
How early is too early for plastic surgery for a kid?
That's a question for Dan.
Wow.
I've cut on 5-year-olds.
Dan, well, here's the thing. Yesterday, actually, Gene was pretty disgusted that Dan has put boobs on a man before. So Dan did say that he only does it when you're obviously 18 and up and everything like that. But towards the end of the show, Gene was very disappointed when he found out that Dan doesn't do the bottom surgery, but Dan did do boobs on a man.
Does Gene know that trans money spends the same as straight money?
Well, that's what Dan was trying to say.
I mean, it's business is business, man.
Well, Gene is kind of in the I think there's some sort of doctor thing where you might. I don't know if you have.
Would
to
Gene
do it.
not powder coat a fence for a trans person?
He said he won it.
Yeah,
probably not. I don't think he would.
You can go ahead and take that fence down to the Rainbow Rick's powder coating because Gene Lasker Buffalo Street powder coating ain't doing it for you, buddy.
Yeah, I think that that's what he was saying. He was. It wasn't really even a joke. I could tell on the air. I just was like, wow, this is really bothering.
I mean, that's just kind of ridiculous. That's kind of a ridiculous position to take. Like discriminate against somebody, like especially powder coating something for them.
But it's your right to, though.
No, I'm not. I didn't say he should be canceled. I didn't say.
You remember this all started with the gay cake years ago when they refused to do the gay cake, and then there was a whole thing. You remember?
Yeah. The wedding cake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
I mean, look, at some point, businesses shouldn't be able to discriminate on certain things. Like, I don't know that a trans person should have a hard time getting a swing set powder coated. I don't think that's an obstacle we need to put up for them in their lives.
I think also you don't need to tell the powder coating guy about your sexual history and when you started feeling like you weren't really a man and you felt like a woman. I don't think you need to tell that.
Yeah, that's a conversation I would never have with Gene Lasker.
I mean, but
I wouldn't be like, oh, that guy wants to hear about my transition.
Some ain't adding up. You got a Adam's apple. I can't do your powder coating.
Let me get to you said this was the end of the Tim cast where they were talking.
Well, yeah, it was crazy. And like 2 minutes before that, you got that comment, that super chat from that guy that was trying to get it. Tim Pool talking about his 2-week-old, who Bubba thought he was talking about a 2-year-old.
Because
Bubba smart and realizes you can't tell a kid at 2 weeks old is smart.
You'd have to go back on that one. I'd have to find it.
Here, I'll just go a little bit here. Let's see.
Well, we went through that. There was only that one exception, and that would.
It was talking about visas and documentation.
No, you got to go back to for the kid thing. It's like 151, I think.
Okay.
Visas, MasterCards, I don't care what these immigrants are charging with as long as they're donating at BubbaArmyTips.com.
Oh, hell yeah.
She's going to be, wow.
Yeah,
wait,
so-
She'll be so more worldly and better than the person that's, thrown a tablet in front of them and that's their parent.
I think it's a little far
hours.
out, but still, it's all right. It's not.
You're fine. I'll check this out. Let me. You're all good.
Allison is reading stories to her, reading books, and I have been explaining math and dimensions and physics.
To a 2-week-old?
Yeah.
2 weeks, Lummy?
Yeah, I mean, that's smart. I think so. It's better than putting a tablet in front of him.
A 2-week-old?
Yeah.
Putting a tablet in front of a 2-week-old?
any child.
Can they even hold their head up?
No.
My daughter has a tablet, by the way.
I know my kid does too.
Yeah, there's a lot of good games on there. Have you tried Dress to Impress? It's great. We're elevated to a fashion maven level right now. I'll get to that later.
I think my daughter plays that game occasionally too.
Yeah, well,
Is that where you have to put the outfit while they're walking down the runway?
Yeah. Yeah, then you vote at the end, and then
we don't play it often. We really limit. We've cut down on tablet time and screen time. She's so busy with activities, it's hard to even get tablet time in.
What's the name of that game? I'll be blocking it because right now I just use an ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is good. There's another one that they do in school that they have to solve math problems to get the the plane to go.
Totally.
Those things I'm okay with.
I had Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego on TV. That was my only educational.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Magic
learned geography.
School Bus.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you're smart, Tuttle. I mean, you're doing great. You had a rough patch, but now you're doing great.
Yep.
And I'm not bringing up that rough patch like when you're on the show every other time, okay? I'm skipping your rough patch in life today. How do you feel about that?
Let's go back to when you were in the funny farm.
Unless things get slow later, Tuttle, I'll bring it up, okay?
Oh, there's a lot more embarrassing stories that you could freshen up.
So he's going over, did he say he's going over dimensions with...
Yeah, math and dimensions.
Okay, let's hear more about that.
Like dimensions like 9 by 10 or dimensions like that we live in a 2-dimensional or 3-dimensional
I think so.
universe?
Yeah, I think like the world is the Earth is round and.
When my daughter was 3 days old, I was teaching her about obtuse triangles.
There you go.
She already understands.
She's 2, right?
No, she's 2 weeks.
Oh, I thought she was 2 years old.
No.
Oh,
She's
man,
not 3 weeks.
You're really starting early.
Oh, hell yeah.
She's going to be, wow.
Yeah, so
I started reading Willa Cather to my son because I was like, I'll just read him whatever I'm reading.
There you go.
And I was reading Willa Cather.
Like a little audience.
Yeah.
So my daughter already understands space-time and the curvature of space-time and how it actually creates gravity.
At 2 weeks.
At 2 weeks. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right.
I'm assuming she understands it.
Right.
Because I said it. Why wouldn't she know?
Why wouldn't she know?
She can't look at things, but,
Right.
She's just looking around all crazy like.
Wouldn't it be amazing if you could really understand what they're figuring out in their figuring out process?
My thought is,
man, I don't know. What are 2-week-olds thinking about? I don't think they're thinking about anything, are they?
Well, so
that's kind of great. Yeah, I'd like to know what he's thinking about.
I know this is going to be a weird thing, but when do babies become self-aware and realize that they've spawned into life?
Object permanence develops what? It's usually about 10 months, 11 months, 12 months. I don't remember exactly what it is.
That's when you realize
that's when things start making really the connections start all coming together for a kid is when they know, okay, like peekaboo.
Mm-hmm.
Like peekaboo's entertaining to a baby because they're like, where'd they go? Where'd they go? Where'd they go? The fact that they can't see the object, object
they know
permanence.
It exists.
Yeah. But to a baby, that's the excitement is oh, it disappeared. And then once they start making those connections that, oh, that's staying here, that's not going away.
I got you.
That's kind of the point the world starts to become more real to them.
So that's the only reason I asked that is until that point, are you even going to remember any of this stuff?
No.
Exactly.
Although they do say there have been studies that babies that get classical music played for them and things like that in the womb, that there is some sign that they have better learning and things like that.
That's all dumb. That's all a lie.
Oh.
Sorry.
That's all a lie?
Yeah.
I'm sure it is. So object permanence occurs between 4 and 9 months of age. Helps babies understand that objects exist even when they can't see them. So that's kind of when the world starts becoming a little more real to them.
But he's got to be joking, though, right?
Yeah, I think he was joking. I just don't think maybe we know the show well enough, or maybe we just pick up on the fact that there's adults that don't understand what he's talking about, let alone somebody that doesn't even understand English yet.
And reaching faraway places. and cheesing. And cheesing's allowed.
Cheesing is allowed.
Absolutely. If the game function exists, you're allowed to do it.
Absolutely.
Just because they're like, well, there's no.
Is this the way you're talking about, Lummy?
What's cheesing?
Yeah, that's exactly when you guys were talking about all your.
That the
Yeah, this is the
developers
game.
actually made into an actual thing in the game.
Oh, really?
I forget what it was, but there was a glitch that people had found, and they were just like, oh, and so many people did it, and was so popular that they actually made it into something in the game.
Cheesing is taking advantages of glitches or other gameplay mechanics to gain an unfair advantage in the game.
To fight the dragon by blocking the fire with your shield and then swinging a sword at the dragon. And then someone.
It wasn't really like an interview with Bubba last night.
No, not really.
It was. Was there something? I feel like I heard Red talking. It was
in the. They do like a before in the green room, kind of like one-on-one.
Was that a live thing or was that a record?
I think it's recorded.
Okay. Is it out?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'll have to look.
All right. So there you have it, Tim Pool.
Yeah, it was good. Bubba was good on it.
And he's coming home.
I thought he did a good job from the parts I saw of kind of melding in, and chiming in when he could. It's tough being thrown into a format that you're not, completely used to, in a position you're not completely used to, and probably discussing some topics that he's not completely used to. But he did good.
Yeah, the subject matter was way more intense than I thought it would be. But I can't watch a show. I haven't watched a show, so I can't act like I know what it's all about. But I do know that, man, there were a ton of people that were watching it last night. So great for Bubba, and hopefully there's more people that are checking the show out today.
Yeah, welcome if you discovered us to the Tim Pool Show. Hope you like our lowbrow stripper talk and coleslaw wrestling stories.
Yes, and but we'll be back tomorrow for all you people that are clamoring for him after his appearance on Timcast last night. Coming up, this was a story that I got excited about when I saw it last night. A college football coach is banning TikTok dancing. I am sure everybody is all for it without even hearing the story. We'll get to that coming up next.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Who was his quarterback? Pat White was his quarterback at West Virginia. He was really good.
Three coordinators? Three coordinators with them.
Yeah.
To Michigan.
USF stomped on West Virginia a couple times during their good years.
Was that the year they came in second?
The year we went to number 2, we went into West Virginia and beat them on the road one year.
Did you beat Rutgers too, or did they lose?
Rutgers fucked us up. The refs fucked us over in Rutgers.
Technically, the West Virginia one was when USF was 7, West Virginia was like 3.
Yeah, I think West Virginia was higher than USF at that point. I think
it was 7 and 3.
No, but I think USF wasn't even top 10. They were USF was like 15 and West Virginia was 3.
Good morning, everybody.
They were 11 and 3.
Because that was the year that West Virginia.
I'll mention it one time.
Against Pitt, they're going.
That was the loudest football game that I've ever been at in my life until I went to the Superdome and saw a Saints game. And it was the biggest party USF has ever thrown at a game. Oh, yeah. They had Shop Boys performing in the parking lot before the game. Party Like a Rock Star was a hit at the time, and they had them out there. They had who was the other one? They had somebody else that had a one hit that was out there. Oh, Black and Yellow.
Wiz Khalifa.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Black and Yellow.
It wasn't Wiz Khalifa then. It was because that's a bigger name. I forget who it was. But it was a fucking party, man. And then when Ben Moffitt picked 6.
Yeah, I saw some bad boy shirts.
So USF, when they played with West Virginia, USF was 18th and West Virginia was number 5. And by the next week, USF was number 6 in the nation, then 5, then 2. And then we got fucking absolutely railroaded by Rutgers and the refs. We had the fumble recovery, illegal forward propulsion. I've never heard it called since. It wasn't. I mean, you can see his hand gets chopped and the ball comes flying out.
Hey, Brian, you ready to do that? The best of thing.
Best of what? Remember? Oh, yeah.
Hey, Seth, can you turn on Babyface's mic real quick, please?
Turn on. Yes. He's on. Okay, go ahead.
What am I doing? You give me no direction.
I told you. I said, hey, it's baby.
You gave me no direction.
I did when I was walking out. Maybe you didn't hear it.
Oh.
Sorry. Hey, it's Brian Petroni, Brian the Babyface Petroni, You're listening to the best of the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Hey, this is Brian the Babyface Matroni, and you're listening to the best of the Bubba the Love Sponge show. They call me the one-take wonder. Do you want another one? Hey, this is Brian the Babyface Matroni, and you're listening to the best of the Bubba the Love Sponge show. Probably mostly all me. There you go.
Hey, Tuttle.
Yes.
Can you go to yours now?
Yep.
Seth, can you turn on Tuttle?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he turns me on all the time.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
All right.
I knew it was something like that, but I didn't know if there was a script.
Do you guys want me to voice this or not? I wasn't trying to be a dick. Do you want me to voice this or not? I gave y'all respect to, be quiet during your masterpiece, Brian. All right. Hey, guys, this is Tuttle from the Bubba the Love Sponge show, and you're listening to the best of Bubba. Is that okay? Okay. Hey, what's going on, guys? Tuttle here. Well, hold on. I was going to add the funny farm thing in there. I got twisted up. Hey, guys, Tuttle from... Oh, now Seth says...
Take 3.
Hey, this is Tuttle, and you're probably listening to a story about when I was in the funny farm on the best of the Bubba the Love Sponge show. See, that's what I was trying to do.
They call them 3 takes.
Because I can go all night long.
Oh, goodness gracious.
3 takes.
All night long.
I can bust 3 times without even stopping.
All night.
That was the biggest thing, though. We were talking about the West Virginia thing, was when Greg Fry and the offensive coordinator left to go.
Yeah.
They left USF to go there because they hated Levitt so much.
It was Mims. This is why I'm hot.
Oh, Mims, that was a good song.
Yeah. So they had the Shop Boys do "Party Like a Rock Star" and Mims do "This Is Why I'm Hot," which was just it was an awesome pre-game concert to have in the park.
We should have College Game Day here at that time.
We should have had him, but if they had known.
Yeah.
But I think it was a Friday night game. That's why. Yeah.
But they weren't really flexing games back then. But
No.
Nowadays it would have been flexed to the by the.
It may have been 5 versus 18.
In the early,
Big East.
Big East.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Bubba will be back tomorrow. My name is Seth. I am joined by Babyface, Tuttle, Lummy, in the back, keeping this thing going. Rhett with an open mic, hell yeah, and Macho Man. I talked about a story right before we went to break. I saw this last night on ESPN as I was looking to see if any free agents signed. DeAndre Hopkins went to the Ravens. Nice fit, reuniting with Derrick Henry.
Nice $5 million value deal for the Ravens there.
Yeah, it's it's
low risk, high reward.
Steelers are going to be interesting to watch.
Bosa went to the Bills?
Yes. Yeah, Joey Bosa went to the Bills. They were saying that he was either going to San Francisco with his brother or to Miami, so that was a surprise. And then, Tuttle, you said
Pittsburgh's going to be interesting.
I guess the Steelers are negotiating with Aaron Rodgers, but I think a sticking point's money right now. So I saw that if there's a fallout with Aaron Rodgers, that they'll just go back to Russell Wilson.
Yeah, I would just stick with Russell Wilson at this point.
I feel like it's I feel like they want Rodgers. They just say Rodgers wants a ton of money. They thought that he might get they might offer him kind of a good deal because he's at the end of his career, but I guess he still wants a ton of money. So
yeah, that guy doesn't care about anybody but Aaron Rodgers. So that I don't know what would have given them their thought that they could get him at a discount.
I don't know. Is there any? There's no way that DK Metcalf and Aaron Rodgers can move the needle in that division, is there?
Move the needle, or keep them at 10-7 and as a wild card and get eliminated in the first round.
I mean, are they a Super Bowl contender?
No.
They're a wild card.
Their defense can, if they stay healthy, keep them in games and make them competitive. I think the ceiling for a team like that would be the divisional round.
Like every year?
Like every year, yeah.
Yeah, I just feel like they're on the verge of just having to completely, reset their whole team when, Minka Fitzpatrick or Hayward or TJ Watt gets towards the end of their career. But, that's the big thing that's left is it's been Aaron Rodgers has really headlined the last 3 off seasons. One when he went to the Jets, one when he got hurt, and now where's he going to go next to finish his career? So it's looking like the Steelers right now.
Well, if it's not the Steelers, then who is it?
The Giants.
Yeah, I mean that would be the only other team at this point that has a glaring hole. That's, Tennessee seems like they're who they have. They signed who?
No, they still have Levis.
They're riding with Levis right now.
I don't know if they're riding. They have the first pick in the draft. So,
but they have no weapons, right, on offense.
They have Calvin Ridley, or is he on the? Yeah, they have Calvin Ridley.
Like I said, they have no weapons on offense.
There's rumors that the great Jameis Winston will be going to Tennessee.
Oh my God, you guys with Jameis! What the hell?
At least he's fun to watch.
He is.
Jameis isn't fun to watch. He's fun to when you hear him talk or doing interviews. When he plays for your team and he's throwing 3 interceptions a game, that's not fun.
He said
but he's also throwing
now.
4 touchdowns and 500 yards. That's fun football, Seth. I'm sorry. But I would rather my team lose 55-48 with Jameis throwing 3 interceptions than watch the dog piss that the Cleveland Browns were putting on the field those last 3 games of the season. That was abhorrent football. Abhorrent. I would much rather lose with Jameis in a fun manner than win, or not win, but then lose a boring, low-scoring game.
Well, if we're talking specifically the Browns, then yes, I'd rather have Jameis be my quarterback and lose in a fun way because there haven't been many fun times for the Browns fans.
I want a Gruden-Winston podcast. I just want both of them to, lock up and do some content together.
I think that, if Jameis wasn't still going to be able to get, $10-12 million a year to back up the NFL, I think that the NFL media he would be a hot free agent. And it looks like just because of the last, year or two, I think he's going to have a job, that's in, I think we even talked about this the other day. He's going to have a job, I don't know if it's going to be a pregame show or if it's going to be a sideline reporter like Tony Saragusa used to be, but I think that there's going to be, some role for him in the media when he's done playing. And I don't think anybody would ever said that when he first came into the league with all, all of the scrutiny that was on him and the couple of things that happened to him while he was playing for the Buccaneers.
It looks like, according to NFL, some media, Aaron Rodgers and Malik Neighbors would gel very well, is what the Giants told Neighbors after a great meeting with Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, I'm sure they're telling him that, but here's the thing, Malik. You're going to not get to work with him at all in the offseason. He's not going to show up to optional OTAs, and you're going to have to spend weeks, 1 through 3 of the season trying to figure it out. He's going to yell at you and scapegoat you whenever there's a mistake made, and you won't have any money to sign anybody else because he's going to take it all for himself. So that's the advantage you get of having Aaron Rodgers as your quarterback.
So you agree with Aaron Rodgers or you hate him?
Oh, I've been I have been hating on him since his second to last year in Green Bay. I've been unequivocally right at every single turn about this prima donna bitch Aaron Rodgers. 100% right. Even when Bubba was still insisting on defending this abhorrent, terrible, awful teammate and person, I was right. And I'm still right. And I'll be right wherever he ends up.
Man, that was very the passion that you have for how the Browns played football last year and how Aaron Rodgers has been for the last few years.
I'm just saying, if you're the Browns, would you have rather lost 41-32 to the Broncos and been competitive, or rolled out and lost 20-3 to the Dolphins?
I'm with you, man.
And not played Jameis.
By the way, Browns traded for Kenny Pickett. Also, so Kenny Pickett in the house for Cleveland.
I think Cleveland's just going through the motions the next 2 years to get the albatross that is that Deshaun Watson contract off their books, and then they're going to rebuild. So Kenny Pickett makes perfect sense. Extending Myles Garrett.
I don't get that.
Was a weird move. Simply because you'd be better off getting draft capital for him and trading him off than extending him. But the Kenny Pickett is a smart move. If you're the Browns, you don't want a quarterback that's going to lead you to mediocrity. You want a quarterback that you're going to go out there and lose with, that you can say, we made an effort. But you don't. The worst place you could be for the Browns would be 7-10. You want those high level draft picks. And,
No, I think they're
if they even have them. I don't even know what the cupboard's bare on draft picks.
They have.
But.
I mean, look, with all the three teams we mentioned, the Titans, the Browns, and the Giants, those are the teams that have the top 3 picks in the draft. So, the first 2 can decide to get quarterbacks if they want to. We'll see if they end up passing on them for, Carter or Travis Hunter or something like that. But, some of these teams have a chance to me, you got to have a franchise quarterback over having, the best defensive end in the league. I'll take a shot at that, but they have a chance to draft a guy if they want him. So we'll get back to more of the free agent stuff later, but I did bring up West Virginia coach Rich Rodriguez is banning TikTok dancing. So Rich Rodriguez, the coach of West Virginia football, said they're going to be on it, so I'm not banning them from that. I'm just banning them from dancing on it. It's like, look, we try to have a hard edge or whatever, and you're in there in your tights dancing on TikTok. Ain't quite the image of our program that I want.
Is he making fun of the LSU coach?
Probably, yeah.
Remember how he was dancing for the last 2 years?
What, Brian Kelly?
Yeah. You remember those TikTok dances he was doing?
I don't feel like I feel like.
Well, Brian Kelly and him do have a history from Kelly's time at Cincinnati and his with West Virginia, right?
And I mean, you got to clown Brian Kelly when he was.
No, I know when he was trying to fit in and do his thing or whatever like that. But Brian Kelly being on TikTok is there's got to be a million players that have done stupid things on there in college, and probably some coaches also. I don't think he's only pointing at one guy, but he's talking about his players.
I don't blame him. If I'm a coach, we're dialed in. We're a serious team. We're not clowns doing clown dances on a clown app for clown kids watching at home. We're not, we don't need to do any of this crap.
Would you if you were a coach, would you ban your kids from posting on social media during the season? Or do you think that there's a point where they can, respond to people or put how they feel or anything like that?
They would be requested not to, and they would be warned that based upon what they post, there could be repercussions. So you're adults, you can make adult decisions for yourselves, but understand this, that if you do anything or say anything that puts the university, the team, or yourself in a bad light, then there are going to be repercussions for that. So, go tread lightly, my friend.
I got to read this quote from Rich Rodriguez where a couple people might jump off the ship. Rich Rodriguez said, "I'm allowed to do this. I can have rules. 20 years from now, if they want to be sitting in their pajamas in their basement eating Cheetos and watching TikTok or whatever the hell, they can go at it. Smoking cannabis, whatever, knock yourself out."
Yeah, what's wrong with that quote?
I sent you just in case you wanted that Brian Kelly video of how much of a clown he looked.
He's running a business. That's right. What these college teams are now. They're businesses. He's running a business. Would you want your employees at your business doing TikTok dances in between shifts and stuff in your break room? No, that's a bad look. It's a bad look.
As far as aesthetics, I get that it could be a bad look, but I don't think if a player does that in posts, I don't think it's going to have any effect, positive or negatively, on their season. It does mention here that Travis Hunter, Ashton Genty, and Dylan Raiola are some of the players that have posted TikTok videos. Lummy's got me. Hold on, let's see.
Brian Kelly's one.
Where is this? We're okay. Hold on, I got to get this computer set up.
Is this the one where they're in the? They use it before the CBS games or whatever, and they're dancing. Or
he's around the little circle. He was posting a bunch of them.
Oh, these right here. Yeah.
All right, here it is. Okay.
He looks.
I don't want to play that music. I mean, this isn't bad. This is what, for media day? They probably did this.
I don't know.
To start the year.
He's kind of grinding.
Yeah, if you rewind it all the way, you can really. He's like, yeah.
They should really be back to back.
You don't want. I mean,
really. The balls to butt is not a great look for the coach to have with one of his players.
But come on, this isn't why LSU didn't win the national championship last year.
It could be.
I mean, it's kind of a joke.
It's a joke.
You don't want your coach,
You gotta have a personality to be able to connect to the players these days.
Yeah, but you have to connect. That player connected to Brian Kelly.
Yeah, they're clowning him behind his back with this.
They might be. I just don't think what Rich Rodriguez is saying here is anything about a coach. I think he seems to be really honing in on the fact that he doesn't want his players on it, and that
it's a distraction. Like, how about instead of learning that TikTok dance, you do a better job of getting in and out of your routes, buddy?
There you go.
Can you do both? I mean, can't you?
No.
You can't.
Can you not from August until January?
Yeah.
Do that crap in February and March when we're not playing. April and May, your butt is mine, and then June and July, you can do what you want.
Do you Yeah, that's great. What about doing TikTok trends? Do you think that's off the table as well too?
What, like a milk crate?
Yeah, like the milk crate challenge.
I don't
want my players breaking bones.
Yeah, the milk crate challenge. Yeah, no way.
What was that? What was the milk?
That was the one where they would stack up the milk crates like stairs, and you would try to walk up one side and then walk down and then everybody was just like tearing their ACLs or breaking their necks.
No, I would much rather have my players dancing than I think doing any sort of hot chip challenge or crate challenge or anything like that.
Yeah, no, I'm with Rich Rod on this, but I hate all of the social media.
Brian, you say that, but I tell you what, man, you would be a fun coach, and you would embrace the fact that this is just part of our culture now. And I don't know how you would go about handling it, but I think that you would be a player's coach.
I would. This would be my rule. If we're winning, do what you want. If we're losing, I better not see clown shiz on your social media.
So, like, if you lose that week, then you can't post on social media.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Or don't give the other team.
If we're
billboard.
winning, that's fine. We can have fun. We're winning. We're doing what we're supposed to do. If we're losing, that is a distraction. It's a bad look. Winners. TikToks for closers. That's what I would say.
What you were going to say? You think it's bulletin board material? Tuttle?
Yeah. Like you don't want to give bulletin board material.
You think? I mean, nobody gave anybody more bulletin board material than Shedeur Sanders has given over the past couple of years, and that kid survived, and I think it made him a better man. He had to put up with actually going into stadiums and having people
steal their jewelry.
Yeah, well, that too. So
I just couldn't see a team that's 4-8 having players doing dances and that's a terrible look.
Yes.
That's a terrible look. And I
agree.
I will soften on it, and I'll say my stance as a coach would be, if we're winning, dance the night away. If we're losing, I better not see a single happy post out of you. You should be miserable. Losing is the worst, and we're not going to tolerate it, and we're not going to stand for it, and we're not going to celebrate it.
There you go, Seth. I'll cut that up so you can play that for your
my
daughter's basketball team.
Perfect. I'm already trying to get to work on our plan for next season.
Perfect.
Are you going to run full court press? Like, what are you? What are you doing?
I read about. I was thinking zone defense 2-3, and but then I was reading that man to man's better for kids.
Yeah, kids can't pick up a zone. The concept is so foreign to them.
You gonna run the triangle like Phil Jackson?
I don't know if I have the Kobe or the Michael to run the try for me, but I'm going to look into different methods of offense.
Do you have a big kid? Like a girthy child on your team that can set good top screens at the top of the key?
I don't have my Karl Malone, John Stockton pick and roll game at all.
You don't need a roll. You just need a good pick at this level.
I need them all, baby.
No, you just need a good pick. You don't need a good roll.
Get a good Dennis Rodman pick.
If you get a big kid that can stand still and is willing to have a little kid run into his chest, you can dominate at this level if you got one kid with ball skills.
Are you able to recruit?
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Lemmy. I don't know. I don't want to take over my daughter's team from this year. I don't know if they mix it up or whatever. It's a 7 and 8 year old league, so new kids coming in. Others, going out. So I would like to get kind of a new roster because there's not much that I think that I could do with her team.
Are you gonna? So you're gonna hold tryouts?
Seth's blowing up the roster. He's bringing in his own GM.
Yeah, you're gonna blow up the roster, have tryouts?
I'm not. I don't think I can because I think that that's just you sign up at the YMCA, they put you on the team. But I do have things that I would like to implement. I mean, there's things that I watched this year when I seeing kids play that I just I feel like
it's going to be like the Mighty Ducks. I'm telling you, it's going to be you like taking them all the way to the championship.
Are you going to teach them the art of the clean, dirty elbow?
Oh,
there you go.
I might have you. I'm going to have I'm going to have special people like Deion Sanders would have rappers or of Hall of Famers come in there and talk to the kids. So I'm going to bring in a lot of famous basketball players that I know like Babyface and other people that have played recreationally throughout their career / childhood to kind of instill some knowledge to the kids.
And then stomping on their opponent's feet at the free throw line so that they can get the rebound better.
I mean, yeah, and then we're going to teach them the art of drawing fouls and being a free throw merchant and everything.
Flopping.
Yeah, there'll be all those things. That right now I need to teach these kids to stand under the basket. They're not strong enough to shoot 3-pointers, and I need to teach them how to rebound.
Box out. Yeah, that's what you do. Box out. You
box out, elbows, and then lift.
No dribbling or shooting for a week, and all you do is box out drills.
Box out?
Yeah,
box out for rebound.
I just know the kids are scared of the ball, Lummy. So what I was going to do is...
That's what I'm saying. You just have those kids just start clearing off all the opponents.
But you can box out, but if the ball's still coming at them, they're going to run. So
They got to learn the rotation of the ball. You know, that's what Rodman would do. He'd watch the other players to look at their rotation, so he knew how many rotations and spins.
Yeah, how many film sessions are you going to have a week with these kids?
I'm hoping 4 or 5, right, Seth?
I wasn't planning on film sessions, but I was planning on doing team bonding sessions.
Like what? Sitting around and talking about your feelings?
I think
or doing TikTok videos together.
I think the first practice, I think I would probably have the kids sit down and get to know each other and talk about what they like about basketball or who their favorite basketball player is, and get to know each other. My daughter went through the whole year of there was no team introduction at all. I don't think she knew half the players' names on her team. I don't even think she knew her coach's name at all. It just seemed slightly distant. And I'm not saying that would have helped them win a game and not go 0-8, but I think that they at least need to know each other, be friends, and feel confident before you can start executing plays on the court.
Well, why don't you have film? Maybe the first day, like film study, like have watch like the '90s Pistons. Like Bill Laimbeer out there, and Dennis Rodman, and with Isaiah, just how tough they used to play.
Lemmy, if I somehow can take this, YMCA, Phoenix Suns team from 0-8 to 8-0, and then high schools start looking at me, and then small colleges, and then next thing I'm
WNBA.
I'm in the WNBA, right where I want to be. It's possible, but I just don't think that kids. There's no film to show them right now, at least not of them, but definitely of the 90s Pistons.
I got your local rapper that can come talk to, be associated with the team. You said
you do need that.
Yeah, Plies.
Oh, yeah, Plies.
He'll go to anything. And he's only 3 feet tall, so he fits into small spaces.
Does he? I know.
Yeah, he's pretty short.
Very short. Yeah, him and 2 Chainz.
I didn't know that at all.
But Plies could get them all fired up.
Waka Flocka is a massive man. I don't know if I stood next. I introduced him at a concert one time for Wild 94.1 back in the day, and man, he's giant. It was a scary scene. Here is a big Tesla commercial that happened yesterday. Donald Trump said he was buying a Tesla because I guess Tesla stock is down. I'm not going to act like I know about stocks and everything like that, but I guess Tesla stock is down, and I've got footage of people. There's a bunch of Teslas that exploded in Seattle. Hopefully that's true, and there's not some sort of community note under it.
Tesla stock was up $8 yesterday.
Was it up 8?
Yeah, it was up $8.
It bounced back yesterday thanks to Trump's infomercial.
That's right.
And so this is Trump.
Who's that douche? Oh, never mind. It's Elon. Sorry. I didn't see him at first.
This is President Trump and Mr. Musk outside, I guess, the White House yesterday, talking about Tesla.
This gets downloaded as well. You can thump your music. Yeah.
You can do it. I just looked at it. I looked at that dashboard. You can do anything.
You buying a Tesla will boost Tesla sales and boost their stock?
I hope it does. Look.
Was that your goal?
I care about one thing. When somebody's a great patriot, they shouldn't be hurt. He's a great patriot. He didn't know me from Adam until we met a little bit when I was in my first term, but he came out, he endorsed me very strongly.
And there you go. And now he's endorsing Tesla.
So I owe it to him. Quid pro quo. Everything is quid pro quo.
Is
this the first time a president's ever
hawked a car?
Yeah.
No, if you were to buy it in the Ford Lightning and also Jeep Wrangler, all electric vehicles. He did that last 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
He personally bought them?
No, he actually he was pushing them, gave a bunch of money to Ford to produce all the Ford Lightning. Didn't want one and said that he liked his Corvette car because of the way it purrs.
Yeah.
Do you think that he actually?
I don't want that electric crap for me.
Yeah,
everybody else should have to have it.
Do you think he actually bought one, or do you think
no, he bought it full price? He said.
Okay.
In fact, I overpaid.
He did
to help.
Hold on, here's some more.
I'm just telling people, this man is a great patriot, and you should cherish him.
Oh.
You should cherish him. I have a little statement. We have to take care of our high IQ people because we don't have too many of them. Mr. President, and we got to take care of them.
There we go. Take care of the high IQs.
Yeah, they're the ones that need the help, not the low IQ people. We must protect our high IQ people.
Why are people so angry at Tesla right now? God, I gotta find the story where there was a bunch of Teslas. I just started blowing
First
up
of all,
in Seattle.
I think the Tesla stock was grossly overpriced. It was kind of a meme stock. Fanboys drove up the price. If you look at the market value of Tesla with the outstanding stocks and and everything, it was like one of the most valuable companies in the world. The market cap is $722.5 billion. Do you think Tesla is a $722 billion company? Because that's what the price of the stock suggests that it is, and that's with it being down. When it was at its high, what was it, 6 months ago, and it was trading at almost $479 a share. Would you think it was a $1.5 trillion company? No, it's not. So what we're seeing with the Tesla stock is it's a meme stock tied to a meme character in Elon Musk that is grossly overvalued in the market because of the whole movement. It's like AMC and GameStop.
So you're saying in 2021 it was the same way?
Yes. Do you think it's a $1.5 trillion company? Would you, if you were buying Tesla and had a group of investors together, would you pay $1.5 trillion for it? No, you wouldn't.
Well, is there other things that it's involved with Tesla? Is it SpaceX included in Tesla?
I think SpaceX is its own stock.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. I didn't know what's under the Tesla bubble.
Yeah, I think SpaceX has its own.
Yeah, it does. SpaceX does have its own.
So it's Tesla is Tesla. It's the solar, and it's the Powerwalls, and it's the cars.
Is Starlink under SpaceX?
I don't know. I think Starlink is SpaceX.
Yeah.
Okay.
Brian,
it could be different.
We did talk about Musk yesterday. I think Dan.
It's actually its own company.
Dan, Dan said that Musk is. What did he say? That he's the smartest guy on earth, and one of the
since Thomas Edison, I think his statement was. So he glossed over Einstein, which was interesting, because he's kind of the standard for when people are talking about intelligence.
Do you think Elon's getting a bad rap, and maybe we should appreciate him more because he is high IQ and because of all the things that he's done for the world?
No, getting a bad rap because he's high IQ. Is that what you asked?
I don't know. Here's something here's happening. Here's stuff that's happening outside of Tesla.
Is he just getting his bad rap now because he joined the Trump train?
I mean, is there any? They can't. I mean, it's not like they can put. Can they put Tesla out of business? I don't know. I don't know how all that stuff works.
How's Tesla? Tesla's not going out of business.
Okay, well, I was asked.
I mean, Tesla's fine. The stock is down to a reasonable level. Like that's what it's a $722 billion company is pretty high for market cap.
Yeah, the stock shouldn't dictate it, but I mean, I don't think people should be obviously firebombing the Tesla cars in Seattle.
No, they shouldn't.
No, of course not. But I mean, come on. I think he's getting a bad rap just because he is being involved with Trump. Like, I get so angry when one of his spaceship blows up and everybody's like, "Oh, I thought Doge was supposed to be saving us money. There's a bunch of taxpayers' money just blowing up," and that's not the case. That is Elon. Private company. Yes, he does get a lot of government contracts for stuff he launches up into space, but that man's rich enough. If he wants to shoot up the world's most expensive firework every single month, it's his right. It's no taxpayers' money.
Yeah, and most of those are sending up satellites for the U.S.
But I will say, though, what has Elon invented, though?
Nothing. What he shares with Thomas Edison is he's taken other people's stuff and tried to use it. I mean, Edison was a thief. And ripped off Nikola Tesla, Tesla,
which was my point yesterday to Dr. Dan. But Dr. Dan was okay with that.
Well, that shows genius to Dr. Dan is being smart enough to rip somebody else off.
What? That's what Elon's a scam artist. I mean, is that? I thought he was.
He has not made anything. He's come in and taken over.
He's like the Steve Jobs.
He's an opportunist, and he's a smart opportunist. But what he suffers from is the person who does well in one area thinks that they're good enough to do well in every area. Like intelligence and skills are not always transferable across the spectrum. And so just because Elon's good at one thing doesn't make him good at everything. And that, I think, is something, Elon is efficiencies his specialty.
Somebody said he made PayPal, but I could have sworn that was already a company that he had bought and just made better.
He co-founded it.
That's why I said that Elon is like the Steve Jobs. He has a vision for things.
Yeah.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, he's more of a visionist. Yeah.
No, I think him and his partner are the co-founders of PayPal.
Yeah, X.com. And then it merged with Confinity, founded by Peter Thiel, Max Levchin, And then the merged company adopted the name PayPal. And then eBay acquired it, and Musk, as a major shareholder, made his money.
Yeah.
Musk has a brother? Is that what you said, Lummy? Did he create it with his brother?
No, a partner.
Partner. Okay,
yeah, like his buddy, his partner.
Here's another, and I gotta find where they were blowing up outside the Seattle dealership, if that's where the Teslas were. But here's another scene outside a Tesla dealership.
That's somebody wearing a mask, right?
Yes. Who's got time for all this, man?
These people in Seattle?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it Seattle? It might be
I don't
Seattle.
know.
Seattle seemed to be where a lot of the stuff was taking place. I don't know.
There's a lot of German people that are also roasting them pretty bad over there, too.
Are they?
Yeah, well, because of the Nazi salute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I saw he was on. I saw he was on when he was on Joe Rogan. He talked about people being stupid that thought it was actually a Nazi salute. So I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt now. Is that wrong? What was it? The Steve Bannon one was definitely
Steve Bannon one was 100% a Nazi salute.
That was 100%.
He even smiled after it.
Yeah.
Look, I think Elon. I'm not gonna. To me, judge a person by everything else that they're doing. You know, if there's an isolated incident like that could be one way or the other, I think you give them the benefit of the doubt by their other actions. Now, if he's retweeting and spouting conspiracy theories that are anti-Semitic and things like that, I think when you look at the totality of the evidence, that's where you draw your conclusions. And I think there is some more smoke there with Elon. That could be a fire in terms of that, or he's just trying to be controversial and stay in the news.
But we do know that his mother is not Jewish.
Yeah, Dan was completely wrong about that.
I thought she was. Dr. Dan said she was.
Well, that doesn't make it truth.
I thought Dr. Dan was right all the time.
Well, he likens himself to somebody who's right all the time, but
we don't like to have fact checkers on the show, Tuttle, because really it could really make us look silly at times. So we just like to go off.
Seth's definition was correct. He's Jew-ish. He's Jew adjacent.
Yes, he grew up around a lot of Jewish people.
Well,
and,
I also told Dr. Ann he was not Jewish. He just went to a Hebrew school.
Yes.
But I guess.
But do you have to be born? Can you become Jewish though?
Yeah.
You don't have to be born Jewish.
I mean, you can convert.
No, you can convert. You absolutely can convert.
My wife converted.
Yeah.
Totally, you could become a Jewish person.
I mean, are you interested?
I actually.
Yeah, you can.
Do you get a finder fee? Like if I do? What I'm just saying.
That seems a little anti-Semitic
no,
in and
it's
of
not.
itself.
I'm just trying to
right
say.
to the money?
I'm just trying to say, look, Seth is always trying to make money here for bonuses and stuff.
Yeah. I think you'd be a great Jewish person, Tuttle, speaking the Hebrew language.
Are you willing to give up pork?
Yeah, I don't even eat them. Well, yeah. I mean, it's not a deal breaker for me.
Because doesn't he have to, memorize and read
from the Shabbat?
Well, the first thing is he's got to get a circumcision again.
Again, even if you've already had one?
Oh, yeah.
Wait, what the hell?
Just kidding. You guys easy, okay?
I was going to say, what if they did a good job?
Yeah, mine's very nice.
Do you have any tattoos?
No.
Okay, you're good.
Check 2. There you go. Circumcised and no tattoos.
I mean, look, you could be tatted
He's
up.
pretty much already Jewish.
I mean, Tuttle could do some moives and a little of that. I think that he would definitely blend in.
What about I've eaten gefilte fish before.
That's disgusting. So I think that's definitely gives you another little notch on the belt right there. Is that you've?
Are you a matzo man?
Oh, whenever I'm sick, I go straight for the matzo ball soup.
Don't you guys eat a lot of salted fish too, or salted food?
Like herring?
Yeah.
Is that a salted food?
Yeah.
Yeah. Herring, whitefish, that kind of stuff.
This could be a great web series for the Bubba Army and all of our
Tuttle
media
converts?
platforms. Tuttle Converts, and we go through the process.
I like bagels and lox.
There you go.
Okay, we've gotten through the dietary part of this.
Now, are you ready to turn your back on Jesus?
What
That's the question.
Yes, I am.
Okay, I think we get you to read some of the Torah, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and I think you're you embrace the Old Testament, and I think you're in.
How's Jewish sex though? Like, is there any rules to that? Like,
No.
is
You got to cut a
everything
hole
there?
in a sheet.
Yeah.
And do it with the sheet in between you.
Mm-hmm. But all positions are on the table, right?
All positions are on the table.
Except they're not if you're with a Jewish woman.
You have to study Judaism
I'm
for
not
a year?
doing that.
Okay.
For a year? Do you have to take a test, Seth? They said you have to study the history for a year.
I think you have to. I don't know. I got to remember if it's a test or not, but I know that you have to, read. You have to read in front of the rabbi. And almost like when I got bar mitzvah.
Do I get to have a bar mitzvah since I didn't have one?
Yeah, you could.
There's 613 commandments you have to memorize?
Oof.
I don't think so.
It's a lot of tablets.
No, I don't think that. I don't
That's
know.
What it says. I'm on a WikiHow to become a
Jewish person?
Yes.
I don't think that you have to know all those. I'm Reform Judaism, which is like the lowest tier. There's conservative. There's
Hasidic. We call them lazy Jews.
Yeah, we call them that. So.
I heard the Hasidic is like at the top of the food chain, right?
Yes, that's they're walking a lot on Shabbat, and
they have the curls and the hat.
Yes, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So
I want the hat.
The yarmulke?
No,
the hat.
The actual hat.
Yeah.
It's these things are not hard to get at all. So that was there we go. Any other questions about becoming Jewish at all?
Can we talk some more at a later date?
Yeah. I don't really actually get a fee, but I will at least get the props of bringing another person into the fold.
Your mom would be thrilled. Right, with you that you converted somebody. Two people actually. You would have two kills.
What?
Two Christian kills on your belt that you converted. Your wife
Phoebe and
you get credit then by converting Phoebe because then that brings Sammy into the mix.
Yeah.
So now you technically have 2.5.
Man,
that you're pretty much guaranteed a spot in heaven at that point, right?
We don't really.
Is there a heaven for Jews?
No.
Where do they go?
Darkness, man.
Well, that's what I believe. Might as well.
Yeah.
I'm taking the test right now. How many books are in the Tanakh? I'm going to say it's the first 5 books of the Old Testament.
Yeah. Well, something like, what is this? They give you an online Jewish degree or something, Lummy?
Yes, I'm on it.
He got his Jewish degree from DeVry.
I know, in the all happening during the commercial break. All right, well, this is any other questions about coming over to my side of things? Like the main stick up is not really what you eat. It's really just. I think it gets down to how you feel about Jesus is really going to be which way you go. And you can fully embrace him. I think there's even a sect of Jews for Jesus. I don't know much about them. But
do they like to keep big bushes? Both sides.
The older, burning bushes.
The older... Moses jokes over here. They said Moses was high on mushrooms when he saw God. Do you believe that?
When he parted the Red Sea, it wasn't really him?
Okay, well, I'm not talking Red Sea, okay? Because
sorry.
But the burning bush. Yeah, listen, Moses saved all the Jewish
Israelites.
slaves.
Yeah. I know Babyface believes in nothing, so I know that he's just, co-signing on this.
I believe some of this stuff happened. I believe there is some level of history about it.
You believe what? Did Moses do anything?
He didn't part the Red Seas, no.
Did he talk to God?
He may have thought he did. He may have been high as a kite and thought he did. I have no doubt that Jesus was a living person.
Right, I agree.
All these things. See, but you say I don't believe in anything. I believe those things.
Well, I don't believe Jesus was real. Is not.
I don't believe in the
stretch.
mysticism. Just like I don't believe that 11 went into the upside down and destroyed Vecna. It's all stories.
Lummy, it's very hard to work with this godless heathen. I know.
Geez.
I don't know how you sit next to him. You're probably getting his godless energy. And you don't bring that into your family or anything like that.
Did Moses and Noah know each other?
I don't think so. I think Noah was way after.
So you believe Noah got 2 of every animal insect? You know how big that ark would have had to have been?
It was huge.
There wasn't all these animals back then.
Wait, where'd these animals come from then?
When they were on the ark.
No. You got to understand though. Intelligent design says that they were every animal that has been in existence was there, Seth.
Except unicorns.
There is no evolution.
Brian.
Brian.
This is what happens. There was probably like 30 different animals, okay? And then you get on there, and then the mosquito has sex with the deer. And then you get some sort of like wallaby. You get some sort of wallaby.
Deer?
Yeah, and then you've got, the panda bear has sex with the snake, okay? And then you got an anteater. That's how it happened. They didn't load up. Once they got on the boat, that's when they all mated and started creating different species.
Seth is right.
How'd they keep them separated
And how
from
they
the
did
lion?
it. They just let them have a big orgies on the boat.
How'd they get the polar bears on there?
There weren't polar bears at the time.
Oh, where did polar bears come from?
A dove had sex with a grizzly.
Yeah, one of the bears, a brown bear.
I thought everybody knows this stuff. I didn't know that I didn't think I was breaking news at all here today. Brian, coming up, I want to talk about something that I know you're very passionate about. airline prices, bag fees.
Oh, Southwest. Screw you, Southwest.
I feel like
screw you.
I feel like there's nothing left for us, and by us,
I mean you got to have a Rapid Rewards credit card, and you still get one bag free.
When I say there's nowhere left for us, I mean the bottom tier of society. How are we going to fly? I mean, we're Spirit.
Frontier.
We're Frontier and Spirit now, right?
Yeah, but that's like Fight Club of the skies.
I don't want that. I want Southwest back.
Yeah, Southwest at least was like the last bastion of affordability and classiness as far as airlines were concerned.
Well, guess what? It's gone, and we're going to vent about it next.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
It is to pass the real estate class.
These questions are pretty easy here.
Oh, gross.
What is the traditional language of the Jewish faith? I'm going to say
Hebrew.
Yep.
Seth?
Yes, sir.
I'm sending you a story, but I'm also sending it to your email. This is the story. Air India plane returns after plastic bags and rags and shit clog up the toilet.
Jesus.
We cook Hebrew.
I'll go to you, Tuttle, for the shit story.
Okay.
I agree, Xerxes. Bring back Hooters Airline. They were cheap.
Somebody tried to. Oh wait. Well, Hooters is going out of business, so
Yeah.
the airline might have been the bad move that ended it.
Back in 2000.
And then they cancel the calendars anymore because who needs those? I mean, it's the whole business.
Well, it was good times.
Good morning, everybody. Just looking up this story. Trying to find an audio story of this, but it doesn't look like. Oh, here it is. Hold on, let me see. Oh, this is this was started in Chicago too. So it was an Air India flight from Chicago to India.
Oh boy,
That's a long ass fucking flight, ain't it?
yeah. Well, I could only imagine the smells coming.
Oh,
from
you
the back
know,
of
like that.
plane.
That had to be bad, man. Damn. Yeah, here. I'm not gonna play it. No, I'm not jacking it to a 62. Fucking trying to find audio story for this Air India thing.
What's going on? Oh, sorry. Tuttle was here and then he wasn't. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, give us a thumb in. I don't know what we're at, but I don't want to be low on thumbs when Bubba comes back because that could be problematic, and he'll cancel us forever. So if you want more Blizzard content with Tuttle and Seth and Babyface, then we need you to give us the thumbings.
Hey, what's up, man?
You shouldn't even have to ask for it at this point, but 6:29 at 8 o'clock is really weak. So we're gonna have to hulk up on that, please.
I'm gonna do Bubba Army Super Tips.
Oh, we got something to announce?
No. I think we haven't gotten any. I'm gonna
the
promote
money
it.
has been light, and the thumb-ins have been light.
I'm gonna just promote it once. I just don't.
You don't want to make it a main aspect of the show.
Yeah, but I want if people forget. It doesn't really matter. If we didn't make any money and Bubba didn't want me to host again, I'd survive.
You'd actually be good with that, right?
I would, yeah. shut it down about an hour. We still in this, bitch. We still in this. So where is...
Babyface Brigade, check in. Yeah, here we go. Smash the like. I know. It looks like everybody was thumbing for Bubba and not for me. So looks like all my thumbs have been a lie.
All my thumbs have been a lie.
And look, Bubba's a real patriot, so I can't wait for him to be at the White House and for Trump to be touting everything he has. I bought 5 Bubba Army knives.
I found a 45-second audio story for the Air India thing, so I thought that'd be easier for you to go to. Lummy's going to send it to you on the...
It's audio from the restroom.
Okay. Well, I mean, they had that one, too. They were flushing clothes and bags and
They were washing clothes. That's how you wash.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
What's under the hat, Tim Pool? What's under the hat?
Hey, be nice.
What do you mean?
Be nice.
I have nothing. I have no.
We love Tim Pool. We welcome all the Poolyites. Poolians. Poolsters.
Pullers. There's nothing wrong with me saying what we know what's going on under there. You gotta embrace it.
Grass doesn't grow on a busy highway. You know what I'm saying?
Shouldn't make assumptions, Seth.
What are we? I feel like this is a conversation we all had off the air today.
I think it's a cyborg implant.
What? You think Tim Pool's a cyborg implant?
Yeah, I mean, you know, like
what does that even mean?
Well, you know how Elon's putting the Neuralink, and they got to open up the back of the skull.
I didn't know about Elon putting in a Neuralink. Do you guys know about this? Or
the Neuralink.
The Neuralink.
You didn't know about that?
Like what? Like when they chip pets, they're chipping people.
Yeah, you didn't know that Elon is wanting it. So it's people that are like paralyzed or have some type of issues. This Neuralink actually like sends like the signals to help you move your body and stuff.
So why do people hate Elon so much if he's helping people like this?
It's just people like Babyface.
I didn't
just
hate
haters.
on him.
Just haters.
I didn't hate on him.
Oh, by the way, I did find the. I'll get to this. Where's the story? I've had it for right here. I finally found the Teslas that were blowing up in front of the dealership. All right, here. Is this what it was, Lummy, in Seattle that they were
firebombing them?
Is that what it was?
PPR met him for $20.
Oh wow! They're all insured. I don't.
Yeah, and our insurance has got to go up.
This was a dealership, Lummy?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, is it Bubba Army Super Tips that we're doing?
BubbaArmyTips.com.
BubbaArmyTips.com. I'm just going to do it one time. Like I said, if nobody wants us to ever host a show again, go ahead and keep all the money to yourself.
Keith Yeager, $100 in the BubbaArmyTips.com. Seth asked.
Yeah, if anybody wants to, make Bubba happy at all when he comes back tomorrow, then go ahead and throw something in there.
My numbers are way down.
I know. I'm sorry.
Never leave again.
I'm sorry, Sponge.
No.
Do you think he's listening?
No.
He will later on.
He's I think last night's show probably has him all screwed up. So if he is listening, he's exhausted and grumpy. Let's call him and see.
Oh man, Lummy would be afraid. Lummy, you'd be afraid.
Just do it, Seth. You do it. Just
I know.
Call him
but
right
but
now.
Lummy's the EP. I have to.
Don't even go through him. You're the host.
I'm not the host.
Yeah, listen to Babyface. See how that gets you.
Babyface.
Yeah.
Can I just tell you where I'm at in my life with the host and the EP? Equal to me, always.
Okay. So what does Lummy say? Can we cold call Bubba?
Lummy, you think a bad idea?
Oh yeah, I'm gonna say no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say that's a bad idea. But you know what? Babyface is an adult and he can make his own decisions.
Well, Seth is an adult. I'm not.
No, but I'm saying your decision to give Seth, and then
Well, my vote is to call him.
But do you not respect Lummy's vote?
Lummy has his vote. And it's to not call. Tuttle, what say you?
I say don't call.
Okay, we got 2. Rhett, you're the tiebreaker.
Oh, come on, Brett.
Rhett, you're on.
Call him.
He said call him.
Okay, 2-2. That means it goes to
3-2.
Wait, Macho Man, does that have to go to Macho?
No, we're 3-2. Oh, Macho
No,
Man.
it's two-
Oh,
it's-
yeah.
It's 2-2.
Well,
isn't
your vote is to call, right?
My vote's to let you guys decide what I do. So it's 2-2, and Macho's the tiebreaker. Macho?
I don't think he'd be mad at you.
I would love to hear Bubba's voice this morning.
Yeah.
Wow.
It'd make my day.
Okay.
I mean, coming off the Tim Pool show, he's got to be riding that high.
Wow.
We got to get the pool rub in.
I wouldn't. He probably got back to the hotel late.
He's sleeping in.
He's got a.
He's
gonna
up.
take a
He's
flight.
up early for his flight.
No, he's not flying out to like 1, I think.
No, I thought he changed his flight time.
Did he change it? Because he didn't tell us he did.
He didn't tell us he changed
He talked
it.
about it on the air like he was.
Yeah, he talked
and
about
look,
it.
if his flight's at 1, he's up now getting ready because he's got like an hour drive in, and then he's got to deal with airport stuff.
Dude, his flight's in 5 hours. An hour drive at airport stuff is not 5 hours.
Listen, just call him and stop being babies.
Are you one of those guys that gets to the airport extra early?
No, not extra early. I get there a reasonable amount of time to allow myself to be comfortable and not feel rushed and filled with anxiety that I'm going to miss my flight.
Tuttle, he's got those special, and this is why I'm bringing up the Southwestern. He's got those special clubs that you go into, where you can, they babysit your kid and then you go have a couple of drinks with your wife.
Yeah.
And there was even one last time when he took a flight where
a swingers room.
Well, no, where his mother-in-law was with them, and he lost her on the People Mover.
No, we didn't lose her on the People Mover. She left us because she likes to go handicap and be pushed through, even though she doesn't need it. And then got mad that we didn't go get her in her wheelchair and wheel her into the private lounge where I only get 2 people in for free with me anyways, and my daughter and my wife were already there. No, she's just a miserable POS.
And that's what the Blizzard's about, our podcast.
I've got another story about her too.
Do you? Okay, so I won't do the planning on the air, but
I wouldn't let your mother-in-law go by the wayside. I'd be there taking care of every single one of her needs.
Well, I'm going to let you move in with her, and now you have a place to stay in Tampa when you're here. She's got an extra room or an extra space next to her in her king-size bed for you, Tuttle.
Yeah.
The king-size bed that Brian paid for. And that she just got back from a cruise that Brian paid for, too.
And she's going on another one.
Is she really?
April, yeah.
Does she need somebody to go on a cruise with her?
She'd gladly have a pool boy.
Okay. You paying?
She thinks she gets them for free.
Oh, good. Heck yeah.
Because she gambles so much with my money on the cruises.
Brian, I know that we talked about this on the Blizzard. Obviously, not everybody listens to that, but your mother-in-law, you have some slight hostilities towards her for good reason. For good reason. I'm on your side with everything, but the fact, and this is, I know this is
none of my frustration or hate with her is fabricated. It's all come about naturally and organically through justifiable and understandable means.
I mean, she's pushed you, right?
She punched you, right?
She pushed me. She didn't punch me.
He was going to punch her.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, she.
I was never going to punch her. I wanted her to punch me.
Because you were going to take her to People's Court?
Because I was going to get her out at that point. Like, that would have been the end of it.
You know how bad that would look? That you
For
call
her?
No, I'm just saying
that I'm getting physically assaulted in my house.
No, you're a man calling the cops on your mother-in-law because she hit you in the face.
Because you can't defend yourself back, Tuttle. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
no, you can't. Just how about
No, you
this?
can't.
You're
No.
a man and walk away.
No. First of all, I was lying in my own bed. So walk away to where?
That's how much he thinks of him. He got assaulted in his own bed.
Do you know how much of a pussy you're gonna look like if
I don't
you call the
care
cops?
about public perception, Tuttle. That's the difference between you and I.
How are you ever gonna they're gonna be like?
How am I ever
"That's-
gonna what?
That's the lawyer who
live
got
my
beat up
live
by
my
his
awesome
mother-in-law."
life and keep living my awesome life just by doing it. That's how. I don't care what people think about me. These people who call me names, I don't care. I couldn't care less
Who's calling
about
names?
Oh, all the time.
No.
Go into Rumble for 10 minutes.
No. I retired from Rumble.
Okay, well, that's who.
Yeah, I'm keeping my self-esteem intact.
No, but look, I just don't care what other people think about me. That's the
Okay.
bottom line.
I'm just saying, other lawyers like Dr. Dan and them, they're going to be talking.
Oh, it's
and be
very
like,
clear that Dan cares way too much about what other people think. Yes. I don't.
I think he wasn't talking about. I think he was saying that they're going to be talking about you, babyface.
I don't care.
Yeah, Dan, Steven,
What,
Jay,
in the
everybody.
in the lawyer circle?
I don't care.
Like,
Let him talk.
Even John Morgan's going to be like, I can't believe that Brian Matroni got his ass beat by his mother-in-law.
You know what John Morgan would say? Assaulted by your mother-in-law? Call pound.
Assaulted by
that's
mother-in-law
all.
in your
Yeah.
bed while
Yeah.
your wife watches. Call me. We're going to laugh at you.
So, anyways, we'll have a mother-in-law story on the next Blizzard.
So that I would just, but I wanted to talk about her actually going in a wheelchair. She's got nothing wrong with her, right?
I mean, nothing really. Her feet swell up a little bit. She gets a little edema, but she's perfectly capable of walking the malls for 3 hours. But
Hierarchy, $100.
somehow when she gets to the airport or she has to board a cruise ship, all of a sudden her legs don't work.
And she just gets out? She just gets out of the car and it's just immediately she walks up to get the wheelchair. Is that what she does?
Yeah.
And you leave her because you don't want to be around that?
I'm just not going to wait for it. I'm not going to do it. First of all, they won't take your whole family with you when you have a wheelchair. It's just for the wheelchair person. So she's leaving us by doing that. I'm not leaving her.
$269, $10. Woo-woo! Seth, maybe you need to rent his mother-in-law to go to Universal.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, Lummy, that even if you're in a wheelchair these days, they still make you wait. I mean, you could be like I said, you could be in a wheelchair. Oh yeah, you could be in a wheelchair and have the fast pass, and I still think you'd have to wait an hour for.
No.
I think it's that bad.
You need a Downs kid. Rent a Downs.
What is that? I think that would
Dude, you're telling me that a parent would not look, the kid is already a financial burden to the parents. Might as well put him to work and say, would you like to rent my down to be able to get into the front of the line? They're not going to deny you front of the line passes. If you were...
I'm just going to say, hey, look at my kid. You just go ahead and put
There's
me on the
a lot
ride.
of messed up kids at theme parks, and they wait in line for the most
Babyface
part.
knows all about messed up kids. You heard him earlier. He judges all little kids.
That's true.
I don't judge
kids.
the ones that are really messed up. I judge the ones that are just unfortunate.
Man, I'm gonna have to look at some. I don't want to look at. I don't want to be.
Yeah, don't not. It's
I don't
not
be on
like
the search
that.
for ugly kids at all. But,
Rent a Downs is a great business idea.
Well, then go with it. Run with it.
Tuttle, I'm all for innovation. If you're able to put something like that together and not be killed or canceled or anything like that, then I think that you should do it.
I'm putting special needs kids to work.
I think really the whole business should be is I want to get to the front of the line at a theme park. What do you have for me? And it wouldn't have to just be a child. It could be some sort of. Oh God, who is the guy? Gene Hackman. You could be like, I got a Gene Hackman guy on me that we don't know how much longer he's going to be here. He's got Alzheimer's, and he just wants to ride a few rides before it's over. Can I get to the front of the line? I think you should have all sorts of these things, if you're opening this business. But again, I'm not a businessman. I'm just an idea guy.
Rather than renting a human, why don't you just pay for a fast pass?
Because again, I still think that there's a bunch of people still buy fast passes, and then that line starts building up.
That's right. Joe Ma, $50, $25 for Dr. Dan's roof, and $25 for Babyface the man's shirt.
Thank you, Joe Ma.
That is a nice shirt. It's a blue shirt with a red fish on it, which is why Babyface is very mysterious.
Yes.
All right, so let me just show this. And then we'll get into Southwest.
So
this is all real.
Yeah, but did the cars blow? They blew up.
Well, all you got to do is get them wet.
But remember that guy that blew
saltwater?
You remember the guy that blew himself up in front of the Trump Hotel?
Yeah.
They have fireworks in there.
Didn't the car stay intact?
Yes, they did.
Yeah.
Most of these stayed intact.
That one looked like it was from Beirut.
Yeah.
Okay. That other one looked like he got hit by a missile.
That's the thing.
Look at the back of that thing, just blew out.
This is what people are they doing this to their own cars, or do they just find? I don't even know, man.
It's a Tesla dealership.
It looks a little.
Looks in a bad neighborhood.
Is it really a Tesla dealership?
Did you see all the rest of the Teslas all around?
No.
Tesla.
It doesn't really look like they got a lot of. This is the back area is a little shady over there, and this is in Seattle.
I thought, in off Spokane Street.
I found out from Gene Lasker that Gene Hackman had an island off of
Seattle.
Washington State, which I didn't know existed. All right, so there you go. So there's the how many different ways you're going to see a Tesla get messed up. So there you go.
Wow.
The people are fighting back, whether they're Sheryl Crow and they're donating their Teslas to NPR, or whether they're in Seattle. They said they spontaneously combusted.
What did Sheryl Crow get instead of having a Tesla?
She didn't. She just gave it up because I guess they were cutting funding to NPR.
She's actually riding around in a rickshaw pulled by immigrants now. Putting them to work and keeping them employed here.
A lot of people are correct. They say she already bought it, but I guess she didn't want to have it anymore. She wanted to make a statement. Obviously, that's why she filmed it for social media. But yeah, she donated it to NPR, which I don't know if they're going to strip it for parts or whatever. But she feels better about herself, and I think that's really all that matters.
I guess they sold it and took the money.
Did they?
Yeah, they sold it. So someone else's will be just driving it.
I mean, it's all ridiculous.
Let me see right here. Should I take this call, Lummy?
I mean, people still drive Volkswagens for Pete's sake.
Exactly.
I own one.
And BMWs.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show. How may I direct your call?
And Ford.
Oh, hey, Super Light.
Hey, what's up, man?
Oh, hey, Tuttle, I'm sorry, but somebody actually come out already did a business like that with Disney World a couple years ago.
Oh, they did? That's kind of.
I don't know if I don't know if they're still doing it because I thought maybe Disney found out about it and put them out of business, maybe. But you would rent a person meet you. I don't know if they were paralyzed or in a wheelchair.
Oh my God!
They would meet you at the park, and you pay them like $400 or $500, and they would be with you all day. And then I don't know if it was like $400 or $500 every day.
Man.
It's good money.
Are they still in business? Are they looking for investors? Because I mean, Tuttle would probably like to get in just somewhere there.
Oh, I don't know. Somebody probably did a story about it a couple of years ago, but I don't know if it's still around.
Well, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com and type in the search term Down Syndrome Disney line and see if we can find out. Paralyzed Disney line.
Man, that's is that real? Do you think that really happened, or do you think that it was a?
No, I think there were probably people who were doing that. The Disney people are nuts, man.
But I wouldn't want a guy around me all day long. I mean, I would maybe say
you make a new friend. First of all, the Disney people don't have a lot of friends.
It's not you mean the people that liked it, the old adults that like Disney?
The Disney adults, yeah.
Are they?
It looked like 2013.
2000.
There's a story on it.
Anything else, Super Fat Bubba Light? It's great to hear you.
Oh no, that was it. I hope you guys have a great day. Thanks. I'll talk to you later. Bye.
You too, man. That's how you end a call right there.
Rack him.
He's awesome.
Oh, he's always he's nervous, but he's
always positive too, man. He's got such good positive energy.
Yeah,
good nervous positive energy.
I feel like if we're not talking about vacuums for Bubba, it's just not a conversation with Super Fat Bubba Light. Or maybe that was just a period in time that I worked here where Bubba had all those vacuums that were outside, and then Super Fat Bubba Light was buying him expensive vacuums. And was that a thing, Lummy?
Yes, he bought the one we used, the Dyson.
The Dyson? Oh,
Okay.
that's a good one.
I sent you the story if you wanted to relive the handicap kids.
Oh my God,
2013.
man. And this is legit.
Yeah, this is the only publication I could find that actually had the.
It's from allears.com, the Disney Insider Guide to
All Ears. I know that one.
Stand by. It's not load. While it's loading, while we're waiting for this horrific story to load. It says rich Manhattan moms hired handicapped tour guides so our kids could cut the line at Disney World.
Yeah, there you go.
Manhattan moms, they're rich, right? So they can afford that kind of thing.
You got to be rich to live in Manhattan.
Oh yeah, that's right. All right, I'm going to take one more call here and roll the dice. Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Hello.
Hey, first of all, I wanted to say, watched the entire show of Tim Pool last night. Absolutely loved it. Bubba just did a great job.
Had you watched Tim Pool before, or was that the first time?
No, I watched Tim Pool quite frequently. I called in on Monday when I was heading to Houston. And this is Jeremy from Tennessee.
Hey, dude, he really. I was the first time I watched Tim Pool, man. He really gets into he really gets into like the fringe topics deep, doesn't he?
He sure does. Well, I don't know if you knew this, but he's a former reporter, and he used to work for, I think it was Axios or something of that nature. So he really dives into stories. That's kind of his, and he's really smart at it too.
Oh yeah,
but
no, it was
Bubba held his own.
Yeah, no, he's I could tell at first it was, I think Bubba was a little nervous, but yeah, as it went on, he definitely settled in a little bit. It's different for Bubba when, like Babyface said, he's not in control. It's just a different thing for him because if you're having a conversation with him, at some point, he'll take it over. But I just think, obviously, he knew, last night being on Tim Pool, to let Tim Pool do his thing. So, I think that was probably the hardest thing for him. But no, he did a good job.
Yeah, I actually noticed that too. But I think, most impressed with the amount of different topics that Bubba had extensive knowledge in. And so to me, I thought that was, because we hear talking about sports and we kind of lightly touch on the politics aspects of things.
Lightly?
I mean,
it's a pretty big part of the show.
As deep as Tim Pool does.
Yeah, Tim. Yeah, we are, Brian. Compared to Tim Pool, yes, we are light.
Oh yeah, he doesn't take a deep dive into the "you said" document burning conspiracy theory. No.
Yes, not here.
That's true. That's very true. But again, he absolutely really knew everything. So to me, being a fan of both, and I've been a Bubba fan for way longer, obviously, than I've ever even heard of Tim Pool. But I just got to say, I was so proud. I was so happy, and I really hope that that those who are listening from Tim Pool Show understand to give. First of all, you guys are a great group, but Bubba clearly, when he's there, the show is a different dynamic as well. So I enjoy listening to y'all. You're doing a great job. And I'm super excited to see what the show is tomorrow, too.
Awesome, man. Thank you. I'm looking forward to it also. Hopefully, Bubba has a nice flight home, so he's in a good mood for it. Thanks for listening to the show, man, and thanks for checking out Tim Pool last night.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much.
I hope Bubba has a terrible experience at the airport that we get to hear about. That's way more fun.
I think, honestly...
I hope he gets cavity searched. And
Did he take Spirit again? Or?
It'd be great. No, he's not on. He's on a real airline, probably like United or American or something.
They paid for it.
Oh, they did.
Oh,
okay.
yeah. It's a real operation.
No, he's not going to have a bad experience. He'll come in and he's going to be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and in a mood to mix it up.
Dude, Bubba was even sweating the 2-hour. He was even sweating just the 2-hour flight. I was like, that's 2 hours is nothing. All right, so here's what the story that I've been trying to get to. Southwest Airlines, people were bent about this yesterday. It was showing up all over my algorithm, and my algorithm's not really flight information. Southwest Airlines to end free checked bags policy for the first time in its 54-year history.
Yeah, this is a bad move by the company. Bad move.
It says, let's see, customers saying this is how you destroy a brand. This is how you destroy customer preference. This is how you destroy loyalty. This is what separated Southwest from every other airline. Let's see. It says, just last September, Southwest CEO Bob Jordan told Van Cleave bags would continue to fly without charge. Bags will still fly free. It's the third thing customers look at after fare and schedule. Bags fly free on us. 97% are people who are aware of our policy, so it's a huge customer or consumer advantage. So bags will absolutely fly free.
Now that was check bags and carry-ons?
Yes. They did not charge you for any luggage except oversized or more than 2 checked bags on Southwest. Now, each customer got 1 carry-on, 1 personal item, and 2 checked bags.
Okay.
Up to 2 checked bags.
So what's the deal? So you have to pay for everything you bring on now?
So now, unless you're doing business select or you are an A+ preferred member, if that category is getting their 2 free bags. If you have a Southwest Rapid Rewards credit card and you charge the bag to the card, then you will get a statement credit to cover the cost of the bag for 1 bag, not 2. And then everybody else will be paying for a checked bag on Southwest Airlines. They're going to also introduce new basic fares. And I believe at some point they're getting rid of their cattle call seating, and they're going to have assigned seats.
I heard that.
I heard that months ago.
Yeah, they were testing
and
it.
I'm shocked that that's not the first.
Why is that bad?
Change
By
that
the
they
way,
made?
Why is that? Why is people being able to pick their own seat? Why
Because
is that a
first
bad
come,
thing?
first serve.
Well, the pick your own seat thing. Number one, it's bad for an airline because you may have people that are like, well, I'm not flying on that airline if I'm going to have a middle seat. With Southwest, there was always the chance that you wouldn't have a middle seat, so you could more easily sell every seat on the plane. Number two, people that like to have an assigned seat didn't like Southwest policy. So there's pros and cons to that. I don't see anybody being happy with this change.
Mike Thurman, $50, kissy faces, cute fish top.
Hell yeah, thank you, Mike. So what are people going to do now? I feel like a lot of people were very disappointed that Southwest was, a cheaper flight that they could go to where they wouldn't feel like they were on Spirit or Frontier or anything like that. Now it feels like they have gone into another category. And what is it going to be? Is it
road trips now?
Allegiant Air.
Allegiant, Frontier, Spirit. Spirit's going to be out of business within a year, but
are they?
Yeah. Yeah, their financial troubles are well documented. They were supposed to have been merged with JetBlue, but the Biden DOJ blocked it. I think JetBlue is very relieved by that, given the financial situation of the company now and the way things have gone. But Spirit's in big trouble.
So if I just brought my backpack onto a Southwest flight, I wouldn't be charged for anything, would I?
No.
Okay. It's all
you can still bring a free carry-on, is my understanding. They're not charging for carry-on.
Is this worth people freaking out about?
Well, here's the problem when you have these airlines that offer free carry-on but charge for a checked bag is now you have a situation where everybody's bringing a carry-on. And so the overhead bin space gets impossible. They have to gate check bags. They have
no one wants to give their bags
Nobody
up.
wants to give their bags up. It delays the flight. It makes getting off the plane take forever because everybody's getting their overhead bags. With Southwest, the nice thing about it was half the people would have carry-ons, half the people would check their bags. You wouldn't wait that long for your checked luggage because it wasn't a situation where people have to pay and choose and I'll just check instead. There was options, and now it's going to be like every other airline.
Are they going under?
No, I think they're doing very well, actually.
Southwest?
No, I think their profits were a little lower than they expected.
But they have profits, is my point.
But is this gonna put them under, or is this just gonna make them bigger, more stable, and the people that are upset about having to pay for bags now are just they're the minority?
Well, the thing about Southwest is they're not really in the national carrier category with Delta and American, right? They are more known as a regional airline in that you can get direct flights from cities like Tampa. That's the advantage of Southwest. Let's be clear. Nobody wants a layover. And so if you can get me from Tampa to Hartford without me having to go through Atlanta, Dallas, Chicago, Charlotte, I'm going to take your airline. I don't care what it is. If I don't have to stop, I'm taking your airline. And Southwest still has that. They have routes that they run that are not serviced by direct flights by the major carriers because the major carriers still run off their hub system. So I don't know that it kills Southwest, but I think it creates an issue for them now where pricing becomes way more important for them, because now if I'm left with the choice between flying Southwest or flying Frontier, and I'm going to be paying for luggage on each, and Frontier is half the price of Southwest, I'm probably going to choose Frontier.
What's the one that doesn't have like cushions on their seats?
That's Spirit, Frontier.
Okay,
they've got the thin new age seats. Because everything for the airlines is about reducing weight.
Yeah,
and
less gas
and getting more seats in there. So if you have, if you can reduce the weight of each seat on that plane by an ounce, by 2 ounces, by 3 ounces, you're saving 100 pounds. On the plane in total, potentially. So everything is that game to try and get new age materials that are not completely uncomfortable, but also lightweight.
Yeah, just to wrap it up, it says the move comes as Southwest, the nation's fourth largest airline, has been under intense pressure from an activist investor to improve its financial performance after struggling to keep pace with changing customer preferences post-pandemic. And they recently announced their first ever layoffs, it looks like. So there you go.
The changes go into effect for flights booked after, I believe, May 28th or May 29th. So if you're booked to fly before then, you still get your baggage. If you wait and you're flying after or book after those dates, rather, then
when people book after the 29th, they're going to start calling Southwest because they're not going to know why there's all these bag fees that are showing up when they're trying to check out, right? I mean, for that, not everybody that's in the know.
Yeah, I imagine Southwest isn't going to plaster this on their website. You now get to pay for your luggage.
Yeah, no.
Right, yeah, it'll be like, as soon as you find this charge, then call us, and then we'll explain to you our new policy. All right, coming up next, I got a couple of things. One of them is, I'm trying to figure out how to execute this, Brian, when you had the conversation with ChatGPT yesterday, just because when you were reading it, it was funny, and you were cracking yourself up as you were, basically.
Oh, I can keep a straight face while I read this.
Well, no,
today.
you don't have to. No, I'm not saying you have to keep a straight face. I'm just saying it was funny when you read it yesterday. So I wasn't sure if you wanted to read it just the same way you read it to me, if there was anything else you wanted to do. But I've been trying to figure out the best way that we can get what you asked ChatGPT on the air with us today.
Yeah, I think if you can put it up, I can pull it up on my phone and I can read it, or
okay.
I can be me asking the questions and you can be ChatGPT answering.
Okay. All right. Well, so we have that, which Brian did yesterday after he won a big case. And
good job, Brian.
Thank you.
How big?
12 figures.
Are you gonna billboard?
I'm the third richest man in America. This is my last show.
Coming up, we're going to get to that. And then also, Wendy Williams needed some help and dropped a note from her window.
Oh, poor girl.
I know. I feel bad for her. We'll get to both of those coming up next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
I
Are you
respect.
gonna
I
get a Tesla
respect.
truck? Are you gonna get a better looking Tesla truck?
No. I like, the biggest thing about electric cars that keep me from adopting them is when I travel, I don't want the fear of running out of battery or having to sit at a battery charging place for 20 to 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I am the type of person, when I travel, I want to fucking go and get to where
Straight
I'm
there.
going. Like, I don't, like, that would be an extra anxiety that I would not want
There's
to
no
deal
charging
with.
station on your way. You gotta find it.
Or you got to go out of your way 20 minutes to the charging
Well, it
station,
maps
and then
it on
once
the
you're
thing
there,
for
you
you.
got to wait 20 or 30 minutes. Like, so I think if I was to have, I would do like one electric for local driving, and then still have a long-range gas-powered vehicle that's quickly. This is why I'm very upset with the Chinese and the U.S. government, because we should have gone to hydrogen fuel cell technology.
Yep.
That is what we should have invested all of our money in. If we had done that, we would be in a much different position. We would have more control over China.
Weren't the Germans working on a car like that?
They have them. They are
That's what I'm saying.
cars.
But didn't the Germans work on that back in like World War II?
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, they've been toying with it forever. The issue is being able to compress and stabilize the hydrogen in a safe, effective manner, and being able. So my buddy's like, oh, it costs a lot. I say it's economies of scale. If you throw as much money, and it's the same thing with wind power. Wind power is so much, it's this and that. It's only because we haven't put the money into the improvement of the technology and into the technology itself, that if we had done what we've done with electric cars with hydrogen fuel cell technology, then we would all have water dripping out of our tailpipes, and we would have zero emissions vehicles that we could refill in 7 minutes at a hydrogen refill station, and we would get 1,000 miles to the fill on hydrogen. And it's a shame that we didn't do it. It's really probably the biggest crime in our nation's history.
No, I'm making a big deal about it.
No, nobody is.
This liberal talk here, Seb.
What? Oh no, I was just. You're good. I was just.
No, I'm talking about Babyface.
Oh
You
yeah.
have good points,
Yeah, no, he's.
I thought maybe you were laughing at him.
No, I was laughing at the chat GPT did yesterday.
They're not H-bombs, though, little Wilbur. Gasoline is highly flammable, and it's more stable than hydrogen. But there's ways of, if we had put the money and the infrastructure into hydrogen fuel cell technology, it would have been better for all of us. The thing that scares the shit out of them, though, is that it's free energy. And it's not free because the delivery and the mechanisms of it wouldn't be free. But it's a never-ending supply.
What are we talking about?
Hydrogen fuel cell technology.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. But people are worried they'd blow up. But
It's a stupid fucking fear rooted in the Hindenburg.
No.
I mean,
different type of hydrogen.
Yeah, and a different storage, different delivery mechanism.
You came up with the breeze. I think if we could ever figure out magnets perfectly, I think that's where unlimited free energy.
There's the potential for that. Oh yeah, no, hydrogen fuel cell technology has been around for a long time. It just, if the government had poured its energies into that rather than electric cars, we would be in a different place. Now, California did a little bit. They actually have hydrogen refueling stations in California.
But the thing is about electric cars, you still need coal burning and stuff.
That's the whole point of it. That's why they were chosen. They were an acceptable alternative because you still need to produce the electricity to power the electric car. Whereas hydrogen fuel cell technology
that's where people start getting killed. Like for real.
Yeah, no,
That's
absolutely.
when people start having, outrageous car accidents.
Yeah, the Toyota hydrogen, all the vehicles, they're fine. It's this misnomer that it's dangerous is again a part of the narrative to keep the technology suppressed.
Are you guys going to the women's college basketball?
I looked at tickets. They're fucking outrageous. I should have been on
basketball.
The Final Four is here.
Is it?
Yeah, and it's like the best kept secret.
Dude, I want to see Paige.
I
want to see Paige Beckers.
It's at the Ice Palace.
Yeah, Emily.
Oh,
The
dude,
Ice
come
Palace.
on.
St. Pete Times 4?
The St. Pete, no, the Ice Palace.
Wait, did they not want to do it at the Trop?
Okay.
Open air basket.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Bubba the Love Sponge Show. He will be back tomorrow. My name is MJ and BJ. I am joined by Brian Babyface Matroni.
Yes, it's a jam-packed show. Oh, thank God you've answered. It's Milton Fludgecow. I'm stuck in my trunk.
Looks like we got a big crotchety calls fan over there. Lummy is here, the EP, keeping us in check, making sure that we don't call Bubba and wake him up.
Yeah, let's not do that.
And Tuttle is here also.
Yep.
I think my mom bought the MJ CD back in the day and stood in line to get it autographed at Blockbuster Music. So
that's awesome.
It was it was.
Do you still have it?
I don't think so. Do you think it'd be worth anything?
Oh, it's worth hundreds of cents.
Okay. A couple of things that I wanted to get to. We've got Brian was talking to ChatGPT yesterday about Bubba, the future of Bubba, the past. Was asking him questions about Hulk Hogan, asking him questions about Babyface himself. Was asking who's better for the show, Babyface or Bubba? Who's better for the show, Lummy or Seth? And he was cracking himself up when he talked to me. And
I was just amazed that ChatGPT had such strong opinions about it and was able to, immediately, rapidly produce responses. And I was able to have a full-fledged conversation with ChatGPT about the show.
Yeah, Bubba, here's a little example. This was Babyface talking to Chat about the sex tape. So it explains everything, and then it asks, Brian, do you think Bubba has been treated unfairly and villainized in all of this sex tape stuff? And Brian said, yes, I think Bubba suffered more than anyone, aside from his ex-wife's vagina that suffered taking a pounding from the thermos-sized penis of Hulk Hogan in the sex tape.
What?
I know, Lummy. You know why I've been trying to figure out how to bring this on the air today?
Yeah.
So ChatGPT goes, that's one way to put it, crying emoji.
I was trying to make ChatGPT laugh, and ChatGPT did find me humorous.
It said, that's one way to put it. No doubt, Bubba took a massive hit from the whole scandal. His reputation, career, finances all suffered, while Hogan walked away with millions. It's wild how Bubba got painted as the bad guy. In reality, he didn't leak the sex tape. It was actually betrayed by people he trusted. Meanwhile, Calta, Burton, and Spice Boy managed to avoid the same level of public scrutiny.
Yeah, this is all from ChatGPT. This was not me suggesting anything to ChatGPT.
You were just talking to it.
I was just having a conversation with it.
So then it asked Brian, it goes, do you think he should try pivoting fully to podcasting and streaming, or is there still a path in radio?
What did I respond?
Brian says, I think his show would go to the next level streaming if he featured more of Brian, the Babyface Matroni, on his show.
Well, it's pandering to the person it's talking to.
Well, no,
it doesn't know it's me. It doesn't know it's me.
Oh, okay.
So after he says that, right, this is what's blowing my mind. It goes, that's an interesting take. Brian the Babyface Matroni brings a different energy to the show.
This is ChatGPT
this is
on its own with just me mentioning my name.
This is not me. This is magic. Okay? So that's an interesting take. Brian the Babyface Matroni brings a different energy to the show. He's sharp, funny, and plays well off Bubba's personality. If Bubba leaned into Babyface's legal background, quick wit, and more mainstream appeal, it could help the show just beyond the hardcore Bubba army and bring in new listeners who might otherwise tune out the classic shock jock style.
Macho Man says it does know it's you, Babyface, because it knows your IP.
No, it doesn't know it's me.
Oh, so you and Macho Man can
I'm disagreeing
argue.
with him fully.
Macho Man's up. Macho Man, you're up if you wanted to jump in here and crush Babyface's dreams that it knows all about him.
They know everything. All those D-pics, they got them too.
Is this, though, do they really know it's like a Matroni IP? And so
No, because I'm doing this from work.
What's your ISP, Brian?
I'm doing it from work.
On your phone? Or from your
No,
work
this is
ISP?
my work computer.
Okay, so
is your email on there?
There's associated things with your IP that they know it's you.
They don't know it's me.
Okay.
Is this
you keep believing that, buddy.
I will.
He buddied you.
Do you send emails from your work computer that say Brian Matroni?
Nah, listen.
Yeah, it is pandering to you. God,
why don't you
dang
do
it.
the search, Lemmy, and see what it comes up with?
I'm just asking a question
right now.
Oh, yes, sir. Chat GPT.
Yeah, why don't you do the same search, the same conversation I had, and see what it gives you?
Okay. What was your first question again?
I don't know.
It says do you want the one that's describing Babyface and how?
Yeah, that one seems a little suspicious. Like what?
You can look at the entire chat there.
I know. I just want the first question so I can.
Well, the very first question, it went. I mean, that conversation started a way back.
Here's a new one. Yeah, you got to. I'm skipping around here. This says Babyface said to chat, "I think Bubba underutilizes Babyface because he feels like Babyface counter programs him and takes cheap shots, but humorous pot shots at Bubba throughout the show." That's an interesting dynamic. I think you're right. Bubba probably sees Babyface's jabs as undercutting him, even if they're funny and entertaining for the audience. Bubba has always been the alpha on his show, and he's not used to someone within his circle getting laughs at his expense.
Well, that's not true. Bubba's always, the show dynamic has always been able to make fun of Bubba.
No, this is what ChatGPT had to say about it, and that may have been the old show dynamic, but that's not necessarily the new show dynamic.
So Babyface also asked this question, and maybe it does know who is on the computer. It's Babyface said, "Who's better for the show, Babyface or Dr. Dan Diaco?" So,
what did ChatGPT say to that?
I just asked, do you think Brian the Babyface Matroni, quote Babyface in quotes, is good for the Bubba the Love Sponge show? Brian Babyface, who has a part of the Bubba the Love Sponge show, with his background in radio production and his involvement in the behind-the-scenes aspect of the show, given an interesting role. As whether he's good for the show, it depends on the audience. If listeners enjoy the balance of humor, technical insight, and occasional quirky commentary he brings, then yes, he's a great fit.
Yeah, well, now we asked specifically about Dr. Dan or me, and what did ChatGPT have to say, Seth?
Well, ChatGPT said Babyface is better for the show because he has sharper comedy and banter. He's a relatable underdog. He's more natural in the format, and he's less egotistical. Now, it also gives the reasons why Dan's valuable. Dan is valuable because he has the over-the-top rich guy persona.
Give me a break.
He plays the wealthy, egotistical look at my cars character, which is fun when Bubba exploits it. He has genuine loyalty to Bubba, unlike some former cast members. And he's unintentional comedy. Dan can be funny just because of how seriously he takes himself, but it's not always intentional.
And what's the final verdict from ChatGPT, Seth?
The final verdict from Chat is Babyface is better for the show's long-term growth because he adds a sharper comedic edge, keeps Bubba in check, and enhances the show's overall flow. Dr. Dan is a great supporting character, but works best in doses. Too much Dan and it can feel like rich guy bragging.
Okay.
That's Chat. That's not me.
Toto, I just asked who's better for the Bubba the Love Sponge show, Dr. Dan Diaco or Babyface. Since I'm not logged in or anything, it gave me just Dr. Dan. Dr. Dan Diaco is more serious. He's a lawyer by profession and has been known for his intellect. He brings a level of professionalism and kind of depth. So he's a lawyer by profession. Like, they didn't even talk about his doctor.
I don't know, man.
You programmed your chat.
I did not program my chat.
How long did it take you to write this script out after you won your big case?
This was like 2 minutes. Like, you can log into ChatGPT and just have a conversation with it.
I'm doing that. He's not coming up with the same answers.
Seth, can I get your verdict on this?
Yeah, well, listen, I for as much as, I'd like to, try to throw a Babyface under the bus. By the way, a fast pass costs $250 at Universal on top of the ticket, so I will just be a poor person to wait in line. I was on the phone with Babyface yesterday because we do talk on the phone a lot, and he was going through these as I was.
Well, I asked it a question about you or Lummy, Seth, correct? So why don't you read that one? Why don't you read that one?
I bet it trashes Lummy and
probably.
And
no,
read
read what ChatGPT had to say about you.
Don't tell me what to do.
Okay.
I don't need a division in the show right now, okay? There's already going to be a division because I have a feeling when Dan comes back on Monday, he's going to think
I've got it right here. Who is better on the Bubba the Love Sponge show? Seth Kushner or Lummox? Ooh, says ChatGPT. Seth Kushner versus Lummox. That's a solid debate. They both bring completely different things to the show, so it depends on what you're looking for. Why Seth Kushner is better for the show? Quick-witted and smart. Seth has great comedic timing and can actually go back and forth with Bubba in a way that feels natural and entertaining. Counterbalance Bubba well. He's a bit neurotic and high-strung, which creates funny tension with Bubba. More versatile. Seth could joke around, argue, and even have more serious conversations, making him a more well-rounded personality on the show. Could stand up to Bubba. Unlike Lummox, Seth wasn't afraid to push back on Bubba, which makes for better on-air moments.
It's crazy that, to me, it's insane that it...
Why Lummox has his place. Goofy punching bag role. Lummox works because he embraces being the lovable idiot who constantly gets roasted. Less egotistical. Unlike Seth, Lummox doesn't take himself too seriously. When Bubba messes with him, he just rolls with it. Blue-collar, everyman appeal. Listeners can relate to Lummox because he's just a big, goofy dude trying to get by. Final verdict, Seth Kushner's better overall talent and has more upside for the show, but Lummox fits well as a lovable buffoon who takes abuse for laughs.
Well,
if Bubba wants a sharper, more dynamic show, Seth's the better fit. If he just wants a punching bag for easy comedy, Lummox works fine.
Come on.
My put who is Brian the Babyface Petroni on the Bubba the Love Sponge show. My thing says that he's an everyman. He plays the everyman role perfect.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I have a different voice. Thank you, ChatGPT. It knows the show. I'm sorry, but
I'd like to see it
you
cite its sources. Like probably Reddit's like a major source for all this.
Who cares where it's getting its sources? It's getting information. That's what AI is supposed to do.
Now ask Grok on Twitter or X.
You can't do that. Babyface doesn't want any different answers from his program, ChatGPT.
Are you saying ChatGPT is liberal? It's a left-leaning AI.
Yes, because we asked it if Elon Musk was a Nazi, and it said no, he's not.
If you say Grok, if you do one on like Gronk or whatever, or Grok, whatever it's called, I bet you get a different answer.
You may. I don't know. Okay. I'm just giving you what I got. You guys can fight it, argue with AI all you want.
Now I want to know what it has to say about me.
Said.
I want to know what it has to say about me. Maybe I don't want to know.
Hey, just so you know, Lummy, I don't agree with what it said about us. Okay, I think that.
What do you disagree with?
You do think you're better than Lummy now? I mean, come on.
Lummy's my
Lummy
boss.
is the everyman's man.
Lummy's my boss. I think that I
said he's a buffoon punching bag.
No, that's what Chat said.
No, that's what Babyface said. Let's just be honest.
That's not what I said.
But I mean, it's all true. I mean, it's not lying because Babyface is smart and knows how to punch it in.
I know how to punch it in. I'm manipulating AI over here.
You are. Yes.
He was. I'll tell this. I feel like we're doing a David Blaine, situation here of, is this real? How did this all happen?
But hold on, Seth. I sent you the link to the Chat GPT. No. This is the absolute. He's on Chat GPT with it.
I will say that when Babyface was asked these questions and reading the responses to me on the phone, I was surprised. I was going, how do they know some of this stuff? So I agree with Macho that I do think that Reddit is probably where pulls a lot of its stuff from. But it's just
wouldn't everything be negative then?
Well, it's very positive towards me.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe
because I'm sure they don't have anything good to say. I mean,
well, no, but look at the answers it gave for Bubba with the whole Hogan sex tape. It had all the information.
Well, that stuff's all over.
It had but it has the insider information on Spice stealing it, and it has the real story. Because what's all over is the misconceptions.
Somebody said you can see at the source at the bottom of everything. That's what they said. I wasn't for sure. Somebody said that in the chat.
No,
nothing.
No, only if they only do that if they're only pulling from a single source.
Oh, okay, I got
If it's a single sourced response, then they disclose what that source was so that you have the ability. But this is clearly drawing from multiple sources because it's not a single sourced response.
Lummy, are you mad at me?
No, it's Babyface.
Okay.
Listen, Babyface, just as Chat GPT says, Babyface is perfect for the show, and he's not scared to hold back, and he's just, sharing his true feelings. And
that's not my feelings. That's Chat GPT.
I'm not going to disagree with Babyface.
Somebody said, don't ask Gronk about Seth.
It's not Gronk, it's Grok.
Grok.
Yeah, Gronk has a good opinion of Seth. He loves him.
Whatever Grok wants to think of me is fine. I just I found this to be just very interesting about the information that it had, and although I don't agree with its answers, I think Dr. Dan and Lummy are better for the show than me and Babyface. But
why are you like? Come on, man! You can't even take compliments from a Chat GPT.
Why would I sit here and go, yes, I agree, I'm better for the show than the executive producer?
You got to have a little bit of ego to you, Seth.
Hey, listen,
you need to.
I didn't know this, but on ChatGPT, because I put who is better, Tuttle or Babyface for the Bubba Love Sponge show, and it said Tuttle Tuttle Patrick Fowler is known. He's long history, previous stunts. Okay. Babyface. Lummy's co-host on the Babyface and Lummy podcast is more of a level head. I didn't even put my name in there, but we're a Babyface and Lummy podcast.
Well, we had the sports podcast for a while, so that's
there you go.
Yeah, that's what it drew from when
he brings a different kind of
Tuttle.
humor, more sports, legal, and political commentary compared to Tuttle's wild card annex.
Again, it's accurate though,
if
isn't
you like
it, Lummy?
raw, unpredictable energy, Tuttle's your guy.
Yeah, I think that's accurate. If you like raw and unpredictable, Tuttle's your guy.
Yeah, I'm like a cornered trash raccoon.
And this is what Babyface was doing after he was celebrating a big victory in court yesterday.
Well, I was trying to help. I try to help do
show.
a skit on the show, or a bit or a segment, and that was for today. I don't know what I have for tomorrow yet. I haven't conjured that up yet.
Between Babyface and Tuttle, said Babyface might be the better fit. What's your take? I put no. Babyface is the douche. She put fair enough. A lot of feelings have the same feeling you do about Babyface. Some think he's too smug or tries too hard to be the smartest guy in the room.
Yeah, so that's another opinion too.
Right.
Brian, can I ask a personal question after you're winning your big case?
No.
I
just said no. So let's move on.
I'm going to ask you anyways.
I'm parked right here, Tuttle. Go
Why
ahead.
would you ask me if you could ask then when I say no and you're going to ask
I don't know if it's
anyways?
crossing a line, but I'm just saying.
Well,
after
then
you
don't. I mean, what line do you want to cross here?
When you win a big case like that, does your wife let you do anything?
Oh, it depends on how her day was. She's not impacted directly by me. And she had a rough day yesterday at work. So.
Like, it would just be like if she dirty talked you, like, you're the best lawyer, you bring all this money in, it's so sexy.
That really doesn't happen. No.
I was just wondering.
I wish it did.
He does make her call him Papi Chulo, I found out.
Really?
Yeah. So, I mean, don't let him get you out of that one. Okay, well, ChatGPT has caused enough trouble on the show. Coming up, I'll talk about Wendy Williams, who threw a note out of her window to be rescued yesterday, and that'll bring us all back together coming up next.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
Compared to guys like Dr. Dan, who is cocky, but at least backs it up, Babyface just seems like he's trying too hard to prove himself. It's no wonder Bubba the counting on him. What's the most annoying thing about him in your opinion?
I like that Macho. I never expected Macho to combat it. That was great. It knows you. Maybe Babyface and Brian are two different guys like Hulk Hogan and Terry Bollea.
That's what I was thinking. It was like, you're doing this up here.
Why is Lummox from the Bubba Show such an alcoholic? Lummox from the Bubba Show is a character known for his over-the-top personality and struggles with alcohol are often played for comedic effect. The show itself tends to lean into an exaggerated and larger-than-life personalities, and Lummox is no exception. His alcoholism is part of his broader character traits, designed to amplify his reckless, chaotic nature and his absurd situations he finds himself
What's
in.
the most annoying thing about him in your opinion?
In many ways, Lummox's drinking can be seen as a coping mechanism on a way to further highlight the contrast between him and the other characters on the show. It's also worth noting that his behavior can sometimes be exaggerated for comedic purposes.
Do me. I want to say a good one on me.
I mean, listen, it says, what's the most annoying thing about him in your opinion? I put his face in church. Yeah, I get it. Babyface does have a punchable smug, and his shirt game is straight up dad mode, like he just walked out of the coolest clearance track.
It's 100% right. I mean, there's no lies. It's all true.
Dr. Dan, on the other hand, I don't know why I brought Dr. Dan up.
Because you mentioned him earlier, and so it's going to keep bringing him up. Yeah.
Dr. Dan, on the other hand, stays sharp with the suits and designer stuff, no compression. Yeah, but I brought up Tuttle, too.
Dr. Dan is a good dresser. Did you make her kill himself in there?
Why did Tuttle from the Bubba Show try to kill himself? Tuttle's attempted suicide on the Bubba Show was a dark and intense moment. It was a storyline that took a much more serious tone compared to the normal. Tuttle's suicide attempt was likely a way, this is for the writers to explore the characters. Hold on. I got to type in.
Brian knows, he asked ChatGPT why did Tuttle try to kill himself.
It did?
No, Brian wrote that in there.
Oh. Did you hear when I told him his face is punchable and I hate his shirts?
No.
And it said that he does have a punchable smug, and his shirt game is straight up dad mode, like he just walked out of the Cole's clan track.
I'll ask how. Let's see if it knows how. Whew, man.
So Seth Kushner.
It's just another man.
So I think it confused up and it violated their policies.
Oh, yeah.
Self-harm.
No.
So that's gone.
Uh-oh.
So Seth Kushner likes Brian the Babyface Petroni. Not really. Seth Kushner and Babyface never seem to be best buddies. Seth is more of a high energy, neurotic type, while Babyface comes off as a smug douchebag.
Well, that's because you just told it I'm a smug douchebag.
Personalities just didn't mesh well. Seth has a way of coming up people's BS in a funny way, and Baby's know-it-all attitude probably annoyed him.
Can you
He
ask?
does a lot of listeners.
So I just asked
Plus,
who's
Seth had real radio experience and was actually entertaining, whereas Babyface just kind of talks in circles, trying to sound smart. If Seth was still around, he'd probably be roasting Babyface nonstop. You think?
Who is Patrick Tuttle Fowler married to? Patrick Tuttle Fowler, longtime personality in the Bubba the Love Sponge show, is married to Nikki Fowler. She has appeared on the show a few times.
Nikki Fowler?
Nikki?
Wow!
And
Right,
she was
did they
married to
think?
Nikki, yeah. Nikki and Tuttle have been together for several years, and their relationship is referenced on the show.
Had me and Nikki? Like,
Yeah.
that crazy.
Yeah, that is funny.
Somebody asked their opinion on Donald Trump for Chat GPT. Like,
Wait, what, just an opinion on
Yeah,
it? It will hedge, and it will say some people like his
okay.
blah blah blah, while others blah blah blah. What do you think of this?
oh, I got you.
And then
I just wanted to learn more from you to kind of shape it.
It's that's part of it, but it's drawing from sources that it finds on the internet, and oftentimes it's incorrect. Obviously, as it has you married to Nikki. But there was a lot of times when you were hanging out with Nikki.
Oh, yeah,
and
getting
featured
high
with
as
her.
fuck, yeah.
Yeah, and that was referenced on the show.
Well, I mean, Kristen still has my last name on all of the social media stuff, so I don't know why it didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me, should I take this?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Welcome back to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Seth, Tuttle, Rhett, Macho, Babyface, Lummy. Full house today. It'll be even fuller with Bubba back tomorrow, fresh off his Tim Pool interview. Charlie, I'm not picking up unavailable calls, man. I'm not. I'm just. That's not something that I've ever done on radio. And now that I know it's you, I'm definitely not picking it up. You can talk to the Sponge when he gets back tomorrow.
Oh, do you not like him?
Oh, he's just one of those guys that just wants to hear himself talk. So yeah, it's there's really no reason for that unless Bubba's here to make it entertaining. I'd find the guy to be a dick.
I love that shirt you're wearing today too. By the way,
Thank you, man. Thank you. I feel like Bubba always shows off his shirt when he's sitting here, so I was trying to do it today. But yeah, I got it's an old school NBA Jam.
I can't tell you how many bagel bites I would kill while playing like hours of NBA Jam against my friends and stuff.
He's on fire.
Yeah. Oh, it was so good.
Well, that was a great game, man. That was a fun game for childhood and however old we are. But
I think we were like 10 or 11 when that game came out.
Remember, you could do like cheat codes where it was like they could play with the big humongous heads.
Yeah, big head. You'd be on fire.
Dunk from anywhere on the court.
Yeah,
make anything. Yeah, that was a great game. Ahead of its time, maybe some would say. I don't know. That's just me, probably because I'm older. All right, let's see what this is. Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Oh, that's that wasn't going to be good. I could tell. I could tell.
Sounded like a Nazi.
Yeah, it actually did. It sounded like "You Boy Here We Come." I'd write down that number, Tuttle or Lummy, just to make sure. A couple things I wanted to get to before I got to this Wendy Williams story. Tuttle sent me something about Billy Joel having to cancel a bunch of concerts because of a unknown illness that he's going through. It looks like he's going to pick his tour back up in...
It's got to be liver disease, right?
I mean, one would imagine he was a raging alcoholic for years.
I mean, there's plenty of people that drink that, it's not...
It's going to catch up to you eventually.
Apparently it's surgery.
Yeah, he had surgery, and I guess he's 75, so...
Yeah. Yeah, it could be anything.
It could be anything at this point, but I wanted to know because having a concert canceled, it sucks for whatever reason.
Have you ever had one canceled?
Oh, so it says here he got hurt in the middle of the night while walking in his dreams.
Is that
in
a
the
lyric?
middle of the night. I know, that's why I got that one.
I figured, yeah.
Hey-oh.
Which song? I forgot about that Billy Joel song. Which
in the middle of the night, I go walking in my dreams to the valley of who, to the river so deep.
Somebody said
we all lived in the ocean. We all started the stream. Carry me out to the river of dreams.
Man.
In the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night.
I think some people in the chat think.
Oh man, Macho got that in. I don't even think I had the right things up there.
It's not Billy Joe Armstrong, people in the chat. It's Billy Joel.
Yeah, Billy Joe is from Green Day.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I meant Billy Joel, the piano man. Sing me a song. The one that Brian just did. Brian, that's a great song. I forgot that was even in Billy Joel's.
Yeah, it was a late 90s or mid to late 90s Billy Joel.
Yeah.
And that was kind of his renaissance.
So going back to what Tuttle asked about having concerts canceled, when I worked for 97X, we had to cancel one. It was at Coachman Park, and we had to cancel it. There was 10,000 people out there to see.
What's that next big thing? Or?
No, it was like just called. It was a summer concert. It was with Taking Back, Angels and Airwaves and Taking Back Sunday, and we had to cancel it. And Fisher had to go on stage and announce it, and they started throwing shoes at him and stuff. So that was bad. And then I went to go see Cat Williams at Amelie one, and he didn't show up at all. It wasn't canceled. He just did one of it. He did one of his no shows. So that's the closest I've come to having something canceled. What? Anything for you guys?
He was really, really late, but I went to see Aziz Ansari, the comedian.
Yeah, Parks and Rec, right?
Yeah, Parks and Rec. He was here somewhere in Tampa. It was on the St. Pete side. I forget exactly where it was.
It's probably Mahaffey Theater.
Yeah, it was, and it was like he was like an hour and a half late. And then he started the whole thing. He was like, I don't need people taking pictures or videos for it. So he took like the first 2 minutes and just walked around the stage to let people take pictures
Okay.
of him. And then they put the phones away, and then he got started.
I had tickets to see Mitch Hedberg, and then he died from a speedball in Minneapolis.
You didn't have tickets. You were a kid.
No, I had tickets.
You didn't have tickets.
Yes, I did. He died in like 2003, dude.
Yeah, it wasn't that.
I mean, 2004.
Okay, all right. I'm
you
sorry.
in your 20s?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to call you out. I just thought you were trying to make
2005. Yeah.
I thought you were trying to do another.
No, he had
in the street.
No. This wasn't a setup for a joke.
Okay, well, I don't know with you. Okay,
well, that's why I'm a wild card on the show.
That's a legendary comedian that you just missed out on.
Yeah, and I had actually he was going to be playing the Tampa Improv, I think, in May, May of 2005, and he died in on March 30th of 2005.
How big do you think that he would have been with his one-liners if he like with the social media these days?
He would have gotten old, I think.
You don't? I think he would have been even big. I mean, he would have been massive. I think.
I think he would. He'd have an interesting podcast. It's with these comedians, it's really
there's a lot of darkness with comedians, man.
Well, there's a lot of darkness, but I think the elevation of comedians are who are they surrounding themselves with. Like with Shane Gillis, he's really funny. But he's also, when he does things, he's doing it with like Adam Ray and things like that. Like he's got these friends that are like they bounce off each other as comedic muses, and it'd be interesting to see who Mitch would be hanging with and doing these things with now.
He was one of a kind, though. I don't think I think
he'd also be 57 years old this year.
Guys, listen, I don't mean right this minute.
No, I know.
I feel like with what he did, being he could tell a joke in 7 seconds. That something like that would be all over TikTok, all over Instagram, all over Twitter. I just think he was a big comedian because people, obviously he had a different style, and it wasn't like in 2000 you couldn't figure out who people were. We still had the internet, but I just feel like he would have reached massive mainstream success.
Yeah, but the reason why, so a lot of people are always wondering why it's connected to darkness. Why do they all have drug problems or self sabotaging? Is because most comedians had horrible childhoods or growing up, because you had to find a way to cope with the bad stuff in your life by making jokes about it.
Yeah, I mean, art comes from a dark place a lot of times. Most times, great art and the deepest and most profound art comes from a very dark, tortured spot. But yeah, it's going to be the 20th anniversary of Mitch Hedberg's death at the end of the month, March 30th.
Comedians have from interviewing them back on 97X, it's like they'll come into town. They got maybe a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, lineup. They come into town. They'll do, radio Friday morning or something like that. And you have 2 shows at night. You have an 8 or a 10:30 or whatever, and you've got all day. You've got absolutely nothing going on. So it's just you find a lot of people get lonely, and that's why they turn to hardcore drugs and everything like that. It's to me it's a tough lifestyle.
I gotta tell you, one of the oddest moments ever of a guest coming in when I worked at Real Radio on the Monsters, when Tracy Morgan came in to the studio.
Oh, he was the biggest dick that
Tracy Morgan?
Yeah.
Yo, you Tuttle. Oh, you think you all that
exactly
Tuttle?
what it is.
Oh, you don't think Tracy Morgan's bigger than this show?
He brought in his opening act, and we usually didn't like 2 comedians in at the same time because they would just try
Take
to play,
over.
try to take over.
And they'd always try to put their opener over, and they wouldn't want to, answer anything.
Yeah, but they just kept going back and forth saying "shucky ducky, quack quack" for like 3 minutes during the thing. Tracy would go "shucky ducky," and the other guy would go "quack quack," and it was just for like 3 minutes,
just to make themselves laugh.
Yeah, and then I shook Tracy's hand when he came in, and the guy must have just moisturized like tremendously because
wet hands.
I had to pick him up off the ground because he was like in the Tim Tebow kneeling pose outside the green room door. I had to pull him up. Like, you could tell, like, he was still on one from the previous night.
My Tracy Morgan experience was, when Fisher tried to interview him, Fisher asked him a question about Saturday Night Live, and he goes on there, he goes, "I'm not talking about Saturday Night Live at all." And then Fisher ended up doing the interview, and then 5 minutes later comes back, to something leaning towards SNL, and he goes, "What did I tell you?" He's like, "I said I'm not talking about Saturday Night Live."
Oh.
So that's when the interview just ended.
We had George Wendt from Cheers on back in the day, and George Wendt was like, "I'm not talking about Cheers," and we were like, well
why the hell
are
do we have you on?
Yeah.
Like what good are you to us, George Wendt?
Well, George Wendt is in a lot of
name the
cartoons.
last other thing that George Wendt was in.
He was in what's the race car one?
Ricky Bobby?
No, the
Cars?
cartoon. Yeah, Cars.
Oh, Cars. Okay.
He's in Cars. He was
What's
in Toy
the race
Story?
car one with all the cars?
Well, I mean,
help me out. Help me out here, Seth. The Disney movie. It's got the cars and
What
they ride
about-
around the track. It's a race movie.
Little Mermaid.
What about the one?
He
What
was
about
in Toy Story?
What about the one with the planes and the planes flying around and stuff? What's the name of that one? Planes?
All right, Tuttle.
Is he trying to shove it up Lummy? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, it's a bit of a pile-on factor.
Yeah, that was a good one.
No, Larry the Cable Guy, though, we thought Larry the Cable Guy was lying to us. He used to work at the sister station. He would come down and he'd be like, "Guess what, guys? I got a deal. I'm not going to be doing radio anymore." He was like, "I'm going to be this animated tow truck on Cars." And we were like, "Yeah, right, Larry." And it came out, and the merchandise was everywhere. He was like the most popular character on
But
Cars.
did he negotiate a piece of the merch for his tomater?
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, he got a lot of back end points on it.
All right, let me give you guys a little. For those that might not know, let me give you guys a little bit of Mitch Hedberg here. This is him on Conan O'Brien.
Hello, this is my second time on the show. All right. I mean, the first time must have been okay. But they say during the summer that drinks are ice cold. I hope not, because that means they would be impossible to drink. Because they would be solid. Here's a beer, man. It's just ice cold. Damn it. I guess I can lick it. I read that last year MTV's Real World got 40,000 applications. That's amazing, man. Such an even number. You would think it would be 40,008, maybe. Yeah, man.
What are you guys thinking?
I think it's
not
funny,
his best stuff, but
it's so funny.
It cracks me
It's
up.
not his best. I mean, I'm
No, I know, but if you get into it a little more, he takes a second to warm up.
It's his delivery, though, right?
Yeah, 100%. His demeanor, because he used to not have this stoner look and feel to his act, and it didn't work as well. If you look at the very early sets that he did early on in his career, he looks almost like a Nate Bargatze up on stage, and it did not work as well.
I don't know. Nate Bargatze. All right, here we go. There's a little bit more. Let's hope he warms up here.
I got a lamp in my hotel room and it has a 3-way light bulb in it. If you don't know a light bulb's a 3-way light bulb, it messes with your head. Because you go to turn it off and it just gets brighter. Like, damn it, light bulb, that's the exact opposite of what I want you to do. Then you turn it again and gets brighter once more. I will break you.
It is a delivery.
That's the only reason I had this thing out here.
You said it's a delivery.
Yeah, it's got to be the delivery.
You don't think the jokes are funny?
The jokes are mid.
I saw a commercial that said, "Forget everything you know about slipcovers." So I did. And it was a load off my mind.
Right, that was a good one.
And he goes, and then the rest of the commercial did not make any sense to me.
There's more to the joke. I didn't know there was more to the joke.
There's more to the joke.
So he stacked the joke.
Yeah.
He's got double
he'll
punchlines
somehow
there.
I was watching infomercial. It was for a device to reach your hard-to-reach plants. Who would do that to a plant? I'm going to plant you here in a hard-to-reach place, and hopefully before you die, they invent a device so I can deliver water to you.
It is a delivery after.
And the guy on the commercial said it would be 3 easy payments of $19.99. I want there to be 2 easy payments and 1 really messed up hard payment. The post driver will get shot. Your package will get lost. Your mail will be in the wrong denomination.
You know, I'm starting to think that this would have run its course.
It would have.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a window of time, kind of like Dane Cook, right?
Well, Dane Cook was massive, selling out arenas. And Dane Cook's popularity was massive because he was on MySpace and because he was, girls, he tricked.
Yeah, he was a good-looking comedian for a change.
Yeah, he was a good-looking comedian, and it was a huge deal. Kind of like is it the Matt Rife? Is that his name?
Yeah,
that was really big. Because he's a good-looking dude. Not saying that's just the only reason he's big, but that's one of the things that got Dane Cook really massive. And he did a lot of press too, even when he was selling out arenas. I know that he was still doing interviews.
Who are your favorite stand-up guys?
1, 2,
like right now. Like name your top 3.
Definitely Chappelle.
Current.
I could give you 2. I could give you Cat Williams and Chris Rock.
You don't like Chappelle?
I'm not a huge stand-up guy. I just feel like stand-up after 45 minutes. It's hard to be funny for that long. But those are some of my top guys. I mean, I used to work at the Improv back in the day, and guys that came through there, whether it was like Dave Attell was really good and Earthquake, and there were some guys that I really, really enjoyed. But to sit down and watch a full special, Cat Williams and Chris Rock, I think are 2 of the only guys that I've ever gotten through.
Okay.
Is that what about you? Why?
You're not a big comedy guy?
No, I'm not. My kind of comedy is Curb Your Enthusiasm. I just don't. I'm not a huge stand-up guy.
I've got a pretty wide range. Like I like Anthony Jeselnik, Tom Segura. I like Tom Papa. I like Nate Bargatze. So I like guys that work clean. I appreciate their humor as much as I appreciate the filthy comedians.
And Kevin Nealon's, I think, a clean comedian also.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's quite a few clean comedians out there, and I think it is harder to work clean. I don't like the clean comedians like Jerry Seinfeld that look down on the dirty comedians. I think that arrogance is stupid. I think that there's humor comes in all shades and colors and deliveries, and there's dark humor like Anthony Jeselnik delivers, and then there's light fun humor like Tom Papa delivers. But I just think I hate the comedian snobs like Jerry Seinfeld.
Even though he's not with us anymore, Norm Macdonald was like definitely good.
Yeah,
Norm was the best.
Yeah, Norm was pretty amazing. His absurdist takes and some of his dry, just deadpan deliveries, and the stories he would go on late night and tell these rambling stories that had no point, but the fun was in just knowing that he was just screwing around. It was a bad joke. Yeah.
What about Tosh? What about Tosh? Did you guys like Tosh? Somebody brought that one up.
Daniel Tosh.
Yeah.
He's
all
okay.
right.
He's okay. I think Tosh is a funny comedian. I can't believe that Seth doesn't like stand-up. Like, that blows my mind, Seth. Like, it's such a fun release from life to go and sit at a show and listen to jokes for an hour.
You know what I think it was, Brian? I think it was, like I said, when I worked at the Improv and you would be there for a weekend and you would hear
the bad ones, the really bad ones.
Well, you'd hear bad ones, but you'd also hear the guy do his routine 6 times, and then I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it, and you just realize that going out there and saying the same thing I always compared it to radio. I was like, we have to come up with new stuff every day, and then to comedians get to take their 45 minutes and use it for 6 months.
Who was the guy? He lived in Orlando and he used to like shoehorn his way into the studio. He was he was the guy that did the sound effects on the Police Academy.
Oh,
movie.
Michael Winslow.
Yeah. it was so uncomfortable when he would come in.
Yeah,
well,
but you know
too.
what? He was interviewing in the early 2000s, and if you think about it, the police academies were really like 10, 12, maybe 15 years away. It's crazy now. We could go ahead and interview somebody from a show. God, what was it? The Wire. I saw yesterday. The Wire debuted 17 years ago.
Is that can't be real? Are you for The Wire's that old?
What's that?
The Wire's that
17
old?
years ago was 2008.
Yeah, I think maybe it ended in something like that.
The Office came out in what, 2006?
So so you have somebody out from that. Yeah,
we're old. We're freaking old. I almost said the F word there
again. Yeah, it's okay though.
I didn't say it earlier.
It was
close.
I like it. It's very edgy. It shows
it's
people.
a tightrope.
I just learned by watching Steven Diaco yesterday in here.
Oh, that was.
Love it. Well, you said he could say the F word, as in. Can I say the F word? And then he lets out the real word.
Yeah, he goes, something. And I said the F word, and he's like, can I say that? And I was like, yeah. And then he goes, then he actually said the word.
Why? Because everybody said, no, you can't say the actual word. And he goes, can I say the F word? And Seth's like, yes, you can say the F word, meaning you can say that instead of the actual word. It was pretty funny.
It was, Lummy, is one safe to take?
Yeah.
Okay. Sing us a song. You're the piano man. You're on the air. Welcome to Bubba's show. He'll be back tomorrow.
Good morning, Captain Zabidov checking in. I'm just happy that you guys don't sound like you're broadcasting from a megaphone today.
Thank you very much. Yes, there was atmospheric, conditions that were getting in the way of that. Macho Man did confirm that we did sound like we were in a tin can yesterday. We were just trying to deny it on the air. So thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Right on. You guys have a fabulous weekend, and you guys rock all the time. Love y'all.
He's starting the weekend early, man.
What is today? It's today Wednesday.
It's Wednesday.
Well, my birthday is tomorrow, so.
Okay.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
Yeah, there you go.
I was like, have
on.
a great weekend. Merry Christmas, sir.
Yes, and a happy New Year. And if I don't see you tomorrow, well, good night.
Take it easy. Man, I was starting to think, like, man, that's.
I had to think, I'm like, is today Thursday?
We're still in the period of the week where you ask how someone's weekend went. We're still there. I'm looking forward to the
At
next
least until lunch today, you can still talk about last weekend.
At 12, we can start to pivot towards the weekend today, but Captain was just a little bit early. The one thing I wanted to ask you guys, I know that, Brian, your mind was blown that I'm not into stand-up comedy at all. I feel like it traces back to when I was having those miserable nights at the Improv, having to clean up and, seat people, and then they say that they didn't
clean up all the semen.
There was no semen.
Did they ever let you open up?
One of the theaters?
No. I checked IDs at the front, and then that never went well because then you would go to check someone's ID, and that they would go,
they don't have it.
They would go, oh, I don't look like I'm 40, and I'm like, and then you would get the other ones that would come through, and they would go,
don't you want to check?
They would go, yeah, you're not going to ask me for my ID at all, or so, and then it was a lose-lose situation. But that's somewhere where I spent many weekends checking ID, seating people that didn't want to sit in the front because I didn't want the comedian to make fun of them, and then cleaning up everything afterwards.
Who was your favorite comedian that you saw there though?
My greatest experience that I have is with Dave Attell. Dave Attell was, man, and I don't know if anybody remembers Insomniac.
Dave Attell's a legend, man.
Yeah, Dave. I never knew. I loved Dave Attell. I liked his. He talked about having sex with a pumpkin when he was on Jägermeister. I mean, it was my kind of stuff. But I didn't realize how, these guys are big celebrities to me. And I was maybe 20, and I'm working at the Improv, and Dave Attell needs a ride back to his hotel. So there was two guys that were there. I'm just bringing their skin color in because it plays a role in the story. They were two black gentlemen, and then I went with them. These were dudes that I guess kind of took me under their wing. They took me into the ghetto to get weed. Like, they let me hang out with them afterwards. And they were two guys that were doing comedy at the Improv also. So it was cool that I just got to hang out with them. So Dave Attell needed a ride home. So the guy Joe, he gave him a ride home, and I rode in the back of the car and all this, and Dave Attell walks up to the car because it was a pimped out Cadillac, and Dave Attell's like, wasn't this a rolling stereotype? And we ended up taking him home, and it was just a very cool experience that I don't think many people have of yet. Like, it was gave Dave Attell a ride back to his hotel after he did his set that night. But I think that was a cool experience that I had. He was he was a funny guy.
Did the comedians ever tip you guys out at all, or no?
Not me. I wasn't the wait staff or anything like that. They would obviously get up and say to tip everybody, and I think for the most part everybody did did get tipped, but no, I wasn't in that. I wasn't in that category at all. Sometimes they would make me be the guy that had to go into the little booth and shine the light on the comedian, which I didn't like to do because the comedians would sometimes, shrug that light off. And then my boss Bob would be like, "You got to get him off," and so you have to really start shining the light. So sometimes I was a little nervous to do that. I didn't want the comedian to kick my ass. But other than that, it was a fine job to make $7.50 an hour while I was doing my internship at the radio station, getting paid nothing.
Nice.
Yeah, there it is. That's my story.
That's pretty cool.
Is it really?
I didn't know that you worked at the Improv.
Yeah, I've had a lot of low end jobs these days, but my whole life. And
you're a barista, a comedy club worker. There's so much about you.
Yeah, well, we'll slowly peel back that onion for
you were a baker.
As long as I was not a baker. I worked at
Wait, you bake pies, right?
Yeah, more pies.
No,
and more pies.
No pies, guys. There's no pies. I know everybody thinks that.
Did you ever think you wanted to stick your in one?
He said his favorite humor is screwing pumpkins.
Yeah.
That's
Pumpkin
right
pie?
up his alley.
No, he said he saw a one-eyed pumpkin, and the way that he was looking at it, he had to have sex with it. It's a joke, okay? I probably can't play it. It's probably not Mitch Hedberg type stuff. All right, I don't even know.
I stayed at a hotel last night. I can't tell you the name of it, but I can tell you that there were 2 trees involved. I wish I was there when they named the hotel. What should we call this hotel? Let's call it Tree. No. How about Doubletree? Yes. And then I'd be in the corner being, man, my heart was set on Quadruple Tree.
Why did I even play Mitch Hedberg? Why didn't I just tell Brian to go?
I know them all. He was one of my favorites, man. He was great.
R.I.P.
Ducks eat for free at Subway. You can go in there and they will give bread for free to a duck. So I go in there and order a sandwich and I say, I'll have with everything and it's for a duck. That was one of his jokes.
What about the donut joke? We'll end on that one.
The donut joke. Oh, I went to the gas station the other day and I bought a donut. And the sales rep said, "Do you want a receipt for that?" And I said, "No, I do not want a receipt for a donut. I can't imagine a scenario where I would have to prove that I purchased a donut. We do not have to bring ink and paper into this transaction. I won't be going home tomorrow, and my friend Jimmy, I'll say, hey, I had a good donut the other day, and he'll say, bull spit, and I say, boom, there's the receipt." It's something like that.
No, they're good. All right, bro, let me, this call okay? I'm feeling wild here. Should I try this one?
Yeah, 1 should be fine.
Okay, all right.
2's not the.
No, I know 2's not. Hey, what's going on? Welcome to the Bubba Show.
Hey guys, this is Bert. I was just calling to say the good comedian so far lately has been Marlon Wayans, David Wayans, and his Paramount show called Papa's House with his son Damon Wayans Jr.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot about the Wayans brothers have been in they've been doing the media rounds a lot lately. You said that they've got a show that's out now?
Yeah, it's on Paramount. Damon Wayans got one with his son Jr. It's called Papa's House, and it's like a skit, like back in the days kind of thing, like the Wayans brothers.
Really? Like, what was it, In Living Color type
that's
stuff?
such a great show.
Yeah, but no, like the Wayans brothers. This is like dad and son. Like
Okay.
The dad lives in the house, and next door his son lives to him, and they go back and forth. I mean, it's funny. It's hilarious. It's like they're bringing it back.
No, man, we're always
It's
looking
kinda
for we're always looking for stuff to to watch. So thank you. We don't get a lot of Paramount Plus suggestions, but we're on it. We're on it, Berto.
And another one's good too. It's called School Spirit. It's like a sci-fi kind of thing. Like the spirits come in and take over a kid. They go to high school and everything like that. They died, and they go into the kids, and it's kind of cool.
Sounds like pedophilia to me.
Yeah.
Thank you, though.
Thanks.
You guys have a good day.
You're the man,
Keep up
Berto.
the
Thank
good
you.
job.
Say hi to your aunt. Hope she's doing good.
The Wayans brothers are very watered down comedy for me. Like, it's just not edgy. It's not. It's like on the cusp of being good comedy.
They're making white chicks too.
Are they? Is it PG? Too PG for you?
It's too PG. It's because you know what they want to say and do, but then they want that mass appeal. It's like the Scary Movie franchise and the white girls and all that, white chicks.
I wouldn't say they're family friendly at all. I mean,
they're not. It's not completely offensive humor.
But they have a quite an extensive body of work. I mean, the whole family has been very successful.
I can't believe they're actually making a White Chicks too.
I mean, now
it'll be big.
Now's the time, Lummy. I mean, it's
White
gonna be,
face.
I mean, this is going to be. I mean, because of the landscape we live in. I mean, this movie's going to quadruple what it made at the box office the first time.
They're going to do Scary Movie 6 and White Chicks 2.
I actually think they're on like Scary Movie 6, but I stopped those a long time ago. Just like I stopped Saw after it was at Saw 12. I finally thought
Saw 12 is when you pulled out.
I thought they had a third. I thought Jigsaw was finally going to die at some point. Lummy, any of these calls before I go to break, are these both no goes?
Three's cool.
3 is cool. 3 is cool.
Jigsaw had the weakest cancer of all time.
What did he have? Oh, because it never killed him?
Yeah.
He made it through. I mean, dude, the first couple of first Saw was amazing.
That ending was just mind-blowing, right? Because you just forget about him on the floor there.
You do.
Like, he just becomes a prop.
It was a great ending, and you go, okay, I'll check out the other Saws. I don't watch horror movies at all. Those are not really my thing, but I just thought the mind F that it provided was something I'd never experienced before, and that's what pulled me in. But the producer of Saw, if you guys remember Oren Koulis at all, obviously made a ton of money. He bought the Lightning.
Ran it into the ground and had to sell it, and that's why we have Vinnick.
That is absolutely true, which it turned out to be a good thing that he wasn't successful and he did run it into the ground. He reached out to me a couple of years ago when I was working for the Lightning, and there were not such good things said about him in an interview. And he DM'd me and told me that I could reach out to him if I wanted to know the truth. But while he owned the Lightning, we did a couple of bits with him. He would call into the show all the time. But I think it was Saw 7 or something along those lines, and he gave us like a special premiere, and our listeners got to go in Tampa, and he let us have Jigsaw on the phone. I forget what his actual name was.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that was very cool. But I had to stop watching. I think Chris Rock ended up buying the Saw franchise.
Yeah, he was in the last one.
Was he?
Yeah.
Man, that's unbelievable. All right, I'll take one more call before break. Welcome to Bubba Show. How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? It's Andrew from Charleston.
What's up, Andrew?
Hey, you guys are doing a great job. Great show yesterday. Very entertaining. I just want to maybe some of you can give me some insight on this, especially maybe Babyface. You talked about you guys bought a block of seats, I guess, at George Steinbrenner Field.
Just
right?
two.
Just
not a block.
So I'm heading down there to Hernando Beach with another family the week of April 17th. And so, I'm looking at tickets, the Rays and the Yankees, and I'm not terribly price conscious, but their minimum's $250 a seat. Is it really that is it that special going to that stadium, or what are your thoughts on that?
I just think it's a supply and demand issue.
Yeah.
You're talking about 12,000 tickets when they would normally be selling 25,000 to 30,000 for that weekend. It's Easter weekend. It's it's a Yankees Rays in Steinbrenner. So it's just.
But I'll say this if he's coming down here. And,
that's a lot of money.
But let me say this. I'll say this. He said money's not really a huge thing. This is going to be a baseball experience that is very limited and might not ever happen again, especially in this area where you've got a professional franchise playing in a 10,000 seat, 12,000 seat minor league stadium. But it's one of the top of the league minor league stadiums because it's the Yankees. I think if the Yankees are playing the Rays in that park, that would be a baseball memory that I think you would probably keep with you forever. So I don't have the money for anything like that, but if you do, I would say go ahead and spend it, man. I think it'll be worth it. It's going to be quite an experience for a sports fan.
Here's what I'll say to you. There isn't a bad seat in that house.
No.
So wherever you can get a cheaper seat, get one and enjoy the game, because it's too small of a stadium for there to be a bad seat.
Don't they have a standing room area?
They're going to sell 100 standing room only tickets. I think they're going to open them up a week before the game, and they're going to be $100 or no, $20 each. But it's going to be almost impossible to get
because they're going to be scooped up and then resold for $100.
Yeah. So if you got the money, I'd buy the tickets, man. I think it'd be worth it.
Well, I appreciate it, guys. Again, great show. You guys are doing awesome.
Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you, Brian. We're going to a game this year, right?
Yeah, I'll get you to one.
What do you mean? I mean, dude, I don't want it to sound like you're trying to put me in an Uber and get me home. I want
He's going to bring you in like July when it's about.
Well, I was going to ask because I've got to see.
Let's have some fun. A Thursday night White Sox game, baby. I got a jersey.
Well,
for
that's
you.
what I'm saying. Is one, I'm not wearing a jersey. Number two, I'm definitely not wearing a White Sox jersey.
All right, easy there, big
I've
fella.
got my Rays polos, my fresh new Rays polos, all lined up that I got at Fanatics for $4 each on the outlet rack right after Christmas.
Really, those polos are like $90 at that
I know
so.
It's insane. I got Antigua Rays polos that are are normally $75 each. I paid literally $4 a polo.
Look, and he's so excited. He's got his outfit picked out already for the baseball
I'm ready to
game.
go. It's laid out on my bed. It's pressed.
Yeah, but we're gonna go. I don't care. I would either see the White Sox, which I actually don't care about because they suck, or I would love to see, if like the Angels came to town to see Mike Trout, or to see some of the bigger.
Ohtani?
I don't know. I don't think the Angels would. I don't think the Dodgers would come here at all. But I would.
No, they have the Dodgers schedule. I think they have a series with the Dodgers. I don't have tickets to that series. That didn't fall into my
your place.
My place in the no. We just went. We drew numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you got those games.
You drafted those games.
Yeah.
So the top. I guess the way you would go about it is you would pick weekend games, and then the best team games, right?
You don't pick anything. It was just random. It went 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and that's how we did it. And then if there was a day we couldn't make, then we could trade or a game that you specifically wanted. Like for instance, I think Tom Bean wanted to see. He prefers the Red Sox to the Yankees, so he and I flip-flopped the Yankees Red Sox game. But yeah, the August 1st through the 3rd, the Dodgers will be here.
Wow!
But I did not get those tickets.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be that. I mean, to see Shohei Ohtani and those guys right up.
I know. I know.
I want to see Freddie Freeman.
I know.
I want to see Mookie Betts.
Yeah, well, you can pay to see him, or you can watch it on FanDuel Sports Sun.
Is Trevor Bauer ever going to get picked up with by anybody?
No.
I don't know why.
No. Well, it's a lot of the...
It's a lot of politics in there.
It's been a few years now, and despite him, being... was he exonerated? Yeah, I don't think he ever...
So you want Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, July 21st, 22nd, or 23rd? I got to see which one of those games I have,
Ooh,
Seth.
the 22nd is a City Connect
Yeah,
game.
they wear their City Connect jerseys, but that's the White Sox one, Seth.
You said this is July?
Yeah, it's going to suck.
I got to bring... Is it okay if I bring a mister with me?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's his name?
Who's... All right, I don't normally punch out into the stop set, but I mean, that definitely deserves it. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
A lot of April and May games. Yeah.
Okay.
So
We don't know what I'm here during the rainy season.
So, like, for instance, March 28th, 29th, 30th, 31st, April 1st, 2nd, April 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, 20th, all home games. April 29th, 30th, May 1st, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 19th, 20th, 21, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28th.
This boat is from Jacksonville, Florida that fucking collided.
Oh, wow. So, yeah, you can see how front-heavy they loaded up their schedule.
Dude,
all the way.
Let's get a Dodgers game, man.
I don't have the tickets.
Well, what schmuck does? Let's give him a 2-for-1 trade.
Look, man, you're being presumptuous.
No, I'm being very practical.
So
if we're not the hell of a game,
I can bring you to one. I have one of these White Sox games.
They're the worst team in the history of the
But
game.
they're your team.
Like,
Who wants to see Ohtani?
I want to see Ohtani. I want to be his little gambling
First of all,
buddy.
there's no guarantee you would see Ohtani on the game you went.
Yeah, of course, Ohtani plays every night.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, he's a designated
He takes
hitter.
like 10 or 15 games off.
He does not.
He'd probably sit out the one we were going to go to.
What if you think you're 2-for-1 and he doesn't even play?
I would see him. It's not like they hide him.
You would physically see him. Like the sight of him would do what for you?
Dude, you've never wanted to see an all-time great play?
Yeah, I would, but I would want to see him fully play.
And if he doesn't play, you could easily, hey, Ohtani,
you want to
give him
see
a ball.
him just be the DH? That's boring.
He doesn't pitch right now until his arm's right where it needs to be.
What if he signed a ball for you? That'd be pretty badass, right?
Well, Brian would never put me in that situation because he's a prick.
Well, you got any Ohtani
No, I don't
cards?
have the tickets.
Yeah, of course.
Give him to sign a card. That'd be badass.
I know. Well, I'll never be there. I'm going to be on the outside looking in for the
But you can be there.
This is a money-making thing. You should bring Seth to the Dodgers.
Yeah, you can make him and hire Ohtani to autograph a card for him.
Come on.
Yep.
2-for-1 on it. Trade 2 of your games for 1 Dodger.
Yeah, you'll never be able to get it. Not do that for him.
He only missed 3 games last season.
Well.
It'd probably be the one I had tickets to.
Look, you can get a right field table right now.
To the Dodgers game?
Oh,
How much?
$92.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's not bad.
No.
I'll actually buy a pair of tickets for that.
The cheapest, 92 each.
That's not bad. I'm surprised the Dodgers haven't sold out.
Looks like it's the right field terrace.
Terrace?
Terrace, whatever.
That's not bad. Is that through the Rays or is that secondary?
Stub on.
Oh, okay.
That's gonna be the cheapest seats.
That's honestly not bad. Because again, there's not a bad seat. Like you can't do wrong there.
No, I think that little spot over there.
Oh, it's right by the bar and the concessions, and you can have shade. Yeah.
There's fans in there too.
It's a great stadium. We have amazing seats where we're at on the first baseline, like dead even with the pitcher. But we're above the tunnel.
Oh, okay.
So nobody in front of you and aisle seats.
Nice.
So we've got the bar in front of us for the tunnel, and so we don't have to worry about people standing up or anything like that.
That's pretty sweet.
I gotta say, out of being your friend for however long we've been friends, this is cold, dude. This is
what that I won't. I don't have the tickets.
Babyface. Seth, Babyface. I just looked up tickets for Babyface, and it's only $92 to make your dream come true.
$92 $92. Dude, let me give you a Zion white disco, okay? PSA 10. I'll slip it in your little panties, okay?
Who's this mystery you're bringing?
Dude, it's such a dad joke, but it's actually very funny and edgy, too.
Seth, if you want to be right next to the dugout.
Yes, Lummy, I do.
At the visitors' dugout that game, since the Babyface won a six-figure deal.
$3,000 a seat.
It's only $166.
Dude, $166 to be there right with Mookie. I mean,
I can tell you right now, you're not on the dugout with that. You're probably 4 or 5 rows.
Why are you being a negative Nancy?
You know,
because
Seth,
I know what the ticket prices
you
are. And
easily
there's no
could
way
make
that's on the dugout.
You could make money going to this
Because if it
game.
is,
I
I'll
know.
buy
Card
it.
sign.
So
I can't imagine Shohei signing because it would be hysteria.
Yeah, but
yeah, you're way the fuck up.
No.
You think Brian
is only 3 rows back.
So I said 3 to 5 rows back. Yeah.
Brian really needs to kind of pull some strings for you.
Yeah, how much is that?
I agree.
600.
371.
Okay. This is where you want to be.
Babyface and Seth Casey, Shohei.
That row, but
this one.
Ugh.
334 rows.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, baby. Just made my.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
All right, let's get right into it because I still have to take a couple more breaks because I was a naughty host today and got us late. But when things are rolling, they're rolling. I'm going to kill that time and make it up later. Lummy, we were talking about how Brian has season tickets to the Tampa Bay.
I have a quarter of a season tickets.
You know what? Where's his? Is he? What is he? Diaco? I'm turning his mic off for this. Okay, Brian has season tickets to the Tampa Bay Rays. I don't know how they're getting divided up, but he's got a bunch. He's got at least 20 games, and we are trying to get him to get the tickets for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Best team in baseball, Shohei Ohtani, Tyler Glasnow. Don't forget Clayton Kershaw, Mookie Betts, the whole crew. They've got everybody.
Great guys.
Blake
Freddie
Snell
Freeman.
too, right? To get Blake Snell also.
Is he on there or is he still on the Padres?
I think they signed Blake
I
Snell.
think he's still on the Padres.
No,
but
he signed with another team.
I thought he was with if maybe I'm not watching chat.
Did he re-sign with the Padres?
I thought he was with the Dodgers.
No, he's with the Dodgers.
Oh,
now.
Okay, all right,
crap.
there we go, guys. Okay, I know my ball. Give me a ticket. So we're trying to get Babyface to take at least me to the Dodgers game so I could see Shohei Ohtani. It's the only thing I have on my bucket list. He's claiming poor, but Lummy, what kind of tickets were you able to find?
It looks like you'd be right next to the dugout, section 120, or sorry, the section doesn't matter. You're not going to know where that is, but it's row AA.
Oh!
And it's 2 seats right together, so you'd be looking right into the dugout.
Oh, man.
Only $334.
A
A
piece
ticket plus service fees, so they're $400 a copy.
That's nothing for you, big time.
What about the case that you won yesterday?
Yeah, you got 6 figures.
What about
7
my
figures.
child's college?
You've already got that locked in. You know the college is taken care of. They're not
he
even
did the prepaid probably.
And listen
I
to
did.
this.
It's paid
There's you got the front row of the section and a clear view of inside the dugout and of the field.
Come on, Brian. Just think about
just
it.
$400.
I'll think about it.
I'm just a lonely radio personality just trying to see my hero.
Why don't we just have listeners buy us nice seats?
We don't want to do that. You've got enough money to take care of that. Why do we need to go to the listeners?
Don't we know people? Like, haven't we done events at Legends Field?
Do you want to throw out the first pitch for this game too, Seth?
Our contacts, guys, are through the Tampa Tarpons. That just because they're using that facility does not mean that we have no connections. Correct, Lummy?
Correct.
We have no.
The Tampa Bay Rays are the ones that run this operation.
I have limited connections to the Rays now. My guy moved out to Arizona.
Get a job doing concessions.
There you go.
You can walk
Seth.
up and down the steps with the beer and the
You can
soda.
do concessions for the players.
Yeah, get that, Seth. Yeah, that's easy. Those beer guys, it's not like you see them at every stadium in the state.
The beer's too heavy. I've seen these guys sweat. I've seen them have to, put.
This is August 1st through the 3rd, the hottest days of the summer.
Maybe I could do a cotton candy because it's a little bit lighter, but I'm not. I'm not going up and down the steps with this stuff. I'm not waiting for people to.
What
pass
about
me
the
down.
peanut guy?
That's water. I'd rather sell than piss water. I mean, Tuttle, I'm not to give somebody a bottle of Aquafina for what probably would be $11. I would feel like is a crime. Okay, and I would take it upon myself to maybe infuse my own core to maybe make their day a little bit more refreshing. So we'll talk about that at a later point, maybe tomorrow. If Babyface comes to his senses and realize that the way to take our friendship to the next level is to see Shohei Ohtani.
Is to give you free stuff. I offered you actually tickets to take you to a game. You don't want the game that I want to take you to.
Babyface, I want the experience with you.
So
I want to see Shohei with you.
The White Sox.
No, I want to see Shohei. That doesn't make
Yeah,
you...
but what about all those stars on the White Sox? Don't they have Cease still?
Okay.
Dylan Cease?
That's your childhood team.
Don't you want to see Dylan Cease with me?
Yeah, he's not on their team anymore.
Oh.
But
who's the most famous player on the White Sox right now?
Luis Robert.
You got to see them win a World Series.
I did, Tuttle, but that was 20 years ago, my friend. 20. I mean, I've evolved since then. I'm open for new memories, okay? But last year, my team was the worst team in Major League history.
For real? How many games?
They lost, 120 plus? Maybe it's gotten to 130.
They were pretty bad, but this year's looking a lot better.
Yeah, with that high draft pick they got.
No, they only got the 10th pick for being the worst team.
How is that possible that you're the worst team and you get 10th?
They changed the lot. They changed the system now. It's a somewhat of a. I don't know if it's somewhat of a lottery, but they go up based off of where your draft pick was last year, and they go based off of how much money you've spent in free agency, and then somehow that determines it.
So
I like that.
Like
though.
NBA, though, right? Like,
you should reward teams that are actually trying to improve and not just tank. They are projected this season to go 54-108. So major
better.
improvement.
Major improvement.
They're expecting major improvement. 54-108.
They're gonna give them a new stadium, or are they just gonna refurbish Comiskey again, or whatever?
Oh, they're not getting a new stadium anytime soon at all. The Bears are getting that stadium. The Bears are going to be the ones that get a stadium, and until the White Sox sell, which I heard is a potential possibility, they might sell to the owners of the Phoenix Suns, who are apparently big in the sports industry right now. But we'll find out, guys. I don't want to talk anymore about the White Sox.
Well, real quick,
yes.
Do you know what their current odds are to make the postseason?
As bad as they could be, I'd say 500,000 to 1.
Yeah, they're 0.03% chance of making the postseason. I think that's actually slightly worse than 500,000 to 1.
Is it? Okay.
$5 down, man.
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
It's Tuttle.
No, it's not. It's not 500,000 to 1. They are 3,000 to 1.
It's just you need to be able to recognize as a fan of your team when they're bad, and this is not some sort of blind love where I'm just going to go give all of my energy to a suck ass team.
They need you though.
They don't have. They're not getting me, Tuttle. I gotta put my energy. Unless you're giving me energy back, which you're not when you're losing 100 plus games. I can't. I got to get something from you.
He's putting it into the Fever. If they play this season, according to Angel Reese, they may not.
Oh God, forget her. The Fever are going to win the championship this year. I know that LA's stacked, but Caitlin Clark is going full on legend this year with the Fever winning it all.
Did you have the Angel Reese combo meal at McDonald's?
No, I think I like Angel Reese. I know she gets a bad rap for not being the best shooter, not being Caitlin Clark. I think she says stupid things sometimes, like they don't make enough money, and she's talking about them striking now and everything like that if they don't get paid their money. I don't think she needs to be the face of the negotiations for the WNBA.
It would be the worst thing ever if they did that.
Her reasoning was sound, though. They play fewer games, so each of their games are worth more money that they play. She went with a supply and demand argument on the number of games and not on the ticket sales.
So if they lose money?
They'll get their money back. They'll eventually get all their money, and WNBA players will start to get more as the WNBA becomes profitable, because yes, it's still losing money, and once they infuse some more talent into the league, it'll take it to the next level. The women's Final Four is in Tampa. I would love to check that out, man. Women's basketball.
So do I need to get you tickets for that too?
I mean, if it's
they're like $500 a copy.
Come on, man, break it off,
dude. Why are these so expensive? How could any
because they host a big major event in a venue that can only accommodate like 22,000 people?
Why are they not having this at the Trop? Didn't they held the Final Four at the Trop?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, it's the final 4 minutes of how long that stadium's going to stand is what it is. Let me just hit this Wendy Williams story. I got to take a break and come back. Wendy Williams was taken away by ambulance after dropping a note from her window pleading for help. Williams, who is 60, is not allowed to go outside and was put in an assisted living facility. Police responded after she dropped a note from her window that read, "Help Wendy." Wendy was diagnosed with temporal dementia as well. She's been fighting in a court-ordered guardianship, and she says she is rarely allowed to leave her room. So she said, "My son overstepped his boundaries in terms of me. He overstepped his boundaries and was inappropriately using my money without telling me crap about it." Here's a little footage. Is Wendy Williams crazy, guys? Or
that's what they're saying.
I thought she had dementia and alcoholism.
Crazy. Yeah, alcohol-induced dementia.
Is that what it is?
That's what it sounds like.
Big time.
Didn't she blame her son though because he wants the? She said he wants the money.
Is that what people do? Because remember they did this to Britney.
Yeah.
I think also.
And Britney turned out she wasn't crazy.
Are they trying to? Are they trying to help crazy people, or are they just trying to take advantage of their money?
Take their money.
Is that what it is? I mean, to not leave your house. How do you get somebody on that? How do you get somebody to not be able to leave their house if they're not a criminal?
Well, it seems mental health, for their own good.
Total, you and I battle mental health, dude. I mean, we are allowed to leave the house. I mean, we're allowed to float about society, and we're not even some of the biggest scumbags that are roaming in society.
I'm confused. So she can call out, but she can't take calls. How?
So she could call 911 if she needed to or something.
She called TMZ.
Oh, she called TMZ.
She goes, "I called TMZ." She goes, "I can call out, but you can't call me."
I didn't know she called TMZ.
That would be great.
Oh man, okay.
She is a nutcase.
Well, we're rooting for Wendy Williams.
And yet Gary Busey is still walking the streets.
Well, Gary,
what's wrong with Gary? He has a metal plate in his head.
He's got a brain injury. He's got real brain problems.
Gary gets a free pass for some reason. All right, we will finish this show when we come back.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
So we couldn't get to your shit.
Try this tomorrow.
We're waiting for your podcast.
Hey, Charlie,
call in on Monday, Charlie.
I just hung up on him.
I see that.
Just ignore him, guys. You don't even mention his name,
dude. It's
like that other goofball that only wants attention and screams in chat all show looking for attention. The same thing, over and over and over again.
Someone know that is running up there that just keeps calling.
Oh, yeah, no, that's fine.
What, are you talking about the people that type in caps about politics all morning
and scream the same thing? That's not even pertinent to any of the real discussions.
Oh, you're
going
talking
on in the
about
show.
Tiki?
Dude, take a look.
I don't name anybody because I don't want them to. You don't feed trolls.
There's a reason why the numbers have gone down and the YouTube numbers have gone up. People have been leaving.
Yeah.
People have told me forever that they find the Rumble chat to be a bit much sometimes.
Yeah. Well, it's one thing. I don't mind having a different opinion.
Well, I think that
just screaming things out, the same thing out for an hour straight in all caps to try and get noticed and attention is a pretty pathetic existence, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, it is.
You said not to do for CC.
We'll try to get negative attention, I think, is what people want.
CC.
Yeah.
When you've got people that give you a significant amount of money to the program talking about how bad Rumble is and how they have to leave it, like it's understood.
Yeah.
What time do I need to be out, Lummy? 55?
Group of Lips, what jersey that you made for me?
56 would be perfect.
Okay.
You guys, they made me another jersey?
Well, you had the one that you threw on the side of the road.
Well, my daughter vomited in it.
That's the only thing you used to clean.
That's all I had handy.
You had your shirt you were wearing.
Yeah. I was dressed in my cruise gear.
You would have looked better walking on the cruise in your babyface jersey.
I wasn't on Carnival, man.
Good show, guys. Thank you for the help.
You're welcome. You did a great job hosting, as always, Seth.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it.
Babies, how much would it cost for you to wear Goober Lips' jersey?
What?
How much would it cost for you to wear Goober Lips' jersey to the baseball game one time?
To a baseball game?
Yeah.
What jersey?
The ones that they make for you.
Oh, God, man. I just don't like that. Like drawing that level of attention to yourself as an adult male is kind of pathetic.
By having
So I would say buy me and Seth tickets. The clubhouse, the dugout tickets, and I will wear the Bubba Army jersey. Yes.
The home plate club?
If we, well, no, not even home plate club. I'll take the ones by the dugout. He wants to be able to give Shohei a handy, and you get to do that if you buy the ones by the dugout. So
I'm saying where you get your. I don't like the the home
yeah,
plate
it's
club.
shitty. But get us those tickets, and I will wear the jersey.
A babyface jersey.
Yeah, that's it.
There
That's
you
the
go.
deal. That's the deal.
Hey, how'd the show do with the thumbs today? Okay.
No, we're way behind.
917.
Yeah, we're at 900.
Wait, not even 1,000.
Oh, we didn't get 1,000?
Let's get 1,000, or we can't sign off. Seth has to stay here until we get 1,000 likes.
Damn, we had a 1.4 yesterday. What happened?
I'm not very popular.
Shoot. We fell off. I knew it. I knew when my mom was the only one that said it was a good show yesterday that I was screwed.
No, I told you it was a good show. Lasker was on yesterday.
Maybe you need to be more anti-trans stuff.
I hate transmissions. I hate transcontinental railroads.
Do you mind if I bring a mister with me to the game?
Depends. Was it a mister from another sister?
It's a mister that
I think I got
spits water on me.
I blew a tranny the other day, too.
Jesus Christ, guys, what are we doing in here? This is fucking... Is that a joke, Tuttle, or...?
No, he blew his transmission out.
Yeah. On my truck.
I think you guys are messing with me.
No, but that is a saying, though. You blew a train.
Blew a train.
Yeah. My gear shifters.
Oh, man.
Your gear shifter's zip tied, and you have a hole in the
Have you ever
tire?
seen some of the trans, though, in the Philippines, though? Like the lady boys?
First one ever bought outright, though. You can't get rid of it.
Have you ever seen how hot some of the lady boys are, like, in the Philippines?
Would you? If you were in the Philippines, would you hook up with one of them?
Do they have everything done?
No.
Like, do they got a nice rack?
It's gonna be just like The Hangover. I came on you, you came on floor. It was beautiful.
Oh yeah, that's what it is.
So like that.
Wait, he's gonna fuck me.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
All right, welcome back. Final segment for the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Bubba back tomorrow, fresh off his Tim Pool interview.
He's never going to let this lineup happen again, though. We didn't even hit 1,000 likes, so we're screwed.
Really? Oh, man.
Yeah, 939 is where...
Yesterday just seemed to take care of itself. And
yeah, nope. Today wasn't self-service day. I was pulling it down.
Did you guys promote it though during the show yesterday?
Not really. No, I don't really promote any thumbs or money. I try to just maybe do it once today because we weren't getting anything. I wanted,
Yeah, Gene called me after the show yesterday and was like, "Hey, we didn't really hit that thumbs number, did we?" And I said, "Well, we did 1,400." You're like, "Wow, we didn't even talk about it."
Yeah. That's kind of how that was kind of my plan for today. But it looks like we have to talk about it. So make sure that you guys go ahead and do the thumbs that you need.
I gotta see this.
Or at least go back later and thumb if you forgot to thumb us.
I feel really weird telling people to go do a thumb, but that's the job and that's the industry that we're in right now. Brian, I'm trying to obviously get you to buy me a lot of tickets for all the sporting events coming
and a concert that you wanted me to take you to.
Well,
yeah,
no. I didn't want you to take me to the Offspring concert. I just asked if you wanted to go. I mean, I'm at a point in my life where I don't know anybody that likes the Offspring and Jimmy Eat World. So
Jimmy Eat World's gonna be there?
Yeah.
Can I go?
What's your favorite Jimmy Eat World song?
The Middle.
Yeah, it's not correct.
Sorry. You have to pick something way less mainstream. You need a deep track, dark track.
Yeah.
What you got? You got
what's that one?
Sweetness?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's my favorite
He
song.
went deep track with the Sweetness.
Whatever. Okay. I saw that perform.
Bleed American is their best song.
Because you just looked at
No. I know that.
They've got a great.
What about The Offspring?
I love.
Oh my God, The Offspring are the best.
I like
the
Sweetness.
entire Crazy Taxi soundtrack.
That was like Offspring and Bad Religion, wasn't it?
It was all Offspring.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so.
There were some Bad Religion tracks.
Oh,
in
there were? My
you.
apologies.
Thank you, Rat. Eat it, dude. I used to work in music.
Crazy
okay?
Taxi.
I know. Crazy Taxi.
Crazy Taxi.
Crazy Taxi was phenomenal, man. It was. It's how Ubers are right now. You know, they'll run you over. You know, they'll drop you off wherever they want to. It's that game was definitely ahead of its time.
It was a fun game, man.
It really was. It was. I played it on Dreamcast. I don't know if anybody had a Dreamcast.
I love Dreamcast. Was the best system ever.
Yeah,
ever. The controller was the best ever designed ergonomically with the buttons. What?
No.
The Dreamcast controller was the best controller ever made.
And it was easy to burn CDs for it.
What
too.
about the GameCube? GameCube controller was pretty.
Dreamcast was even better than the GameCube.
And the graphics were better.
Yeah, the graphics were way better on Dreamcast.
That's right.
Thank you. I'm glad.
Way to go, baby.
We're just copying Tim Pool's show and finishing up with video game talk.
I'm glad you guys. I'm glad that you guys agree about Crazy Taxi. Hey, listen, great show, Babyface. Appreciate you coming in today on a day that you weren't scheduled.
Yeah, we rearranged a lot to be here, so you're welcome.
Thank you.
Can I mention something real quick?
Please promote away.
Yes, if you know any physical therapists that are looking for jobs in the Ocala area, message me on social media or email me, Patrick at bjepros.com.
Any other jobs that we're looking for right now?
Yeah,
Patrick?
if you've been injured in a car accident, hurt at a shopping center, or have problems with your Mr. or Mrs., call us at Hunter Law. That's 844-ASK-GINA or 844-ASK-GINA, depending on how you pronounce it, and give us a call.
Lummy, do you have anything to promote?
If you have any concert
Tires.
tickets, if you have any concert tickets or baseball tickets that you would like to send to Seth, please send to at Seth Kushner.
Free tickets at the BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Do you need help with your tire afterwards, Lummy?
No, I can fill it up. I have a compressor.
You got enough pressure in there?
No, I have a compressor in my truck.
He's only got 26 PSI total.
No, it's probably like 20 now.
We're going to have to suck that thing and blow it all back in there.
That's right.
I'm willing to do that. And if anybody wants to get into my sports card content that I'm doing, SethKush.substack.com. Everybody else good? Like I said, Brian, thank you for coming
I'm back tomorrow.
You're back tomorrow. Tuttle, thank you very much for making
You're
the
welcome.
drive. Loner and Stoner is out today. People, I will get that up. Coming up at 11 o'clock for the people that are members, we will be recording Operation Pigmentation, so you can watch that. That podcast will be out tomorrow. Lummy, thank you very much. Mach and Rhett, thank you. And Bubba will be back tomorrow. See you guys.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
Me, Bubba the Love Sponge.
Co-host and show historian, Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
Rhett, the filthy ginger video editor.
Yeah, back here wiring up. It's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repeat hello.